The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The country's best pulled out all the stops at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Megan Paragua came out swinging, defeating contender Rose Atwell to take control of the junior girls. Luckily for Andy Woodward, his chasers were unable to gain ground, allowing him to maintain his half-point lead in the juniors. The story was the same in the seniors, with Vladimir Akopian in the driver's seat. Frontrunners held on to their advantage, but the gaps are closing quickly, and the rest day has everyone recharged and ready to go. Day 6 of incredible chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 of the U.S. Juniors, U.S. Junior Girls, and U.S. Seniors Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We are entering the second part of this event. The players, after the rest days, are re-energized and recalibrated for the next stage. What will Day 6 bring? Let's go to the studio and find out.
For the first time in this year's Juniors and Seniors tournaments, we have clear leaders in every category. With 4 rounds to go, time is running short. Live from St. Louis, our coverage of round 6 starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-host Yasser Seirawan.
My brilliant Nazi, wonderful to be with you.
Always.
You had a nice rest day?
I did, how about you?
Me too. Hello everyone. After a much deserved rest day, the players are ready to do battle here in round 6. And they promise to be thrilling as the matchups are great. Nazi, do the honors. Standings. Let's start with the junior girls.
Let's have a look. In the junior girls, we have a sole leader, young Megan Paragua. She has 4 points, and 2 players are half point behind her. That's Zoe Tang and Ruyang Yan.
And in the juniors?
We also have a sole leader, very impressive, Andy Woodward with 4 points, and 2 players behind him are Abhi, Mishra, and Kirk Ghazarian, who are also having very good events.
I'm detecting a symmetry. Tell me about the seniors.
Well, in the legends, we have the defending champion Vladimir Akopian leading so far with 3.5 points, and the 2 players behind him are Larry Christiansen and Alexander Goldin.
And tell us about the format for these 3 national championships.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a traditional scoring system.
The free day is just over, but tell us about the remaining schedule.
Players are back today to play round 6, only 4 rounds to go. And then if there's no clear winner in any of these categories, we'll have playoffs on Friday.
Fantastic. And Christian, good to see you in
studio. Good to see you guys. Good to see you.
Round 6 matchups promises thrills.
Absolutely. And as we enter the second stage of the event, let's take a closer look at our leaders, where they stand and what their road ahead looks like for the next 3 rounds. We're going to start with the junior girls section. And as you can see, Megan Paragua right now, well, we knew she's good. She has won 202 rating points in the last year. So she's been explosive. Right now, she's leading with 4 points. Zoe Tang, the leader favorite going into the event, as well as Ruyang Yan, right now chasing closely behind with 3.5 points. Let's take a look at our leaders' road ahead. Look at that. Round 6 and round 7, she will be facing both Ruyang Yan and Zoe Tang, 2 of the players that are chasing her. So the next 2 rounds could potentially prove decisive for young Megan Paragua. Let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section. We have a very similar story in this one as well. A very compact playing field. Andy Woodward, after he started with 3 out of 3 in the first 3 rounds, slowed down a little bit with a couple of draws, right now sitting at 4 out of 5. Abhi Mishra, the leader, in terms of rating going into the event, following closely behind. And look at his road ahead. In round 6, this is the key matchup, the marquee matchup of the day. And we had Abhi in the studio. He talked to you guys and he said, you know what, I'm looking forward to that round 6 matchup because that's my chance to potentially win and leapfrog the leader, Big Clash, in round 6. Let's see what's happening in the senior section. In the senior section, again, a very similar story.
I know.
One player ahead by half a point and 2 players chasing behind. Vladimir Akopian trying to defend his title. Larry Christiansen and Alexander Goldin. In the previous round, they had a tremendous matchup. It finished in a draw, but it could have went Goldin's way.
Yeah.
Let's see who Vladimir will be facing in the next 3 rounds. Big clash against Goldin. And another one. It's like the script writers were busy before the event. Larry Christiansen in round 7. Definitely a lot of key matchups coming in the next couple of rounds. Guys, I cannot wait to call round 6.
Thank you, Christian. And Nazi, do the honors. Tell us about all the pairings coming up for round 6.
And we'll start with the junior girls.
Let's do it.
Have a look. Zoe Tang is playing Lori Q. Chloe Go against Rachel Lee. Rochelle Wu facing Iris Mo. Rose Atwell against Jasmine Su.
Big game right
Big
there.
game, and of course our key matchup is Rui Yan against Megan Paragua.
And in the juniors.
In the juniors, we have on board 1, Abhi Mishra against Andy Woodward. Even second board, very exciting, Brewington Hardaway against Nico Chasin. Evan Park against Justin Wang. Kirk Ghazarian is playing Sharvesh, and Sandeep against Grayson Rorrer.
And finally, in the seniors.
In the seniors, we have Joel Benjamin facing Larry Christiansen. How many U.S. championships do they have?
I think they have like 6 between them.
The tournament leader, Vladimir Akopian, is playing Alexander Goldin. Gregory Kaidanov against Igor Novikov. Maxim Dlugy playing Alex Fishbein. And Alex Shabalov against Tim Taylor.
Everybody's fighting hard. What are they fighting for?
Well, they're fighting for trophies and a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $225,000. Seniors total $100,000, juniors $75,000, for junior girls $50,000. Just a big increase from previous years.
Again, thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for your generosity. As we get a view of the outside of the playing hall, the players get wanded as they come in to the tournament hall where all 30 competitors are ready to do battle. After the rest day, it's like you have this anxiousness to get back to the board, right?
Yeah, and it also feels like you're starting a new event.
Right.
Sometimes rest day can be so restful that you forget that you're playing the tournament, and you come back like, right, I have to play chess.
Yeah. There, you just saw Leonard Otis, our photographer, arriving in town, and our marquee matchup on board 1.
Right, Yang is coming off of a difficult loss against Zoe Tang, but she had a rest day to forget about it.
Right. She has back-to-back whites, actually, because she
Right.
lost against Zoe with the white pieces. And to play against Megan and to upset the tournament leader, if you will, that'll be a big challenge in front of her.
Absolutely, and Zoe Tang is also looking in from the outside, because if she wins, she keeps her second place, but if Megan loses, she can jump
leapfrog.
over. Yes.
Absolutely.
And in the junior section, Mishra against Andy, that's a very exciting game. I can't wait to watch.
And in some ways, just because I know Kirk's in there, and I don't want to discount his, but in some ways, this could be the ticket to take them into the U.S. championships, because look how Andy got here. What a scintillating hat trick.
Started with a perfect score, 3 out of 3, then slowed down with 2 draws, but even those draws were very fighting draws.
Oh, absolutely. Kind of a little bit lucky against Nico, maybe even a little unlucky, however you want to look at it. But for Mishra, this game, I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but I see it as absolutely crucial.
Well, he has the white pieces as well.
Yes.
So this is the
Exactly.
perfect opportunity for him to try to take down the leader. And
Yeah.
he's been slowly
Mishra's
but
the top
surely
seed.
getting better positions and handling them better as well as the tournament progresses. I feel like Mishra is.
Yeah.
He's entering, easing himself into this tournament.
And the fate is in his hands today.
Right.
If he wins this one, he leapfrogs the leader.
Andy Woodward. And similar stories once again for the seniors as well, as we see Akopian. He has a half-point lead over Alexander Goldin. If he can get past this game, as well as tomorrow's game with Larry Christiansen, as Christian was mentioned, sometimes you think, okay, those are my challenges. And once you pass the challenges, the tournament's over. No, it's not.
No.
You can still
Sometimes
slip up.
wild cards, bring the biggest upsets in the last round.
As Alexander Goldin with the black pieces gets ready to do battle against the tournament leader and defending champion, Vladimir Akopian.
Right. And last game, Akopian was very short draw against Novikov, so it's like he had 2 rest days.
Yeah.
He should be very well rested.
Exactly. I'm going to put on my board to get started for this round 6, the game between Yang and Megan, because I am discovering more and more about Megan, and for me, a surprise that she's come from a chess-playing family.
Yes.
Yeah.
So does Rachel Lee in this event?
Yeah, Rachel I knew about. But,
Thank you.
Let's listen to Chris Berg make announcements.
Well, that was short and sweet.
I think he said start your clock.
Short
Let's
and
listen
sweet.
to Chris Berg.
I think that was a bit too late for listening to
Right.
Chris Berg.
And we have Sicilian.
Megan, she saw the Sicilian that Zoe played and said, I'm not sure, Yang, if you're going to play an open Sicilian. And guess what?
Closed Sicilian.
Yeah, who just backed down with the move knight c3. Now, actually, it's funny because Bobby Fischer in his 1992 match against Boris Spassky, he intimated that he wanted to play a close Sicilian, but he was actually very tricky. The idea was that after e7, e6, Bobby played knight e2.
And then did he
Whoa! d4 immediately.
without the knight move?
Yeah, and then on his next move, he pushed d2, d4. So
Kind of transposed.
Yeah, and transposed, but sometimes you trick your opponent. E6, d4. Okay.
Quite
that's
rare.
a different Sicilian. So obviously takes. The queen is
Knight
going to have to
c6.
move again. And
No, I think queen goes to e3. I think that's
e3.
the idea.
Why? What's so great about this square?
Didn't say it
And
was
you
great.
were right.
I believe white wants to castle long quickly and then have f4. And the queen is not badly placed on e3.
Bishop
Bishop goes to d2.
Isn't it? It's not
We're used
bad.
to seeing it on d2 and bishop being in front of it, right, on e3.
Right.
That's more natural development, but
Okay, so say I have no understanding. I just develop my pieces in, let us say, Sicilian fashion, yeah?
yeah.
And then, why is my queen so great here? Did you want to play f4?
Maybe f4 and some knight d5 ideas.
Okay. Like this.
Let's say knight f3 first.
Knight f3. I'm not sure you're going to get in knight d5 ideas if you...
d5, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing queen's going to have to move eventually again.
Well,
But
yeah.
It's out of the way right now.
Now, you just played... if you had played queen g3, I'm more or less kind of getting it that maybe...
No, she's trying to get e5 in, and she's trying to do it fast.
Okay, so...
And I have a feeling we're not going to see a long castle.
White is not going to long
Probably
castle.
not. Or if you do, maybe you can go with b3. b3, bishop to b2.
So a7, okay, I said I'm going to get my Sicilian setups,
yeah.
right? So would you like to try b3?
Well, she already played
Knight f3.
Yes.
Oh, by the way,
And it
let
was
me
knight
just-
f6 first, followed by knight f3.
Okay. So knight f... Okay, sorry. So...
Now maybe black needs to play d6 to not allow e5, right?
Right. Again, I was just... Okay, wait a
You're
minute.
very confused with the queen.
I'm
on e3.
very confused with the queen on e3. So the queen is not coming to g3. You're just going to leave it there.
Probably not after knight f3. I mean, if you would have asked me
How's that going to go?
Yeah,
We might have had a conversation.
but not with the knight on f3. Yes.
Okay. And do you feel that e4, e5 is a threat? Like
It's not a threat, it's more of an idea. I guess black can play bishop b4 here, right?
bishop b4?
Preparing knight d5 against d5 for now, so we play like bishop d2 or something.
But very standard.
Immediately d5.
Doesn't black aspire to play d5 in a Sicilian? Like you?
Yeah, I wonder if there's a downside to playing it this early.
You got to take, right?
Yes, take.
Okay.
Take
Do
twice.
I have to take?
Well, d4 is coming. What do
Well,
we do?
I was thinking about bishop b5.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
the same idea that we've seen so many times, but it likely won't work because you do take on e4, and then it's very difficult for me to recapture back because of queen a5 ideas.
Oops. That
So
could be
yes,
awkward.
probably I have to take on d5.
Okay.
I have
And
to capture that pawn.
and again, I'm
Take
so
twice.
confused by the queen being on e3.
Maybe bishop d3. Here I think, yeah, white will castle short and maybe fianchetto the dark square bishop.
So do you think you equalize with white now? I mean, because the queen side, the king side, I don't know. It looks like black has more than her fair share of the center. I'm a little bit confused by this one, but there was another game in the girls that I was also interested in, and that was the game of Rose
Against Jasmine.
Yeah, because those two. Oh, look at it. Is it the day of the closed Sicilian? What's going on? Bishop b5 check, a4, and knight c3, and bishop c4.
I have never seen bishop c4. Bishop always goes back to e2.
Or f1, right?
The after castle.
Yeah, exactly. Or a4.
Yeah, exactly.
Bishop c4. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide us?
Well, maybe Cristian can update us how juniors are doing.
Absolutely. Game between Abhimanyu and Andy. This is the key matchup of the day, right? And we have another Sicilian. Guess what?
With the queen on f3.
One more Sicilian with a queen on that third rank. Either on e3, f3. Maybe this one will confuse Yasser just as much.
Right.
Let's see. Najdorf, bishop to g5, e6 and queen to f3. I've seen this quite a few times. First, you're focusing on the knight on f6, putting some pressure there, but also very often you do see that queen land on g3 followed by f4 ideas. At the same time, the queen on f3 very often supports the move g4 also, right? So it has its ideas, this queen on f3. Knight bd7, immediately looking at ideas of going knight to e5 at the right moment. This is what we have. I'm a bit surprised by the fact that Abhimanyu is thinking, because he was the one dictating
Right, with bishop g5
the game.
and
Bishop
queen
g5 first, that's a decision because you can play bishop to e3 as well. Queen to f3, that's a huge decision because obviously in this position you have so many alternatives. Queen to d2 is one of them. f4 is another one.
Cristian,
Queen d3 I've seen so many times
Can you show us
recently.
after queen f3 what's the most common move?
Yes, let's
Guessing
take a look.
97.
It is
It's
97.
the top one. Okay.
It is 97, yes. And this is what surprised me.
Yeah.
Castle, finally we see a move. So I don't think he's out of theory by any stretch of the imagination. I still think that he knows exactly what he's doing. Perhaps he's trying to remember. Let's not forget, before a game, you don't know that your opponent is going to play the Sicilian, right?
Of course.
That's one of the lines, one of the variations
Like
that he
prep.
might
Yeah.
use, right? So he's just trying to go through his prep mentally right now and remember exactly what he needs to do. Still, an hour and 30 minutes against an hour and 30 minutes, both of the players seem to know the ins and outs of the position. We'll see which one stops for longer first.
If you take the move knight b8 to d7 and castles back for just a moment, Christian,
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, with the move queen f3, keeping in mind the game of Ru Yang and Zoe Tang, I want to play a Richter-Rauser endgame. Is bishop takes f6 a threat? In other words, I want to play h6. I put the question to the bishop. And you've got to take?
No. I don't think I want to.
Because this is the ending that Zoe had, and she didn't have a problem.
I don't think it's a bad endgame.
No.
Yeah, you just simply don't have enough.
Exactly. So
don't
you
have enough,
think
no.
h6, Mishra's idea was bishop h4.
Yes.
But that's the thing I want to say, is I like for you to declare your bishop
the
goes
thing
to
is,
h4. Okay.
very often,
Yeah.
I even see this type of setup, and somehow white even takes the pawn on d6, and sacrifices black, that is, the pawn on d6, just to have the two bishops in this endgame.
Right.
So these two bishops in the endgame without no problems structurally, I just simply don't think it's enough for white.
And you think bishop h4 would have been
Oh yes,
the
oh yes,
answer?
no. Bishop h4 is by far the main move, bishop to e3, the second main move, and bishop takes f6 has been played, but I
Not
don't think,
successfully.
not
Maybe
very successfully.
Problem
Not
with
very
h6 is
successfully.
that in this line, white plays g4 pretty often, and now we have a hook with the h6. So
Exactly.
G4, g5.
Now you understand why this queen is somewhat useful. And you can also, again, go just simply bishop to e3. Again, it's all about this idea of h4, g4, just break open the position on the king side. Try to get to your opponent's king.
And the current position, what's the theoretical?
Many games have been played in this position. Queen to g3
Right.
being the main line.
Okay.
Bishop to e2, also one of the main lines. And bishop to e2 is very much aimed at supporting the idea of g4. So for example, bishop e7, I have ideas of g4. I don't know if they work right now, but it's an idea because now with the bishop on e2, the pawn on g4 is protected. Yes.
Right.
So you don't get to take it on g4. It's still early. It's still early, but we'll keep a close eye on this one.
Lovely. Thank you, Christian. As I'm just looking once again at the game of Rose Atwell, and boy, for me, the girls are in completely a new territory. Like you said, the bishop on c4 is unusual. Then g7, g6, a kind of a dragon, but then the knight is supposed to be on c6 and not on the d7 square. And then a4, a5, because Rose wants to clamp down on the queen side. Very, very confused as to what the players are aspiring for. Just unusual stuff is going on here. Nazi, give me a direction.
Let's go check in the juniors how Kirk is doing. He's currently sharing second place.
Absolutely.
Kirk is playing Sharvesh.
And that was on board too. Again, Kirk comes in today's round after the free day with a share of the second place and an undefeated score. Remember his game against Grayson. He didn't come out of that opening very well. My favorite English opening is on the board as white. Normally I kept true to the English. And oftentimes I met e5 with the move d2, d3. I played for my queen side. Bishop d7. Wow. Okay, that's a strange.
It's still theory. The most common move here is queen c8.
Yeah, he's playing for the move e7, e5. He put his bishop on d7. I am assuming to prevent the trade of queens. And as you were just saying, queen to c8, prepping bishop h3 to trade the light squared bishops.
Yeah, it's a good fianchettoed bishop. So after queen c8, main move is rook e1 usually to avoid the trade.
Rook e1. My way of avoiding the trade might be something.
I was making a move for black, queen c8.
Oh.
It's still white to play.
Yeah. Because I think the move rook e8 caught you a little bit surprised.
Yes, I was expecting queen c8.
Agreed. Queen c8, rook e1, and
bishop h3, and we hide it on h1.
Right. The most overrated maneuver in chess, according to Gregory Kaidanov. His argument was, great, you've declined the trade of, you've avoided the trade of bishops, but this bishop isn't so bad, right? I mean, covering back rank mating ideas. I'm going to, just before I go to the seniors, I'm going to check in on Brewington, Hardaway, and
Very
Nico.
early in the game here, only 4 moves made.
And I'm seeing the Queen's Gambit declined as black, and I'm seeing that white players are playing moves to avoid d2, d4. You know, it can be as including Queen c2, b3, e2, e3. And if Brewington plays d2, d4, then of course they transpose back to normal orthodox lines.
Yeah, why do they avoid playing early d4?
Because they're not getting the advantages that they're hoping to get. Conversely, if I play a move like Queen c2, and just bear with me just a quick second, your immediate bishop d6, you might kind of not want to see knight
So maybe black plays c6 or something.
Exactly. So you want to go c6. So now you play bishop to here. And then you can catch people unawares, like probably an incredibly bad idea on a scale of 1 to 10. You know, like you suddenly find yourself under, you know, an assault, you know, and you didn't even do anything.
Yeah,
and you didn't even do anything wrong, but and no development to speak of. So that's one of the reasons why I think that they're looking to outfox their opponent in the opening. Finally, we are going to take a look at the seniors, and we are going to join.
Start with Vladimir Akopian, tournament later.
Absolutely. And again, I'm seeing
Piano?
yeah,
Italian game.
and I'm seeing bishop e7. Those variations with bishop c5, c3, bishop and g5, they're a labyrinth.
Yeah.
No, seriously, my head's turned to mush. I can't keep
so much
track
theory and
of all of them.
all the positions look the same, but the tiny little differences
Make so much difference. And for Alexander Goldin, he says, look, I develop my pieces. What's the problem? Your best piece, your best minor piece, pardon me, in the position is your bishop on c4. Let me trade it off.
Do we play knight d2?
Okay, that's fair. Knight to d2,
Maybe queen d7.
also fair.
Since I see a3 on the board, will white still play c3, d4 in the future?
Yeah, it feels like a loss of tempo, doesn't it? I think white will play maybe for a different setup.
Before bishop b2, yeah.
Yeah. The reason I'm reluctant a little bit, because one of the nice things about the bishop on c1 is it does keep a pretty good eye over the f4 square. And whenever black, you know, keeps his pieces on the king side, you always have this nagging suspicion in your mind that your opponent's playing for knight h5 and knight f4 and f5. So I'm not a big fan of white's approach. If I were in Vladimir's shoes, I might try a different approach. I might go for knight to c3 concept. I'm not saying you should do it. The
He's
concept
just done it.
is to
d5 square, yeah.
to secure the d5 square. If I force you to trade, then I don't know if I'm going to get a king's Indian pressure, but there you go. And he's done it. I'm going to go to the I think it's 6 U.S. championships. I think both Joel and Larry won the U.S. championship 3 times in their careers. So 6 championships between them, and now they're playing for a 7th, a senior championship. Okay.
And have they won the seniors too?
Joel has Larry won the senior? I'm not sure. I don't recall him winning it, but I could be wrong. D7, D6, so all very standard theory. And what we see Joel doing in this particular iteration of the Sicilian is he wants to play bishop a3, rook e1, and to try to force the move e7, e6, and stunting.
Doesn't this position, especially from black side, remind you of Greenfield setup?
Yes.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
And the e7 pawn can be the problem, yeah.
And if I'm white and I'm white on the Grunfeld, I want to scoot the pawn on c3 over to the e3 square, so I'll have the same ideas, but not necessarily with a backward pawn on c3. And there we have it. And let's take a look at where these two players are in the standings.
Well, Larry Christiansen is currently sharing 2nd, and Joel Benjamin is sharing 4th, so they could trade places if Joel wins.
Exactly. And Christian, back over to you.
Let's take a look at this one. Stay with the seniors for just a second before we move around. Gregory Kaidanov versus Igor Novikov, and these two players are both chasing the leader's pack right now. Gregory Kaidanov, in fact, quite poor performance for him and his standards so far. Yes, 2 out of 5, that's not good, -1. He needs to get some victories to catch up. Igor sitting at 50%. It could have been more.
Yes.
Especially if he wouldn't have lost that game against Larry Christiansen. What a disaster that was for him. Now, this is it. We get another Sicilian. It's a bit puzzling when they all play, or at least a lot of them play the Sicilian against Gregory Kaidanov because Gregory is so well prepared. He knows everything. And that's because he works with so many juniors. And all these juniors are extremely aggressive. They want to play the Sicilian. He knows a lot of theory in the Sicilian. I would shy away from this one. E6, bishop to E3, queen to C7, queen D2, B5, and A3. You might be wondering, hey, why am I placing my bishop on E2 and E3? Am I going for long castle or short castle? I don't know yet. Let's see. Bishop to B7, F3, knight to C6. Finally, we know.
Now we know.
He's going to go for the long castle. And if you don't play knight to C6, which seems to be a bit of an awkward move in this one, you seem to be ready for D5. Right. You have enough control over D5 to get this one. And you've told us so many times, Yasser,
if you
get D5.
You equalize.
You're having fun with black.
Yeah.
But it does seem like
E5.
E5 works quite well. And after queen takes E5, bishop to F4. And now we understand why this bishop is on E2, right? This would be pinned. The bishop on E3 would be pinned with the queen on E5 if the bishop was not there. And your queen is getting trapped.
Yikes.
Or it has to stay on H3.
Yikes.
It can't stay.
Yikes.
Slowly but surely, I get some material. Right. I get at least the knight on F6. Right. Probably your queen is in trouble as well. So you cannot take there. But maybe you can go knight to D7 back. F4.
Feels like
let's say knight to C6. I think this is what he wanted out of the opening. And now a very funny looking move. Bishop to G4. To exemplify once again why the bishop on E2 is not as stupid as it looks. This is pretty straightforward. If you continue with your development, bishop to E7.
Sacrifice.
Bishop takes E6, exactly. I want to sacrifice, you lose on G7, these pawns are just going to absolutely dominate you on this side. So I believe that was his idea. Knight to C6, Kaidanov's, is already a bad move, or at least not the most precise. Castle, this is what we have right now. Igor thinking definitely out of his depth, it seems like, and Kaidanov still blitzing out his moves. An hour and 33 minutes. So definitely Kaidanov is looking at least primed to take an advantage out of the opening in this one. We'll see if he will be able to do something with that.
My trainer would call it an opening circus. And
we have a move already.
He took on D4.
Yes.
Yeah.
I take back most likely with the bishop.
And Nikolai Minev, without knight takes D4, would say H5.
Oof, I don't know about that.
White has one idea in the position, which is G4, G5.
Guess what?
It's like Topolov's move, right?
Guess
H5.
what?
Whoa.
This endgame seems to be quite unpleasant right now.
Really?
Yes. Take. I guess you go here. I probably take on D6. And we go into this endgame, right? Three pawns. This is very typical.
Yeah, the pair.
Perhaps the square G5 is important. H5 seems to be a weakness. Wow. Definitely.
So after
I'm just going to start pushing my
castles.
Yeah, castles. I go C4. I just start pushing my pawns.
And rook F8, C8.
So you don't want to exchange the rooks. Yeah,
no.
King C2.
And these pawns are dangerous, huh?
It seems like they're very dangerous. Yes. I put my king on C3. I defend the pawn on C4, and slowly but surely, I will get the opportunity to push. And it doesn't seem like you have enough compensation on this side.
Yes,
or at least something to do with the pieces.
Am I the only one who would rather have black here?
I know, me too. No, I mean, I've
it
played
seems
enough,
like it. Yeah.
I've played enough Sicilians to
Has
know.
never been played. This position has never been reached. But again, if you analyze this position with white, you certainly look at this type of ideas.
Of course,
yes.
of course. That's
exactly. And the thing is, when you look at these ideas, you actually go pretty deep into the endgame. Like you know how to place your pieces, you know the assessment, so that you don't get surprised by that either. So this is why Kaidanov probably had in mind.
Well, we'll keep a careful eye on this. Thank you, Christian. That's a very intriguing, a very common Sicilian sacrifice, sacrificing a piece on B5. Normally speaking, I thought those endings were
and also normally when we sacrifice it, it's for the checkmate ideas.
Right.
Not to trade queens and be in the endgame, but sometimes that works too. Let's go back to Yang against Megan, because a lot has happened. You know, Megan listened to you. She played D5.
Did she? Uh-oh, I'm worried about her position suddenly. Yeah, and she said, why can't I equalize? Okay, when we left it, we saw knight f3 by Ruyang and d5, and Megan said, look, what's the problem with the Scandinavian? e4, d5, ed, queen takes d5. It's knight c3. You take away the knight from the starting position. If you take away the knight on c1 and the knight on f6, the Scandinavian's perfectly fine. There's no problem. Here we have the same thing. We've just took away the knight on f6 and the knight on b1. So we have a Scandinavian.
Pretty good queen on d5, right?
Not bad. And by the way, again, I'm just looking at the queen and I'm saying, okay, I got a delicious tempo coming. Whoa.
Knight b4 was a bit unexpected, but...
That's far more ambitious than what I wanted. I just wanted easy play with bishop c5. Queen c5. Okay. I'm not a big fan of what Megan has just done.
Because White just developed both bishops with tempi.
And Ruyang got her...
It's very pleasant.
Got her bishops on, I would say, better diagonals than a moment ago.
Yeah, Black will have some serious troubles finishing development on the queen side, especially because of that pawn on b7.
Apologies. Now see, what am I missing? What am I missing? Why didn't she play bishop f5? Was she afraid of queen e4? Possibly?
No, probably queen e2, and maybe she was worried later some kingside attack.
I'd even consider
put the queen on h5. Right?
I'd even consider queen h5 here, knight d4. Again, I'm not sure if I'm trying to play for an advantage or I'm trying to equalize.
Asked me if I had equalized.
yeah. Have you equalized yet? Yeah. Okay, did not happen in the current position. I would say.
Honestly, this last move, knight a6, is very surprising. Why not go knight d5?
Also confounding.
Yes, it's going to be an Isolani, but
you got the two bishops. And you can easily protect.
On f3, it's not even attacking the d5.
Yeah, it's easy for you to protect the Isolani. I think this is a misjudgment here by Megan, and she might just
yeah, now White should be much better.
Yeah, Ruyang is going to come out of this opening feeling good. But let's remind everybody how this young lady came first, earned the first position, I should say.
Absolutely. She started with a draw, then 2 wins in a row, another draw, and a big win in round 5, undefeated.
But she's, in the next 2 rounds, Megan is going to be facing her most severe tests as she's up against the #1 and #2 seed in the tournament. Today she's playing the #2 seed, tomorrow the #1 seed. If she can get through this part of the tournament, I'm not going to say it's fair sailing, but she will feel a lot better about her chances.
But this one is pretty bad right now for
Why did the knight get out? I mean,
that's a very good question. I mean, this is a big problem right now. How do you develop the bishop on c8?
Was there anything wrong with knight d5?
Knight d5 was a great move. She was probably just reluctant to allow the isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah. I can't even bring myself to play the move f5.
No. Knight on e5 is
because I'm giving up the e5 square.
She wants to put something on c5, either bishop or the knight.
Okay. So I go long castle right now.
Of course. Rooks belong on open files.
Let's try bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Bishop
Can I go knight d4?
Absolutely.
Maybe start looking at that b5 square as well.
Hungrily.
Yeah, I want to play bishop d7, but I can't.
Yeah, right? Bishop takes b7. Just.
All right, let's.
This is a bad position.
I don't even know if I should castle, but king e7, the king doesn't feel so safe in the center.
No, it does not.
Now I'm starting to think about rook e1.
Yeah,
right?
Let's go rook e1, yes.
Yeah, rook e1.
I'm just going to make the most natural moves in the position.
I agree, rook e1's a very natural move. For me, I also find myself drawn to, because when I play the move b4, you've lost the knight on a6 is slowly, you know, its influence in the game is being diminished with each move.
Yes. No, the knight a6 is hard to explain.
Exactly. No, it's not going very well. we've reached that point where our show we like to show, statistically speaking, where do we stand?
Well, pre-tournament, Ruyang Yang was the favorite, but not too far behind was Rose Atwell and Zoe Teng.
Okay, after round one?
After round one, not much change except Zoe dropped a little bit. She had a slow start, so it was still Ruyang and Atwell leading. And then after round
Rose
two,
jumped because she was on a tear.
She was in clear first, so
Exactly.
jumped over 42%, Ruyang at 19%, Zoe still below 7%, which was surprising,
Right.
and Megan at 8%. But after round 3, you can see Ruyang and Atwell 32%, Megan Paragua at 17% now. It was after her second win. After round 4, another big change. That's
Wow.
when Rose lost her game and Ruyang, wow, almost 60%. Megan at only 13.
But whoops, I was about to say, but the moment Zoe won that round 5 match, I feel cheated.
We saved best for the last.
All right, we may have to come back to we may have to revisit that chart after the Okay,
I
here
think
we go.
we're ready.
Okay, but then when Zoe won against Ruyang Yan,
And Megan won
Wow.
her game as well. Megan now is favorite at 42.8%, Ruyang still at 24.4%, and Zoe at 22%.
okay.
But today could change things up completely.
Absolutely. And for the moment, again, we really think that Ruyang is coming out of
castled
this
Wang.
opening really with a very, very nice position indeed. And she did just make the move castles. And again, bringing White is almost completely developed, and conversely, it's going to be so hard for Megan to get her queen side into play. Like,
You know, it's
how do you do it?
It's shocking that Ruyang started with the opening that I would call not ambitious
Right,
with White at all.
exactly.
And then she ended up getting such a huge advantage right away.
Like bang,
Yeah.
exactly.
It only took that one move, knight a6.
And that
Yeah.
was really, really bad. Sorry, I'm going to stay with the girls for a moment. I'm checking in on Zoe versus Laura. Zoe Tang with the white pieces. For Lori, she's having a bad tournament, and Zoe got a very nice position, 2 bishops out of this opening. Christian, I'm going to throw it over to you and ask you, you got.
Well, I was looking at the same thing, just
Right.
because I have to say Zoe. Joey
Joey, you could
Zoe has such a great opportunity right now because Lori is really struggling in this.
True.
Game. She hasn't scored a single half a point in this one. And right now she just took on c3 after a3, willingly giving the dark square bishop and the bishop pair. Not good. This is not a good decision by her.
Yeah.
What she should have done was bishop to e7.
Right.
Start looking at ideas of breaking this pin with the move knight to e4, knight h5 as well, trying to exchange the dark square bishop. This is one of the key metric in this position. What she did was bishop takes c3, but now after knight takes c3, I have everything that I wanted out of the opening. You're probably going to go something like c6.
She did.
Oh, she did play c6, yes. Now I'm just simply going to castle. I have the 2 bishops. I have the potential of just defending the pawn on e3, going f3, e4. Once I break open in the center and I start using my 2 bishops, your position is just simply going to explode because you don't have a counterpart on the dark squares for my bishop on h4.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a decisive advantage by any
No.
stretch of the imagination, but it's going to be such an unpleasant middle game, this one for black, for
Right.
Lori. So right now, Zoe in pole position, and she played castle. I mean, this is simple. That's the problem also about this position. It's a simple position in which
Easy to
Zoe
play.
is just enjoying herself, and Lori is not.
Where do these 2 players stand in our standings?
Well,
Easy for me to say, yeah?
Coming into today's round, Zoe Tang is sharing second place with Yang, and Lori, as Christian mentioned, hasn't scored any points yet. It's her first time here.
Exactly, wild card.
Wild card, yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. Welcome to the big leagues, Lori. But you know, it's like in the furnace. You know, the steel is forged. You know,
yeah,
this is how champions are made. They're not
great
born.
Experience to play in an event like this. Even if you lose every game, it teaches you so much.
Exactly. We're going to go over to the game between Rochelle Wu and Iris Mo. Is this the Karo Khan where you played the early knight f6
that would
and
be my
EF?
guess.
Looks like
Yes.
David a brunch.
You know
team.
your structures.
Yeah, I know my structures. I want to give a shout out to Arena Crush on this one, our 8-time U.S. Women's Champion. She likes playing the structure, and especially the move H7, H5. And you might think to yourself, what a weird, strange move that is. Okay,
You would think simply H6, right?
H6 and or G6, right? If you played, the problem with G6 is it gives a hook. And now H5 to stop White's H5, she's sacrificing on G6. So you play the move H5, and if White had the idea of bishop to D2, castles, F3, G4, the pawn on H5 is a little bit of an impediment.
But from what I've seen, pawn goes even farther forward, yeah, H4 and so on.
And here we go. So let's catch up with the players. And
I've tried this with black a couple of times and never got a good position.
And I think one of the answers I would give to that is it's not so easy to play when you don't have a break. Like if I'm in White shoes, I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to play C5 and D5. And I kind of know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go C5, bishop C4.
Right.
You know, I have this pawn break.
Yes, and black is just playing a waiting game.
Exactly.
Which I didn't enjoy.
All right, let's catch up with the players. I believe we've just here. And this last move, knight E6, I think, is designed to meet the move queen H6. So you can go checkmate brilliantly with bishop F8. Just kick the bishop.
Yes. Improving the bishop.
Yeah, kick the queen back. So making room for the bishop, I think, is I'll eventually get there, is what I want to say. And one other extremely important detail here, too, is D5.
Is it playable?
CD.
Queen is a little bit uncomfortable in front of the rook. Oh, you want to play immediately queen 6.
Queen, and I'm looking
D4.
at D4.
Knight takes, and then maybe bishop F8 immediately. However, knight E6.
Yes, that
calculated.
was what I was calculating. Knight E6, bishop takes, and I think at the end of this whole line, the story is we just traded. White might.
Maybe bishop F6 will win a pawn.
Oh.
It's something.
Yes. Wait a minute. Oh. Well, knight E6. What are we doing? D5.
I'm pretty sure I have to take that.
I think so too. Queen H6. I'm threatening mate in 1.
D4 only move.
I got your attention, didn't it? Blocking the bishop. Knight takes D4. I'm threatening some kinds of mates. Oops. Sorry.
It seems like bishop F8 is required, so it's all forcing.
Indeed.
Maybe here, yeah, you have to take the queen because mate is coming in 1. Knight D8.
Whatever, rook.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Bishop F6.
Jump in on this one, Christian. We're looking at the game between Rochelle Wu and Iris Mo, and in a position that looks kind of like a normal middle game, we think Rochelle has a forced sequence to win a pawn, starting with D5.
It doesn't seem to be the case. D5, I go knight to C5.
Whoa.
I know. I'm allowing you to go queen. I assume this
yeah,
is
that was
right?
what I was wondering.
You want to go bishop, queen to H6, but now I go bishop to E5.
Bishop to E5.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you have much more. in terms of an attack on the king's side once the bishop is eliminated from c3. So bishop e5 is a crucial defense.
But can we check after d5 if c takes d is playable?
Sure.
d5
C takes d.
Queen h6.
Queen h6, yes.
d4. Yeah, we're looking at all this. Bishop f8. Does
Bishop
white win the
f8.
pawn at the end with bishop f6? Oh, we did not see that.
That's a nice little check right there. I take on e6.
It's
King
the
h7.
same position. Get out of
Yes.
here. You didn't scare anybody.
But it's prettier.
It is prettier. Yes.
Yeah, that's how we win the pawn on h4.
Yes.
So there would be a bishop on h6.
You're not actually
instead of a
winning.
bishop on-
It seems like bishop to a4 seems to be a good move in this position.
Sacrifice and
What?
exchange.
It's a bit of a weird move. Just for counterplay, saying that with the two bishops, I control every single entry squares on the e file, so that if you do decide to go bishop to b1 or bishop to e2, then I can go rook to d2. And with the activity, as well as with the control over all the squares on the e file,
Really?
seems like I have enough compensation.
I wouldn't have guessed that. I really
Not
wouldn't.
easy to understand
No,
this, of
no.
course. And I don't expect them to go anywhere close to this variation. This is what we have right now. d5 is not winning a pawn.
Okay.
It's not winning a pawn because of that knight to c5. And even if you do take on d5, I might have this bishop a4 to sacrifice the exchange and still have a playable position.
Okay, good enough. Thank you, Christian. And where would you like to guide us, Nazi?
Should we check how Mishra is doing? If there's any updates in
Absolutely.
his game against Andy Woodward.
Again, for those of you joining us late, we're seeing a clash between first place, Andy Woodward, and the tournament's highest seed, Mishra. And Mishra came to this one playing the white side of a Najdorf with bishop g5
Queen
and queen
f3.
f3. And let's see how the players, after queen f3,
I think Andy
we did
has-
see knight d7.
Andy has been spending a lot of time. He spent 25 minutes already on the first 10 moves. And we're not counting for 7 moves, right? It's just
Right.
Najdorf. So in the last 3 moves, 25 minutes spent.
And, well, a crucial moment, but let me ask the question.
Can you
Yeah,
castle?
Can I
Bishop.
castle? So my intention, maybe it's wrong-headed, bishop h6 threatens mate in 1. Obviously, I don't want to play g6 and expose my rook to capture, but I did have the idea of knight h5, defending g7, as well as attacking the queen.
Yeah, maybe I don't go bishop h6 and just simply play f4.
Simply play f4.
Yes.
Okay. And according to my Sicilian guide is Gary Kasparov. Gary Kasparov played in these positions rook to e8. And
Maybe just rook e1. I want to play e5 next.
exactly, rook e1 with the idea of e5 next. Okay. So first
I
of
feel
all,
like black is slightly behind. Like b5, bishop b7 should be on the board, or some kind
yes,
of, right?
there should be more play
Yeah.
over there. So in a sense, I'm asking myself, how big a threat is the move e5? Because I can capture and play knight to
Not
h5.
worried about that h7 square?
Yes,
Queen
I worry
h4.
about everything. I'm wondering, but more importantly, I'm wondering what my ideal setup is. Okay, it's not pretty. Knight b6. I'm stepping in front of the b pawn, which is something I would really prefer not to do. And my intention, whether it's good or
95.
bad, is that I was trying to secure the d5 square.
Looks so risky.
I know you've got knight e4 ideas. You've got a lot of.
I can't even.
I think you've.
This can't be good for black.
I think you've got a free attack. I
Yeah.
don't like it. So rook ae1.
Yeah, maybe short castle is just not the most accurate move. Maybe black should just play b5. Start with it.
Okay, but can I do one of those sacrifices that
Already?
Christian was talking about? Takes. That's pawn number 2. I'm assuming queen b8. You can
Okay.
later decide whether b6 or And should I?
Take with the pawn, sure. Well, maybe with the knight.
Okay. That I'm assuming I'm grabbing pawn number 3.
But you don't have the bishop here as a compensation. Like in the line that Cristian was showing us in a different game.
Exactly.
Right, because here I don't see how
bishop e3 and a bishop on e2.
Pawns can be enough, and those pawns are not going to be pushed anytime soon.
Yeah, it's weird. Gauging that sacrifice of a knight for 3 pawns.
Yeah.
When is it good? When is it
completely losing?
completely losing? Suboptimal. Let's take a look at Andy as road ahead.
Well, today he's playing the top seed Abhi Mishra. Tomorrow he's facing another strong Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway. And in round 8 he's playing Evan Park, who we saw in the first round he played against Mishra very well, and it was a draw.
Yeah, well prepared. But I do see Andy's road ahead as being, this is it. This is the huge test. If he can get past this challenge, he'll be in really good position to become the champion, but it's not going to be easy. Cristian, jump in on this.
There are some very fun variations in this one, and it does seem like b5 is by far the best move in this one. Anything else, you're allowing white to get somewhat of an advantage. b5, you need to be fast.
Okay.
But the idea is that after rook to e1,
bishop b7.
Not bishop to b7.
Not.
No.
Sorry.
Now I will go h6. Now I will go h6.
Explain yourself, young lady.
And now the fun variations start, because I can take on f6.
Right.
You probably have to take with the bishop. Makes a lot of sense, right? You don't want to allow any sort of queen g7 ideas. No. And now I can go knight f5.
Knight f5.
Now it's starting, yes. The fun ideas start in the position. Bishop takes c3. This is just a draw, apparently.
Well, king e7.
King
right?
e7, yes. King e7, knight f5 back, and the best move is king to d8, right? Otherwise, you lose the queen.
Yeah.
You lose the queen, and after knight to d6, king to e7 seems to be the best move. Repetition, draw.
Okay.
But I can keep the game going with b takes c3, right? And then we get this position. Queen takes g7, rook to f8. Everything seems to be forced in this one. Take on f5, king to d8. Who knows what the assessment, the engine is saying zeros, but who knows what a strong engine gives in this position. And again, if you don't actually know all of these moves, if you don't have the insight of the engine,
I'd be terrified.
How do you approach this position, right? When you see your opponent sacrificing piece after piece and your king looks so weak,
on d8.
It's dangerous and it's scary. Very, very scary. Bishop to e4, rook to b8, best move in the position. And in fact, it's not one of those situations that get cleared up very quickly. It's just a long-lasting compensation for the piece. Because of your weak king, because of my beautiful queen on g7, at some point, I might just take the h-pawn and start running my h-pawn down the board. So there's a lot of ideas in the position.
Seems easier to play with white.
It does. It does. Especially, again, imagine Abhi, because he hasn't spent a lot of time thinking. Imagine him actually analyze this position at home, and he knows exactly where to put his pieces. This is going to be a grueling effort for Andy.
The current position, if you don't mind me asking, Cristian, h6. Just, and if you take on f6, I'll take with the bishop.
Now I go bishop e3. So you have to go b5 first, get my rook to e1. Okay. And now after h6, bishop to e3 is just a better version for black because you have an extra tempo and the bishop is in front of the rook. So the rook on h1 is probably just simply better right now on h1 than on e1. Yes.
The tempo.
So let's say you go b5, right?
Okay.
Well, now I can take. Take.
Pawn?
Pawn, yes, but it's not over.
Pawn, good.
Pawn, yes, but it's not over because now we get all sorts of crazy situations.
Compensation?
It seems to be a lot of compensation.
Gary Kasparov would say, okay, let's play.
Not easy.
Let's play.
Yeah, but again, if you don't know this, are you willing to just like
you have
give
feelings?
Are you willing to give 2 pawns like this without any clear compensation?
No.
Probably not.
No. Pie charts for the junior. Thank you, Cristian.
It's
statistically. Yeah, exactly. Statistically, pre-tournament. Here we go.
Right. Mishra was a huge favorite, no surprise there. He's the highest rated at 31%, and Andy in second place. They're facing each other today.
Yeah, great matchup.
Let's see after round 1.
Now we know Andy went on a 3-0 tear, so we can only imagine that Andy's percentage kept going, rising and rising, right?
Yeah, he had a perfect score for 3 rounds, so no surprise he was leading. Mishra maintained his place in second, and we see Kirk Ghazarian in third, because he also won some games. Now let's see after round 3. I think that's when Andy's chances were over 60%.
Yeah, right. He kind of hit a zenith, if you will.
And
Okay.
Mishra in second with 18.
But then he got nicked, Andy did, for 2 draws, while Mishra,
Mishra won a game, so
Yeah.
47 and 26 for Andy and Mishra. And
after round 4, and here comes
round 5.
updated.
Well, Andy's still a huge favorite. That's a bit surprising.
Yeah, you would think that Mishra
After-
with white
Yeah.
comes round 6. I mean, I know this is based on 15,000 tournament simulations, but I would have expected Mishra to jump a little bit more. Andy, clock times, because we know he is rather slow coming out of
Right,
the
Mishra
opening.
has only spent 5 minutes so far, and meanwhile, Andy's down to 56 minutes.
Okay.
And really, he's only made 3 moves that he didn't know. That wasn't prep,
Right,
right?
everything was prep right up
Up until
until this
then.
moment. Absolutely. And the
But
move
honestly,
Queen G3.
I think it's he's spending time at the right moment, because if he messes up here, he won't get a chance again to fight back.
Right.
Like we saw, castle is bad, h6 is bad. He has to play b5. So
Well, it's easy
he's
to...
about to make a move. I think he's headed towards the king side. I'm trying to
Hard to
predict where
tell.
his hand is
Yeah.
going. I think he's going for h6. Yes. Is he actually going to sacrifice those 2 pawns? Maybe that's what he's been calculating.
Possibly. I would say that that's a very, very big challenge. Truthfully, I do like h6. Bishop drops back to e3, just as Christian was saying. These pawn sacrifices are very, very well known. And again, if you study the games of Garry Kasparov, he was making mincemeat out of a lot of people who would grab those pawns. Also, look at some of the games of Lev Polygaevsky. There was one game in particular that was played here in St. Louis, and it certainly wasn't this position, but it was Garry Kasparov versus Lanier Dominguez. And we had a situation like this. Again, I'm just kind of trying to make the contours. And the idea was that Lanier as white did not want to
Take the pawn.
learn, get a lesson in what could go wrong if you take the pawn. But if you don't take the pawn, there was the second lesson, you don't get to play f4. And when you don't play f4, Gary's knight landed on the e5 square.
Beautiful
and it was really
outpost.
beautiful. And it was very, very nice. Gary went like knight e5, bishop d7, and literally his pieces took over the game. Again, that was a game.
So you're supposed to know if you can take on g5 at the right time, right? Because
Right.
if you don't, then without f4, why it's not better at all?
Exactly. But the move, so first of all, it's a challenge for white. The challenge for white on the first hand is, do you want to play queen takes g7?
Yeah.
You know, like you're going to go down a rabbit hole that is very, very deep. Secondly,
But your point is that if we don't take, then where's the advantage?
What were you
Yeah.
what were you doing from the opening when you went queen f3, queen g3? I mean, it's sort of like you played the move queen g3 in order to threaten to capture the pawn. Then
And now when it's hanging,
back off.
yeah.
It's like, no. We'll keep an eye on this one because again, they are still in theory. I wanted to jump back to the game between Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Goldin because, like in every one of our national championships, the fight for first and second is between the players who are in first and second. Let's pick up the action in Vladimir's game. Remember bishop e6 was played and Vladimir just played
Knight
the move
c3.
knight c3, and we're going to catch up with
He
the
got
players.
the full control of the deep. Well, as I said that, I realized after knight b8, Black wants to play c6 at the right moment.
Exactly. Who was it? One of the ladies.
Yeah, it was actually Rachel Lee, actually.
Knight
She went knight
d7 to b8. It was a very difficult move.
Yeah, it was against Zoe Tang.
Yeah, and here I think Alexander Goldin made a difficult decision, but the right one. The knight on c6 is actually misplaced, and it wants a better circuit. And just as you were saying, you also Black also wants to fight to contest the d5 square. How does he do that? He played knight back in order to be able to play c6 as well as knight to d7, bringing his knight onto a better square. Okay, Vladimir says,
Provoking g6.
I want a better square for my pieces as well. Bishop h6, knight e2. Right. Now that the knight isn't jumping,
And
he wants
c6 was played. So
c6.
where is this knight heading now? d5's out of the question.
I'm assuming it's e3.
Should White try? No, I want to try b4, b5, but I don't want to give up the c5's outpost for the knight.
Right. As Bobby Fischer said, to get squares, you got to give them.
Yes.
So you,
Honestly, I'm starting to like Black a little bit. And also watching the clocks, Vladimir has spent a lot of time. He's down to 1 hour.
okay. I like White. I like the space. I'm not adverse. Let me just put my queen out of harm's way. Queen f3. So the idea, of course, is I want to include my rook into the game. Maybe this knight, it's undecided where it's going. Even if it lands on e3, is it really that good on g4? I don't know. But intentions are clear. I just want to put a little pressure.
Yeah, I guess I'll play queen c7 and rook d8.
Right.
I'm playing like the modern defense.
Yeah,
D8.
exactly. I feel it's balanced, and I think you have rights to make some claims on the d4 square. How did Vladimir get first place in this tournament?
Let's have a look. He had a bit of a slow start. Well, he won the first game, but it was the loss in the third round that stopped him. Wait,
no, he didn't lose. I don't think this is his line score. I thought he was undefeated.
Yes.
I thought he was undefeated, and yeah, I thought he started
with the
slowly.
draws. He started slowly, right?
And then he got somehow 2 wins.
Yeah, I really started to question myself there.
Well, exactly.
My memories.
He's in first place. What's statistically speaking, how is he supposed to be doing at the moment?
He was the favorite coming into this event.
Yes, defending
No surprise
champion
there.
as well.
Defending champion, highest rated player, and Larry Christiansen in second. Let's see. But yeah, because of his slow start and couple of draws, he wasn't in the first anymore. Larry Christiansen favorite at 26%.
After round 1.
To round 1.
After round 2. Again, another draw.
Then, right. Kaidanov now jumped into second place at 22%. And then he won his first game and immediately got the 40%
Wow.
of the pie.
Of the pie. He's getting more of the pie. He's taking the
62.
lion's share because then he had the back-to-back wins, which brought him to 3 out of 4.
And
Right,
Larry
then he had-
Christiansen's at 16. Yeah. And then he
Then
had a
he
draw,
had-
quick draw in round 5.
Right, the 2 free days as you described it.
Yes. But he should still be a huge favorite, around 60%, I believe.
Well, let's get round 5. I got cheated again. I mean, wait a minute, what's going on? You know, I was holding my breath in anticipation.
You know, he doesn't look too happy with his position right now.
You know, and guess what? We did find round 5, and he gained a few
66%, yeah.
percentages more. You know, these guys, these top 100 players, you know, for 27 years, I've never seen people suffering with better positions. It's like they're never completely satisfied. Yes, I know I'm a rook up, and yes, I know I have the attack, but you know, the fact that I gave up the A3 pawn really is disturbing. Get out of here. Christian, what do you have for us?
By the way, that position does feel like a position that he would be quite comfortable. Akopian. would be quite comfortable in. So I think he's enjoying it right now. I'm still
Although
mesmerized.
you wouldn't say he's
Right.
in heaven.
You cannot see it on his face,
No.
but I do believe that he's enjoying it.
Okay.
This one between Abhimanyu and Andy is truly fascinating because I was going through the variations. H6, first of all, he didn't play B5.
Right.
H6, bishop to D2, and now, for whatever reason, white is better.
Okay.
With B5 followed by H6, wait for the rook to go to E1, black was perfectly fine. But this one right now is better for white. But after
Nobody
B5,
could you explain bishop D2?
Instead of bishop e3?
well, I guess you, first of all, you want to get out of these all ideas of knight to G4.
okay.
Remember when you take
Yeah,
on G7
queen
and H6,
G7.
sometimes knight G4, knight takes E3 comes into
Okay.
position. So you're
Okay.
a little bit out of the way.
Fair.
Also, maybe once you land the rook on E1 and decide to go crazy and sacrifice a knight on F5, the E file is going to be directly open, right? So there are some instances in which the bishop on D2 is just simply going to be better.
So just to interpret what you just said,
Yes.
putting the bishop on D2 allows crazy.
With rook to E1, sometimes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And after B5, you
Can we
don't
take the
take
pawn?
first. No, you don't take first. And I will show you the difference in just a second. B4, knight to E2, knight to G4, once again seems even better than the previous iteration that we've seen. Right now,
Absolutely.
black has the advantage, right? You have some problems in the position. Queen F4, E5.
Oops.
Queen F4, E5. You lose the piece.
It's your magnetic personality.
I'm trying to go Queen F4,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to go E5.
Right.
But yes, basically you lose. You don't have the H4 square to defend on F2. So right now you have to sacrifice. This one is fine for black. Now keep that in mind. If you start with king to B1, this is the best move in the position. Get the king out of this diagonal. You wait for the bishop to go to the natural square B7. Now you can take. And now it's actually much better. Because after knight to G4, you have the extra
Wait, don't
move
we
knight
include
takes
b4
E6.
just in case?
You can if you want to. Yes.
Yeah.
Just
so-
to make it exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? And now knight takes E6.
Now this is good.
Yes. With a king on B1 and the bishop on B7, for whatever reason, this is a much
Well,
better.
because
With a
it-
bishop on C8, you have.
Yes, yeah. Queen takes E6.
So
It would
knight to
be-
F6.
Yeah.
Imagine a bishop on C8,
Right.
attacks the queen on E6 at the same, actually traps the queen. Well, more or less
Yeah,
traps
right.
it. It's just a much better version with a bishop on C8.
Agreed.
But all of these details, we understand them because we have the engine.
Right.
But
These guys
imagine
have to
being in
figure
their
it out.
shoes, right?
Yeah.
And trying to figure all of these things out, you will make mistakes. It's just simply unavoidable.
We do have knight E5 on the board. Christian, talk to the pros and cons of that move.
Yeah, knight to E5 already seems to be quite bad for black. I will get the king out of this.
Again, queen
C file.
G7 is verboten.
No, I don't want to take on G7. And in fact, this is just bad.
Oof. Knight g6.
After knight G6.
Oh, it looks like a poison pawn in reverse.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Usually the queen on B2 is getting trapped.
Knight H5 is a big problem.
And
Yes.
rook H7 too.
Rook
Yeah.
H7 as well.
Knight H5.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you can't take on G7, got that part.
So you probably do the very typical move in this type of attacks.
Agreed.
King to B1, shielding the king towards the corner. And then also you're getting ready to meet knight takes D3, probably with C takes D3, and then the rook comes to C1.
Gotcha.
A lot of pressure on the queen on C7.
And in this particular position after king B1, without B5, if you don't mind, just for a moment, because I've got the wrong position but the right concept. Gary played G5 against Lanier
Ooh,
Dominguez.
G5, okay.
And then Lanier played H4
Yes.
and rook G8. And Lanier did not take, he didn't take twice on G5,
I can take twice, yeah.
but he can in this
Yeah,
position.
Yeah, you can in this position. And in fact, it's just really bad for black. It's winning. There's no compensation.
No compensation.
No compensation, no. So
Dang.
it seems like king to B1, and the plan is very simple.
No
At some
G5.
point, I have to go F4.
Right. So bishop D7, F4, B5,
B5, F4, pretty much anything F4.
Right.
And at that point, let's say bishop D7, I go F4. Now you have options. You can go knight to C4 and knight takes D3. If you do take on D3 after C takes D3, my center and my pawn structure is more or less intact and pretty much protected. Rook to C1 is coming. Where do you put the queen?
Right.
If you go to A5, I hit it with
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
B3,
yeah.
right?
Right.
maybe even knight d5.
You know, it's funny. In my day, they would say that this is almost an ideal position for black.
For black.
You put your pawn on b5, your queen on b7, but you start with castles.
Sure.
Short castle, short.
Short castle.
Short castle.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you play rook c1.
I don't know. My queen is ready. My queen is ready to attack you.
King h7.
King h7, king h8. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let's say rook to c1. Yeah.
And then I have to put my queen. It's
Where
funny.
do you put the
I want my queen on the b7 square. So I guess I have to go to b8 just to get out of the tempo. But this was a Sicilian position that in my day they said this was no, just playable. It's more or less a kind of an ideal. It's sort of like they would play the Scheveningen Sicilians with bishop on e2.
But sometimes is when the king is castled on this side. Right now, I feel I have too much of an attack on the king side. g4 is a thing. Taking on e6, I have a lot of pressure there as well. Bishop takes h6 is in play also. So there's just too many threats in the position. It seems like this gives white the advantage.
And before we switch, actually, you want to see queen on b7, right?
Yeah.
Christian, can you please pull up Kaidanov's game?
Ooh,
Because they have that position with queen on b7.
I can definitely do that.
You see, I'm with my seniors now. I feel like we're at home, you know, like we both studied the same literature, you know, like we respect one another's understanding.
It's really bad. The engine is laughing at you. The engine is laughing at you.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Yeah, the queen is on b7. You do get your attack, right, with a5, b4. I think this is what you want, right?
Right.
But after a5, okay,
I guess
rook h1 is...
Black is worse because the f8 bishop cannot develop. That's the problem.
To my eyes, this is not very clear. Like, I understand. The engine is saying, great, almost a 1-point advantage. To my eyes, this is not very clear. I sort of understand why. And it's because the bishop is pretty much set in stone on f8. You cannot go on e7 because you lose on g7. You don't want to go e5 because that gives me the d5.
And if I go d5?
You can go d5, but then I take.
And bishop takes?
And this gets even worse. Knight to c3.
Because I was trying to play b4 and release my bishop.
Just no time.
The knight on a2 magically
jumps
Very
quickly.
And so after bishop takes g7.
Ooh. All sorts of tricks. I'm wondering even a4 just to try to stop you like this. Obviously it works because you take and I take on g7. But even if I don't take on g7 and I play it slowly, rook h2 e1, it also seems to be quite good for white. Okay. You're slow. The king is very, very weak right now. And I will break it open somehow.
Marvelous. Thank you, Christian. By the way, I wanted to take a look at Mishra's line score because, again, Mishra's coming into this event as the #1 seed. It's his ticket to the U.S. Championships. He made it very, very clear it's gold or bust for him.
Do you see the pattern for him? Draw, win, draw, win.
Draw, pause.
And today looks
to
like
keep
a win.
the pattern. But it is a win that he absolutely needs to leapfrog past Andy, who's sitting at first place with 4-0. So Mishra's coming into this game knowing that a draw just is not good enough. No. Now, after the move knight e5, we've been looking at king b1. Is that your first move as well?
I honestly considered bishop e2. Maybe keep the bishops, but I understand now after Christian showed us that if you take on d3, and I take with the pawn, I get the rook c1 open file. That wasn't bad, yes.
Right, so something like this, this. Funnily enough, let me try this silly move, b5. You can decide whether or not the g7 pawn is delectable or not. Is it delectable?
I think it should be.
I think so too, right? Again, white has invested so much energy in capturing this pawn.
Yeah.
So let's say here, right? And then the difference is without the pair of knights, I can go here.
Yeah, and I get to keep my 2 pawns.
I think so. I think we've reached that stage in our broadcast where it's time to check in with Q Boutique. Shall we? Okay, our friends at Q Boutique usually have something good for us. Let's check in with them. Well, here it is. Stay hydrated and support the World Chess of Fun World Chess Hall of Fame, with these double insulated aluminum water bottles, which will keep your drink cold for hours. It is available at QBoutiqueSTL.com. Come in person for all your chess shopping needs.
Well, as we go to break, Yasser, you had the opportunity to sit down with the seniors and ask what this tournament means to them. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
I did? When did I? So you're a senior. What does that mean for you? What do you represent the seniors?
Just the number.
This is the number.
Just the number.
I wish I wouldn't.
So what can you do?
Right. But the way the things are, I just try to prove that we still can play chess.
Right.
I always prepare for this tournament very hard. Maybe it doesn't matter much. But because every chess player knows, sometimes you prepare for the tournament really, really hard and you do very poorly, and sometimes you play unprepared and unexpectedly you do well. So it's just the way it goes. But without this tournament, I'm not sure I would be a chess player anymore.
Right.
You see, I probably would just be coaching. But because I have this opportunity to play this wonderful, wonderful tournament, I try to stay active and I study chess as I used to.
Right.
And so that's really, really important tournament for
The
me.
competitive flame is still there.
I feel great to be here. I'm actually, I have this little program walking around Cambridge. By the way, I often parade around with a U.S. senior. Everybody was
cap.
wearing. Yeah, it's a cap, basically.
And
But
it says
it's
senior
very
champion.
comfortable. It's perfect for walking. I often walk around Cambridge, and they notice, U.S. senior chess, and I
Get stopped.
yeah.
For me, it's like all the same. Yeah, just I know that before I had to work a lot. I played all these kind of competitions. Now it's much more difficult, and so I just try to. I'm playing like this old baggage. I believe all these. We are seniors. Yeah, we are playing like this because it's extremely difficult now. For example, I follow some games, I follow some tournaments, but it's incredibly difficult for me. For example, for me to work on openings. Yeah, to sit and work, and I already feel that I had very good memory before. But now sometimes I feel that the next day, even already I have difficulties remembering actually what was going on. So this is like, I believe this is, of course it's like you get older and this is normal, of course, but this is how it is. Yeah, I believe we all have same problems with our seniors. Yeah? We are not young anymore.
I've lost to so many of my former students that it's not funny. It is no longer funny.
Maybe you're proud.
Proud, very proud.
That they could
Blunder
beat you.
that queen in one move again. Yep.
Exactly.
Well, I think you can be good at chess at any age. All you have to do is think of Korchnoi.
Right.
And Korchnoi beat me soundly when he was pretty old, so I'll just try to follow in his footsteps. I'm the oldest player in this thing, so.
It means that you are very experienced player.
I still try to do the same things I did before in terms of not just playing, but working on my chess. I try to constantly improve. I try to figure out where, like let's say there's a tournament I didn't do so well in, or there were some particular parts of the game.
Right.
Let's say end games or something else where I had some problems. I start kind of do training kind of specifically in that area. And I have my ways of doing that. So I don't think I've changed much in my approach, but as far as playing, I do feel my age sometimes. Memory is not as good. Sometimes you forget your own theory. Memory.
That's awful.
Sometimes calculation of variations is more difficult at our age.
Right.
But I don't think the difference is that big. Like I think the mistakes I'm making now, even with memory, I've made them before when I was younger also.
Absolutely. I just came back from my first open tournament in 3 years. I played in Turkey. And of course, when I'm playing anyone, younger than 30 years old, they're looking at me as just a piece of meat. And I understand. I've been exactly the same when I was their age. And it's like, but what can you do?
Well, I'm not just a senior, Yasser. I'm nearly an upper senior, because there's another age group that comes up at 65, and I'm not far away from that now. I'm closer to that than I am to 50. So it's like now I'm seeing these whippersnappers come up, and I think like, what, that guy's a senior? That's like, what, I have to compete against these children? That doesn't seem fair. So it's I've been a senior a long time, so it's almost hard to imagine being anything else now.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinkfield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
The St. Louis Chess Club's WGM All-Girls Summer Camp is August 4th through 8th at Live for Life Academy. Taught by women grandmasters Sabina Foiser and Katerina Nemkova, this camp is the perfect opportunity for girls wanting to learn more about strategy, tactics, and in-game techniques to explore the game in a friendly and welcoming environment. To learn more about this fun and educational experience, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 6 today, and let's take a look so far at the standings. Coming into this round, we'll start with the junior girls. We have a sole leader, Megan Paragua, who's playing Ruyang Yang, who is now sharing second with Zoe Tang.
You're about to see a familiar script because in the juniors,
yes, very similar thing. We have Andy Woodward, who's leading the event, and playing Abhi Mishra, who is in second place, also sharing it with another person, Kirk Ghazarian.
You're spotting a trend? Well, let's keep the trend going.
Let's keep it going. We have Akopian, returning champion, leading this event, and he's playing Alexander Goldin, who's sharing second.
Well stated. Nicely done, Nazi. And it's taken him a while, but Mishra did play the best move in the position. Probably spent about 20 minutes playing the move King C1, B1 as you get a look at the tournament hall, and there you see the very concerned, focused face.
I think he's just
Mishra.
always serious.
Yeah, always,
Very
right?
serious, yes.
Like,
'Cause I remember watching him play when he was 12 and he still had that serious face going on.
Exactly. King C1 to B1. Why is this move best? So the idea in the position is that after a future knight e5 takes d3, because it's provoked or not, white is planning to recapture with the pawn. Then his king is off the c file. Then
It's a beautiful file for the rook to occupy.
Exactly. And the rook will come over. That's point number one. Point number two is the very desirable captures of the pawn on g7. In this moment, does not work.
Yeah, if we take the move back, it's because of the black's last move, knight e5. They prepared knight g6.
It's like a fly trap, right? You know, you go queen takes g6 and then suddenly bang.
Yeah, what's that plant that does that?
Yeah, the Venus fly trap. Snapshot, knight comes to g6 and check it out. Rook h7 and or knight h5 will trap the white queen on the king side. So
don't be too greedy. Let's play king b1 first.
Exactly.
Wait for the knight to be traded, then you are threatening to take on g7.
Exactly. And we had been looking at the move b5, f4, knight takes, pawn takes, and we were kind of getting to a position like this, where remember I was trying to put my queen on b7. So once again, if we just put some pieces on the board, and it's funny if you compare it to the game of Igor Novikov, the idea, my training, black was supposed to be okay. Like this is kind of a Sicilian where, you know, you put your bishop on d7, you say your king is relatively safe, and you have your counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, I think it's the engines who changed this evaluation. Because, yeah, I remember reading old books, and Kasparov used to play like this, and he was always considered completely fine for black, even good.
Yeah.
And now engine says, no, no, no.
Which is very confounding, makes me reassess a lot of the judgments I had out of a lot of openings. Like, for example, the Nimzo Indian, where I would fight for the two bishops. Now today the engine goes 0, 0, 0, 0.
You fought for it and you got triple zeros.
And it's like, what? That's what I lived for. Where would you like to guide?
Let's check with Kirk Ghazarian, who's also sharing second, coming into this round.
Let's give a little love to Kirk. Again, he's coming into this round undefeated. He's got a share of second place. And he says, you know, like, hey, just don't lose to Andy. And I'm in there with a shout. Let's see, let's go. We have seen that maneuver of the bishop coming to h3. And
I don't like the knight on a5. It's offside completely.
I think Oscar Pano, the World Chess Hall of Famer, is responsible for this, the Pano variation. An entire generation of Argentinians have been misled due to his idea of getting to play a6, b5. And Kirk says, I don't believe you. I'm just going to go...
We just have a Benoni structure with knight on a5.
Right.
It's terrible.
Right.
Simply put, yeah.
You know, the funny part is, I know it's terrible. You know it's terrible. I know it's terrible. But you still have to kill it. So bishop g5, knight d7, knight e5 is what I have. Bishop g4, pardon me. So you could play bishop g2 if you wanted.
And then h3, that's a possibility. I can also go queen c2.
Queen c2 if you like.
Just get the queen out of the pin.
Right.
Then bishop f4 and e5.
You got to choose one of them, and black's idea mostly involves playing a6, b5, knight to d7. And basically black is saying, yeah, I've given up a lot of space, but this bishop on h1 is nobody's, you're not scaring anybody with that bishop. Still a lot to play. I agree with you. I like the space that Kirk has. He still has to win the game, by the way. Ooh, look at this.
Let's check Kirk's line score, how he got here. We know he's undefeated after 5 rounds. Also, that's similar to Mishra. It's almost identical. Draw, win, draw, win.
It is
today he's due to win, due for another win.
Exactly, if the pattern holds. Sharvish has just kind of laid a challenge to his opponent. He's playing now what we would call a Czech Benoni. You mentioned that it has contours of a Benoni with the knight on a5. With the pawn on e5, these 3 pawns more or less describe a Czech Benoni. Black gives up a lot of space, but in return he asks some strategic questions as well. Are you super happy or not? Christian, what has caught your eye?
And by the way, that position is really bad for black.
Of course, according
really
to the engines.
Bad for black. Yes.
But the engine doesn't like Benonis.
But it's
it
never
doesn't
that
like
easy,
kings
right?
Right.
To break through. Yes, you take on e6, but then the knight comes back to c6.
There's some
ways in which
finagling.
black can get back into the game.
Right.
This one is quite interesting. Vladimir Akopian versus Goldin. And we had this position, bishop to f8 was Goldin's choice. And I would say quite a significant mistake, bishop to g5. What he had to do was take on f8. And at least after this trade, you have a clear way of attacking the pawn on d6, right? There's no more bishop on f8 defending that weakness in the position. Bishop to g5, the problem is you do give me the bishop in the end, but that's not the big issue. The big issue is that the bishop on f8 right now has a clear thing to do in the position, duty in the position, defending the pawn on d6, but also maybe I can start looking at ideas of h5, bishop to h6 at the right moment, start targeting your pieces. I'm seeing a clear plan for black. I will get the rook on d8, I will transfer this knight to e6 at the right moment, and then you will have a dilemma to meet. Do you allow my knight to go to d4?
Never.
Or do you go c3? And if you do go c3, then other squares open up for my knight. Imagine knight coming to e6, you play the move c3. Now I go knight c5 back and knight to d3. I have the light squares in the position that I can attack. So for white, on the other hand, I know exactly what I'm doing with black. What exactly am I doing with white?
My biggest problem in white's position is what do I do with those knights?
Exactly. What do I do with these knights? They're stepping on each other's hooves, right? I mean, they're fighting for the same positions. Hey, let me get to d5.
No,
Please,
I want to go to d5.
You're never getting to d5, right? With the pawn on c6. So if this pawn would be on c3, then I can see some ideas for the knight to land on c4 and put pressure on d6. But with this pawn on c3, with this pawn formation right now for white, again, I think Nazi hit the nail on its head. There's no squares for the knights. At least not in an aggressive fashion, in a fashion in which you're going to produce something for your position. h4, I'm expecting h5.
Yeah, I don't think you want to allow h5. And
h5 has to be played, right? Because now, again, I have this idea of bishop h6 at the right moment, but also, let's say you make a random move. Yeah. And then you have to go to...
but now you gave me a big square.
Look at this, how it goes up, right? Now I have this beautiful square on f5. And of course, if you just stay like this, you might be okay, but white has extra options, right?
Exactly.
Take on g6, king g2, followed by rook to h1, put pressure on the h file. So
no, h6, h5 is strategically required.
I think he's going to play it very quickly. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be spending too much time on this one. It's an easy decision, right? You know you're going to have much more difficult decisions later on in the game. Preserve some time on the clock. Play h5 fast.
Yeah.
I like black. I think Goldin got, a great position out of the opening against the reigning champion.
Exactly. If you don't mind, I know that Kirk, the chess engines love white side of the King's Indian or white side of the Benoni, but give me a number as far as
1.3. 1.3, and I think it was more if after e5 he would have taken on e6. Yes, this seems to have been the best move, and you're just losing a pawn.
I assume bishop.
And bishop to f4. You don't have the knight to jump to d4 or e5 to stop. I think you're just losing that pawn. Yeah. Yeah, the best is to just give it away and hope for some compensation. Not enough. Not enough.
Wow, that
surprising,
was a big miss.
right? Why didn't he take on a6?
Wow.
Now that I think about it, because you cannot really take with the pawn. I think knight g5 just, knight g5 just kills you.
F3.
F3, and you're losing something.
Yeah,
right? You can go h6, but I still take. This is looking great.
Great.
So, what was he? Rook takes e6, knight g5 again. Bishop to e6 is the only viable move.
Sorry, can we see rook e6 1 second? Maybe he wants to sacrifice an exchange. Bishop g4, f3, and h6, knight e6, bishop e6.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get anything.
Yeah, if
There's
I only
nothing.
had something on d4, it'd be one thing, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still taking your pawn on d6. I want more, you know? I want more in the position. It's a bit puzzling. Why didn't he take on e6 and just go for the pawn? I guess he didn't want to disrupt what he perceives as a very beautiful and easy position to play. You know what? I'm not taking your pawn. I'm leaving your knight on a6 to rot. On a5, excuse me, not a6.
Right.
So you still have a lot of moves to make until you can get it back to safety.
Right.
For example, something like b6, knight b7, knight d8, and then what? You're still far away from a good square.
The crazy part is I actually have a fondness. I've played the Czech Benoni a number of times, and most especially against the computers, when the computers were the weekdays, the pre-deep blue.
I'm a Benoni player myself as well.
Yeah, the computers played the Czech Benonis terrible, and I would just really spank them badly. But now I realize it's just a bad opening.
Gashimov used to be very successful with the Benoni.
Yes.
Because the computers were giving white a sizable advantage, but they weren't very precise.
Exactly.
And black usually was getting back in the game.
So, once again, standings in this one?
We know that coming into this round, Kirk was sharing second place, but his opponent is struggling in this event, only has 1 point out of 5. So Kirk has a good chance to extend his, well, not lead, but improve his position.
Improve his standing.
We need to quickly go to Ru Yang's game against Megan. Remember how good of a position White had?
No, I wanted to say this is actually pretty funny, if you don't mind. Yes. I apologize for our audience. Check out this whole struggle. Queen c8, and what did Kirk do? He wanted to preserve his light squared bishop. Like that was a big part of the strategies of the players, was this whole bishop trade. Then when the position became completely blockaded, White said, okay, please, let's trade it. And then, no, I don't want to. Now you have to explain that to the audience, why in one position, trading the bishops was an advantage for black. Now in this position, trading the bishops for black would be a disadvantage, because black is making the argument, rightfully, wrongfully, I don't know, that the light squared bishops means that this bishop is a passive, whereas he wants to play for the move b5.
Yeah, it's because the pawn structure changed.
Nailed it.
I summed it up with 2 words.
Exactly. The pawn structure changed indeed. Sorry, and you wanted to take this somewhere.
To Megan
yes.
and Ru Yang, because remember when we left it, Ru Yang had a fantastic position? Well, it's all gone now.
It's all gone? Wow.
It's completely equal.
Really? That was a knight on a6. We just thought this position was going to be so hard for Megan to play.
And everything was going well. It was just this one move. We could keep going. Like this move, knight e4. Why are you trading?
A passive piece, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Because now Megan immediately developed, castled, and what's the issue?
Let's see. Rook c5 check, really. Okay, so if I have any advantage at all, right, it has to be based on the idea that I would somehow be able to exploit the b7. Like right now, it's this bishop versus this bishop, and I have the edge.
Right, so if you let me, I'll play king c7, bishop c6.
Or bishop c6 immediately, and I don't have anything. So let me give you a check.
Right, king b8.
Now, could Ru Yang, in her mind at least, have the idea that her bishop.
Could simply play b6 also, and I don't think I'm weakening anything serious with that move.
Maybe, maybe not.
Bishop b7?
Yep.
Can't take, I'll take your rook. I think. I'm not sure.
Probably you will take the rook.
Yeah.
That's a pity because then I have to lose a tempo. If I have to, then I have absolutely nothing.
Equal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, completely equal. Wow, for Megan, this will be quite the relief because again, her opening had really boomeranged against her, and when we left it with the knight on a6, we thought Yang played castles.
Well.
Remember also I was saying that move b4, and again these bishops are so beautifully placed. So we got to this position. I'm surprised by the decision to play knight e5.
It just simplifies the position and helps black finish development.
Exactly. That was really helpful. And the challenges for Megan, what she's facing, her road ahead, Nazi.
Right, she's currently in first place, and today she's playing Yang, who is sharing second, and guess what? Tomorrow she's playing Zoe, who's also sharing second.
And Zoe and Yang are the two highest rated players in the field, so this is really the challenge for Megan.
Absolutely, if she survives this, then the rest should be easier. Still not easy.
Relatively, yes.
Yeah.
So knight e, gosh, one slip can really spoil everything.
Right, it's not like she made a blunder or anything, just wrong trade.
Right.
And black's position is completely fine.
Badly timed. By the way, we do have rook c5 check on the board. And
she played king b8.
Yeah.
And Yang just responded with f4.
f4. Okay. So I was just thinking that in case of b6, my rook is a little bit stranded, but maybe...
Right. Also, if currently... I was thinking maybe black would even start with f6 and not let your...
Yeah, be so kind as to let my rook... well, I'm still more or less...
Yes, you're good.
I'm bringing the rook, I think, back to the d3 square.
b6 was quickly played by Megan.
Right.
I think she's just so relieved compared to the position she had 5 moves ago. She's so happy.
No fancy footwork for Yu Yang. She wants to bring her rooks to the d file. I thought there might be. I always have these perspectives in mind that if I'm going to play a bishop ending with you, I want to make sure your pawns are on the same color as my bishop. So the desire that I would have would be to kind of provoke the move g7, g6. Ruyan just said, no, I want to double my rooks on the d file.
Bishop b5 just trades at least one pair of rooks.
And then it's super easy
takes,
for black.
And then maybe king c7.
100%.
I mean, this is
so easy. Now from black, well, actually from black's point of view, I start to get ambitious. It doesn't take a lot for me to get ambitious. I think I've got the business squares covered. I start to think, well, what about my majority? What if I go h6 and g5 and maybe f5? Can't I do a little pushing down?
They are racing through this endgame. They might make a quick draw. Or like you said, maybe Megan might play for a little bit more.
Yeah, again, it's very, very balanced, but what a save. I think Ruyan...
Huge save.
Yeah, we'll go back and say, where did I let it slip?
Not similar to the game of Rachel Lee and Megan from, I believe that was round 1 or round 2.
Right.
When Rachel Lee was absolutely crushing on the king side, allowed the entering into the endgame, which was equal more or less.
Yeah.
This was such a great endgame for white from the beginning.
Right.
And to allow it to turn around so quickly, that's not a good sign for Ru Yang. So right now, probably what you want is just like stop it in its tracks, make a draw.
Exactly. Christian, you have something for us.
Well, just an update.
Mishra
Andy did play the move g5.
He did?
Yes. So maybe he's remembering
some
Gary games as well.
Maybe he has those pictures in his mind as well.
The same idea as Gary versus Lanier. g5, h4, and I was going through the lines. Perhaps it's not that clear why this is so bad for black according to the engine. You take on h4 queen takes h4 seems to be
Queen
very
takes
important,
H4.
right? Which is a bit
Very
unusual.
difficult move to make.
Right, because
Like,
you would
the first
play
thing I'm
rook-
looking at is rook takes h4. Right?
In-
But then rook to g8 seems to be quite
Where does your
problematic,
queen
and then
go?
knight to g4. Yes. So
Isn't that interesting? F2 is hanging.
f2 and the rook on
Rook
h4
A.
are hanging. So then you understand, okay, maybe I have to take with the queen, but then you see all these discovery attacks. Maybe there's something.
Jumping?
There's nothing.
There's no jumping?
No, there's no jumping. You go to d5, obviously, I can take on d5.
To
this
begin
is
with.
this is key.
Yeah.
Because now I just move my queen away, your pawn structure is completely damaged, you're busted.
Okay.
So
Mishra just played something. Can we see what he played?
f3.
No, h4, yeah.
You can start with f3 as well. This is not bad. This is not bad. In fact, it seems like g5 just slowly is going to get picked at. Next move is going to be h4. What f3 does is that it says that after h4 you don't have the move g4.
Why not?
That's a good question.
I guess in f4 now.
And my guess is that f4 is the idea, but yes, f4. So this is what he wants. He wants not to go through the en passant, right?
Right.
It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea.
But if black takes on h4, like in other lines,
Yes.
B5. Or
Then
play
maybe I
knight
can
H5.
take with a rook.
and queen f2 exists.
Then I can take with a rook, yes. And now you go queen to e1 or queen to f2. Yes,
An
this
improved
is good.
version, yeah.
This is much better, yes.
And if I grab a pawn,
Where do you
one?
grab the pawn?
after h4, you're waiting for knight h5,
Oh,
and I took a pawn.
that's
Knight to g3.
that's ambitious. That's very ambitious, actually.
That was my question.
This is bad. This is
And I really didn't want to win
This is
an
really
exchange.
bad. You
I
have to
didn't
go
want-
to g7.
No, didn't want to
I
do
get
it.
in. The dark squares are all mine.
Didn't want to do
White
it.
has the dark squares, all the initiative. At some point, something will break in your position right now.
Well, just a second. Now I'm more than curious. Let me bring that one up on my screen, because after remember a moment ago
Yes.
you were playing h4 and I was playing rook g8.
Yes.
And I was provoking you to take twice
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
g5. So the current position. So in the current position, follow along with me here. If I go bishop to d7,
h4.
and you go h4, and
You
I
wanna
go
play rook
rook to
g8.
g8, and I'm assuming you play hg,
And I can probably still take the pawn.
Can you? Because your queen and bishop.
Yeah, but you don't have any good knight jumps. If you go with knight d4, I defend with knight d4.
That is
Knight d5 is also with a tempo knight d5.
Rats.
You don't have knight h7. And then I will play f4 sooner or later and get out of this pin. Yeah.
That seems to be
We all need to check that the Mingus-Kasparov game and see
right.
why
Well,
bishop d5 wasn't working
how
there.
did Gary do it in such a clever way?
Well,
Do
he
I
was
have
probably already
do I have
ahead. B5, bishop b7 was probably on the board already.
Hold on. I think I have a genius idea. Just a second. Knight h5.
Okay, let's say queen f2.
Knight
Even bishop
Four.
f1 at some point.
And now you're
And
kicking
greatly
me back.
consider it.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, now I think I've got it. f3, rook g8. Waiting for you to play h4 before I do the jumpings.
Guess I'll play queen f2 maybe.
Okay,
Rook
but then you're not
h4.
going to win the pawn on g5 anymore, right? So bishop f2.
Oh, that's what you wanted, I see.
h4. Now, I've been playing bishop d7 in castles as opposed to b5 and bishop b7. You know why? Because I got scared of those sacrifices, right? It's a kind of a typical middle game position. I'm just saying that the knight on e5 looks regal, right? Because you don't get to play immediately f4. You'll have to do a lot of preparing to get rid of it. This is, by the way, for a fight to determine the first place, I love it. This is not a symmetrical Slav,
No.
trading all the
They decided
pieces.
to fight.
This is a board full of energy,
And I
great battle.
have a feeling both of them will be in time trouble in the crazy chaotic position.
I see it already, the early outlines.
Yeah, I mean,
of
we're
that.
on move, 12 or 13? And
Yeah,
and
both
it's down
players.
to 39 minutes.
Exactly. We'll see how that goes. How that game goes. I want to go back to the girls section for a
Yeah,
moment.
let's check with Zoe Tang. I think she has a very nice position, winning practically.
Zoe does?
Yes. Remember, Lori gave up the 2 bishops early?
Yes, that was the A3.
Yeah.
That was the A3 moment. And followed it up with B5, B4. Oh.
Central break.
E4. Usually that's slowly prepared with the move F3. Zoe decided she wanted to burst things open right away.
Like right now, actually, Black Rook is kind of stuck on E6. You can go F4 with the threat of F5.
That is
It's not
unusual.
a typical move at all.
No.
But I think it's winning.
Absolutely. F4. By the way, I'm getting breaking news that Alexander Shabalov is on the verge of victory in his matchup. Let's go
Where
to
is Black's
that
queen?
game.
There's no more queen.
Tim dropped the queen. What?
For a piece. That's not a lot.
What?
That is a lot.
Okay, this looks like one of my Englishes. English opening. Uh-oh, E4. Usually that's a very, very bad sign for black, because what it means is that this knight is headed for green pastures, and this bishop is a Catalan player. You must be just
enjoying this.
Soaring.
Yeah.
So what's the plan of that?
F4?
I think this is what he missed, knight d5 and knight c6.
The queen's trapped.
You can go to G5.
You can,
It's not completely
but there
trapped.
is take on G7 and C7. Right?
Then you lose
C7.
everything, yes.
The entire queenside falls.
Then you lose everything.
Lose everything.
So Tim decided that he was going to sacrifice his queen for, well,
peace.
We have to do it. We just have to do it. This is not
Knight F7.
what.
No, but I take with the H pawn.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying that this is Tim's deep idea.
Oh, thank you. Yes, of course. If you take it with the F pawn, yes.
Yes. So don't do that.
Shabalov is going
Can
to
also
like that.
start with knight f7 check, I think.
Are we sure? Knight F7?
Yeah, you probably can.
Yeah,
you can
takes-
start with
How
rook
much
E8.
material
You
are
only
we
have
up?
2 pieces.
But you can start with rook E8, Yasser. Rook E8 check.
You mean, take a...
Yes,
you-
take
you-
F7, rook E8 check.
Shout out to Victor Spooples. He was very famous for, like reaching around and king F1 and out of nowhere bishop H3 check. Like, how did? I mean, we didn't have the software protecting us from illegal moves. Knight F7, and you said rook F7, rook E8 check. Oh,
That's that's easy, but
that's very easy now.
I don't
Suddenly,
think
there's
you
no
need to
But yeah, h takes g seems completely winning
go
as
knight
well.
F7.
HG.
Because if you take on d8, queen c7, it's still just ending the game. The rook e7 comes in, and
Oh dear, rook
Just
E7.
keep it simple, right?
or
Keep it
pick up
simple.
b6, promote the b pawn.
You had me at rook e7 and checkmate coming up. So for sure, Shabalov cruising to victory. I wouldn't say it's
It won't
the
be over that
resignation is
fast, yes.
imminent.
No.
If I'm in Tim's shoes, I want to see 1 or 2 more moves, but
course.
definitely Shabalov, that knight c6 winning. Now that we're on the senior section, we haven't seen the game of Joel Benjamin and Larry Christiansen in some while. When we left it, we had just seen the move a4, in fact. Larry decided to give up the 2 bishops. Takes. Rook c8, bishop a3, back.
You were
rook
talking about
e1.
how e7 might become the target, but I think they're repeating. Well, actually, Larry just offered a repetition.
So
So if Joel goes bishop a3, they could agree to a draw in this position.
right. It's funny. It feels like deja vu all over again, but I do seem to recall these positions where white declines the repetition by tossing in a bishop c5
Okay, knight a5.
and black gets annoyed.
But
Well,
I think
okay.
after knight a5, you still
Let's say I go rook e1.
Mm-hmm. E6?
And let's say you go e6. And now what do? I don't know.
I think I want to play bishop f8. So
yeah, and that's how you get the repetition once again.
I don't think white has advantage enough to decline the draw.
Fair. Gregory Kaidanov versus Igor Novikov. Both of these players looking to. Okay.
Remember, Novikov was worse. And
look at, you know, like
proven.
the queen was on b7. Remember all this good stuff? And I was saying that my education, classical chess education.
Yeah, I think
that
the
I
queen
had.
trade was a mistake from white. And now black is much better.
And remember what I was saying about g5? I mean, Garry Kasparov would say, you know, I've left a lasting impression upon chess.
Definitely
and that is
has.
true.
Yeah.
But rook to d. By the way, this is looking a little bit awkward for just a moment, because if Gregory gets in some nasty moves like knight b4, he could be threatening an exchange sacrifice. Do I have to play an ugly move like f6? It's a kind of an ugly move.
I don't know exactly what... A threat is that you will attack both pieces, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Precisely.
Maybe just drop the bishop back to b7. Also protect the a6 pawn and want to play the rook c8 or something.
Exactly.
Because knight before was coming anyways.
And how good, bad, indifferent are you to this exchange sacrifice? Takes.
I think I would be
Takes.
happy.
Because?
I'm up in exchange.
Spoken like a material girl. Well done. You're up in exchange. So what? What do you got?
Maybe
Knight?
knight g6, knight f4.
Fair. Knight b4 gift.
You're getting
me the
up
pawn.
to my pawn, yes. a5?
That's.
I'm letting you check me on b5, but I think I'm fine hiding on f8, g7.
Wow. You're fine hiding. Okay.
Yeah.
Intriguing game going on here, Christian.
Jumping to the junior girls
Please.
section, because Zoe
Did Zoe
might be
play
getting,
f4?
Might be getting very close to winning.
Okay.
Yes, she did play the move f4 after the move e4. At this point, queen to b6 was maybe an opportunity for black.
Okay.
She did not play that. She took on e4. And after rook to e6, rook to e1, just playing very natural moves, right? We've said this idea of e4. Look, you have the two bishops. Open up the center, right? Try to get to the black king. Rook to e1, queen to e7, and she did play the move f4 after queen to e7.
The rook e6 is awkward, isn't it? Yeah.
f5 is coming. The best move in the position is queen to d8. Which is kind of sad.
Yeah, right.
If you have to play like that.
Right.
Queen to d8, f5, and rook to e7. If you go to e8, then I just take on c6. It's collapsing. Right now, black's position is simply collapsing. Zoe Tang seems to be going towards her. Is this her back-to-back victory?
I think so,
She
yes.
just defeated Ru Yang,
Huge
caught up
game.
with her,
You're
half a
right.
point behind Megan, which
Yeah.
seems to be drawing
This
against
would be
Ru
her
Yang.
third win in a row.
If she wins this one, then suddenly she's going to be in a co-leadership position
Right.
with Megan, if Megan and Ru Yang finish in a draw. So, huge second half right now starting for Zoe Tang.
Yeah, slow start, but what a run she's having. And just to remind everybody of her line score, you said 3 in a row?
Yeah, so she started slowly with 3 draws, and then she won 2 games in a row, and if she converts this winning position, that'll be 3 in a row.
Pattern?
Pattern.
Draw, win, or
3 draws, 3
3
wins.
wins, you know.
And it all started with that game between her and Rose, where she defended that very, very ugly position. If she would have lost that, Rose would have run away with the event. She stopped Rose. Rose, after that, started losing her games. And right now, Zoe is winning every single game. So
I think
great position for her.
I think it was something like that. I asked Gary how he did in this tournament in Belfort, and he said, I was +2.
Yeah.
I go, really? He goes, yeah, I had 8 wins and 6 draws, or hold on, how was it? 7 wins and 5 draws instead of 50%. You know,
Yeah.
It was +2. It was like, what? It took me a while to count up. F4. By the way, that's a very counterintuitive move because normally you don't play F4 opening up your
But it
king,
has a very clear
but it does
target.
have a
Yeah,
very...
Like it's provoking G6, which is a terrible move to make.
You don't want
Yeah,
to.
G6. Now I can start looking at your
You're not
G6
getting out of
pawn.
that pin on F6 either.
No. The thing is, you don't have any improving moves. Like, what do you do? I guess Bishop B7? Is that a move? But then I can just open things up. We take, knight takes F6. This is so bad. This is so bad. You take, I take on F5. We exchange. The bishop is doing such a tremendous job.
Yeah.
Defending E1,
Truly.
setting up this beautiful pin that you're never getting out of. This is the bishop that has no counterpart. You took on C3 long time ago. Bishop takes C3. That was such a big strategical mistake. Just go back to E7 and try to exchange the dark square bishop.
You know, when you said the move G6, I mean, every fiber of my being wanted to grab that H6 pawn, F5, knight takes F6, knight takes F6. I love pinning my opponent. I love the fact that the rook is defended as well. So, you know, like,
Yeah, I'm sure this is very good as well.
Yeah, with or without rook E6. But yeah, it looks like Zoe is in cruise control. Where would you like to go?
With Akopian, I think he's struggling a bit. After he traded that bishop for the knight.
Okay, just a second. Against Vladimir, pardon me, Vladimir
Where
Akopian,
did
Alexander
the G pawn
Goldin.
go? Where are the kingside pawns? What happened here?
Okay, we left it at
H4, H5.
Oh.
I would have never predicted G4.
Me either. I would almost have certainly wagered on King G2. If you're going to play H4, G4, normally speaking, you want to play Rook to G1 or Rook H1, thanks to the open files. He played G4 right away, and that's how...
But now Bishop H6, Bishop F4?
Let's have a look-see. Bishop H6. When you're attacking me, I want to trade queens. So I'm not saying that I'm playing for equality now.
Didn't see Queen H1.
I'm playing for equality, though. I'm not playing for advantage, and it looks to me like
Honestly,
I'm scared.
Even if I take your queen and go King F7, black should be
better.
Yeah, not even slightly, actually better.
Yeah. By the way,
better pawn structure, better bishop than your knight.
Yeah,
that's more than enough.
And the fact that this knight on C3, for the moment, I mean, is really hampered. Well, for Alexander Goldin, you know, again, he's coming off of quite a hiatus. And
5 years of not playing. Yeah.
Right, and he was close to winning against Larry Christiansen prior to the free day, round 5. He's impressing.
Absolutely.
Queen F3.
And we saw even after he finished his game, he was still at the playing hall watching everybody's games an hour later.
Yeah.
So he's just enjoying being back in the chess world.
Exactly. But we do expect Bishop H6 to be played. I mean, bring the pieces into play. Bishop H6, Bishop F4, easy, happy moves. King G7, Rook H8.
Yeah, if white allows that much, then it's game over.
Exactly. Again, I'm more than curious what is happening in
Mishra?
our junior championship and Mishra.
We need to go there, yes.
And guess what? Rook G8.
And
oh,
H4.
pardon me. Yes, Rook G8.
Oh, and
H4.
Andy didn't take on H4. We're looking at that line.
You know, right.
So now, is G5 just hanging?
Okay, well, let's see. He did play B5. He did take.
This is the current position. And Mishra's calculating, can I take on G5?
Yeah.
And I think he can.
Let's have a look. Bishop takes G5.
I don't see any tempo moves, but maybe simply knight D7? Then F4, right?
Okay. So, I would say
I'm not
it's
sure
a
I would take the
compensation.
bishop. Maybe I could take the knight as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could take the knight.
Because you're pinned on G5, I was hoping I could win something.
Probably.
Knight F3.
Probably you could win something. Knight F3.
I might be just a tempo behind to win the piece.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy. No, I'm simply not happy. I think that I'm facing too many problems in this pin. Maybe I shouldn't be so.
I mean, f takes Jill also looked good. I'm not sure which one's better. Taking your bishop back.
Yeah,
you can start with knight d3 if you want.
Ah, thank you. Okay, so knight takes d3, c takes d3.
Or rook takes.
Bishop takes g5. So we're getting a position like
this, yeah.
But no, this is just an extra pawn.
It is.
I'm loving Mishra's position. Where is Andy going to put his king? I don't think the queen side is a safe.
No. And your knight is not going to stay on e5 for much longer.
No,
so
and that was the whole purpose of g5.
Yeah.
Was to maintain a solid light. And the fight for first place is so keen because take a look at the standings and you understand immediately what it's all about.
Yeah, this game is absolutely crucial. Andy Woodward is in first place, Mishra in second, and whatever happens in this game could determine who becomes the champion.
No question. This is huge. Is there some trickies with this knight is loose, right? The bishop is loose.
You can't really take it with the queen, for example.
So, for example, queen c5, and I'm making, kind of into,
let's try f4.
Well, I wanted you to play knight b3, right? So what I was thinking was I would take
Maybe
first.
I'll take with the rook.
Okay, so
I'm not playing along. What do you want me to do? Take with the pawn?
No, I'm not sure. Well, I think the overall point was there's some loose pieces in the position, and could Andy be thinking in these terms? And because there are the loose pieces, therefore you, correctly I think, wanted to play rook takes. Okay, queen c5, give me the bishop.
f4.
f4. Could I make pretensions that I have compensation for one pawn?
Maybe
e5.
Queen e3 or e5.
e5. Well, now the bishop is losing.
Risky.
Losing. Pause.
Be careful.
Pause.
Knight e4.
I'll take on e7. I take on e4 and e7.
Sorry, you take on e7. Oh, you take on e4.
Yes.
And then you take on e7. Gotcha.
I might take on e7 first, actually. I don't know.
But then
you take on g3 and take my rook on h1.
Right.
I take on e4 first, and then I take on e7, yes.
By the way, we do have a repetition between Joel and Larry. This is, I'm confused. How much?
Take on e7?
We are up a pawn at the moment, now up a piece.
But the rook is...
Take on d8, take on e6.
That is
Pinball.
very nice.
Yes,
and that's a double attack. Okay, well, Christian, jump in on this one. And we're expecting Mishra to capture the pawn on g5.
If he does, he's borderline winning. So
borderline
right now,
winning.
Objectively, he's borderline winning. Yes, close to a 2-point advantage.
Even.
Close to a 2-point. 1.7 after bishop takes g5.
For sure, Andy had calculated some tactical.
What is it?
I'm
not sure. He might be. Look, he might just be attracted to this idea of the queen coming to c5, and it looks slightly awkward, but it's not. It's not. Maybe knight d7. Maybe this is what he wants. He just wants to put as much pressure there as possible.
+4.
Now it's even worse. Yes,
Jeez.
after e5. It seems like this idea of e5, and then if you take, I take on e7. I can even take on e6. Oh my goodness. Take a look at what's happening here. So many ideas.
Queen h5.
Check.
Queen h5. Queen takes a8. This is +5.
A dream come true suddenly.
Over. Your king is completely busted. So bishop takes g5. If he picks up, it's not an easy one.
He played rook h6.
That's what I want to say. It's not visually. You're like, you know what? I trust my opponent.
That's
By the way,
happened with Kasparov Dominguez.
I know. He trusts.
I trust my opponent. I'm not going to touch that pawn. I don't want to calculate. I trust you. Rook h6, now it's somewhat of a missed opportunity. This is what this means.
It's not the Swiss rescue team.
Not the same anymore, right? Like, I don't think you can take on g5 anymore after this. Now you start seeing that you take,
maybe
again,
knight
if you take with the pawn, queen to c5 is a
knight
problem
takes
again.
e4
Knight
suddenly.
d7.
Knight d7, just a simple
And
knight d7.
if on f4, knight c5 now. Because bishop's on b7. It helps a lot.
Big time.
Huge.
What was I missing? Knight takes e4? You went knight to d7, and that's a great move, but knight takes e4, do you have knight e6? Oh, sorry, yeah. Right?
Knight takes e4 here.
Yes, yes, sir.
Knight takes e4.
Knight, bishop takes?
F takes.
There's rook h8 at the end.
Bishop takes g7, rook h8.
If you take on g5, then
Yes.
I think rook h5 might just be a problem.
Yeah.
Rook h5, knight e6 also. Huge problem.
Knight e6 also.
If you take with a rook, then just a simple queen f2, and you're starting to see a lot of difficulties. The thing is, you cannot hide your king. You
Rook
cannot go
c3, yeah.
long castle because of rook to c2. That's a big problem.
Yeah. F7's hanging too.
So I
Rook
guess
to
you have to go
c5.
king d7, but then you lose the pawn on f7.
Rook to c5.
Yeah.
It wasn't over. Thank you. Rook h6. We understand missed opportunity, but still, does that move lose the lion's share of the advantage, or is it better white?
It's still better for white. It's still better for white.
What's
but
the
it's
count?
just not that easy anymore because you're
Right.
not getting that extra pawn. +1.
+1.
More or less +1. And it's in a slow way. Like you're going to go a3, you're going to go bishop to e3. Now you're playing for stabilization. You want to
Right.
stabilize the position and just say, you know what, I have the h-file, I have some pressure on your pieces. It's going to be a bit difficult for you to find the right way because whenever you move this knight, some ideas of knight takes e6 are starting to lurk in the position. Maybe even rook takes e6, right? So I'm playing with the h-file, and I'm playing with potentially a safer king in the position as well. The king on e8 still is struggling to find the right spot to hide.
I don't disagree with you one single bit.
But it's not the big advantage that he
It
was
was
getting
a
after
moment.
bishop takes g5.
Okay. If your opponent is a contrarian and refuses to understand the simple basics that he shouldn't be attacking when his king is in the center, and imagine that Andy goes all in. b4, knight e2, d5. This is so weird. What do you
This
think?
is, yes, yes.
I don't know. Take on d5.
Knight takes d5.
I'm able to take your pawn. Now I go bishop h7.
Bishop h7.
I'm going for that pawn. I really want that pawn on g5.
Bishop h7, boy.
If you go rook g7, I guess bishop e4 might be a problem.
That's funny. So you tickle my rook and bring, and now we understand why bishop e7 is actually
You just
a very
need to be
important
ready
inclusion.
to castle. You need to be ready to castle on a short notice.
I really shouldn't be arguing this point with my king in the center, but let's go. I mean,
Rook h8?
nobody ever.
Are you going to play
No,
king d7?
no.
Nobody ever accused me of
But that-
backing down from a challenge. Fighting
Should
for
I take on 8? Should I?
freedom and
Let's take on 8.
Start with that.
American.
Not sure if
Oops,
it's-
excuse me. That was not, that was a mouse slip. Munch, yes.
Can you play f4? You can't take with anything,
That is hilarious.
but you can move your knight. It's just
F4.
funny that you can't take with anything.
Like,
But you can
Yeah.
play knight c4 or something.
okay, thank you. That's actually,
Yeah.
as a Sicilian player, getting to play knight c4 isn't the worst thing.
Wait. We're
that-
letting Yasser get away with one.
No, this
bit too
position should
easy.
be +3 at least.
Okay, you
Look at
you
the
showed me this
knights.
idea of f4. Why can't I go
Nazi.
knight f4? Let's go knight f4.
Knight f4. Okay. You know about what
Oh, then you go.
Robert Hubner said about Grandmaster Velimirovich? Too much talent.
This might be.
Knight
fun.
f4. that has too much talent
I think
written
knight
all
c4
over.
is a problem. Yeah.
We
I
need
was
to
waiting
play
for you to
simple,
find it.
simple
Okay,
moves.
let's go back.
Just simple chess.
Crickets. Crickets in the
There's
stadium.
nothing simple about this.
Simple chess.
C3. I want to take with the knight and open up the file completely. C3.
C3.
Quiet move.
Simple chess.
By the way, Shabalov is very close to checkmating.
Really?
Tim Taylor.
We're having fun here, but let's indeed check in with Alexander Shabalov and Tim Taylor. To his credit, Tim is coming in to this competition as the lowest seed in the tournament and with a very, very big bullseye. But in the first 5 games, he's throwing some patties.
Very interesting openings, but look at this position with knight on e5.
Whoa.
It's queen h7 is coming.
Yeah, it's one of those things we're like a...
Bishop d4 and now mate in 2. Do you see? Queen h7 and queen g6.
Yeah, queen
mate
h7.
in 2.
I mean, he's just
on the board.
He was just a move away from mating as well, right? I mean, but yes, this one and this
that's
one.
It. Is he going to resign or allow the checkmate? Oh, you can play knight h6, but it's still queen g6 checkmate.
Right, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think he sees it.
Well, it's just kind of unusual to see a black king on h5 late in the middle game.
And white's queen and rook on 8th and 7th rank. Yeah. Yeah, the queen sacrifice just did not work out.
Who was it that reached across the board and shook the guy's hand before he even
Gary.
resigned? Yeah, now is your chance to shake hands.
And it was against Sam Sevian, and Sam just started laughing. Yeah, he's thinking here, but only has 2 moves, and it's checkmate next move, no matter what.
I think Alex Shabalov is...
He's allowing the checkmate. That's
as pre-move
nice.
Queen takes g6. We don't get a chance to see checkmate on the board.
Not often.
Mostly the players give it a rest, and there's your handshake. Congratulations to Shabalov for...
very nice win today.
Yeah.
An important victory for Alex, who stays within range, within striking
Exactly.
range of the leaders.
I think he's +1 now.
Yes.
Again, those of you joining us late, Joel Benjamin and Larry Christiansen drew earlier, and we've been keeping our eye on the fight for first place in the seniors between Vladimir Akopian, Alexander Goldin. Goldin has just played this move, Bishop h6, that you wanted to do, Nazi, and I must say that it sure looks like our defending champion is on the back foot in this one, even though even though Vladimir came in with the white pieces today. His position is not looking that great. I would play queen h1, try to offer a trade of queens, and
yeah, but then you'll still suffer in the end game for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's grotty. I agree. But it's what we chess players learn to do. We learn to suffer bad positions. It's like what keeps us going.
Part of just playing chess.
Exactly. And games that we haven't seen.
Let's go in the juniors. Let's go to Brewington's game against Nico Chasin. That's another important match, and I think Brewington is doing very well. I'm looking at his central pawns and liking it.
Now, Brewington Hardaway, he's been having quite the roller coaster tournament. He scored 2 wins back to back, and then he lost the round 5 game, which was really a key game. And what the heck is going on here? Nico's just played the move queen to d7, and usually you don't see these how do you say these central
D5,
pawn duo,
right?
where you're ready to go d5 and e5 and like route.
Knight
the
f5 looks
king.
good. Maybe immediately d5 is good, but I want to wait and keep the tension on.
Yeah.
Keep the black pieces guessing which pawn I'm going to push.
So the idea is d5, the very, very desirable d5, does come with the idea that black has the square d3, and then Brewington might say, well, even though I'm opening up my bishop, I'm getting
Can't really use it.
something in it. I prefer to
not give anything.
Right, but
Just
knight
take.
f5 sets up some nasty, nasty.
Now d5 will come
idea.
much stronger now on the next move.
I would not want to be in Nico's shoes.
I don't even
here.
see any useful moves for black.
Easy.
You're just giving me a pawn?
For
So unlike
something.
you.
For
But
something.
d6 is so weak. I think I'll take it.
Okay, how do I do it? How do you do it?
A takes B.
A, B, A, B.
Mhm.
Tick, 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 tick.
I'll take with the queen.
The
Or you just want to
queen.
take that?
Oh man,
I
you're
was
taking
trying to
all
be-
the fun out of the position.
You're giving up
Okay.
the exchange?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's knight
Okay.
d6 there.
Okay.
Exchange?
C3, or do we steal a rook? We steal a rook.
Take it.
Take it. Take it. Don't you feel bad? You dropped an
All
exchange.
right, how do I stop your knight d6? Probably I don't, but how do I get ready for it? I guess that's the
Exactly.
question.
That's the next issue. Is there any
I think I'll take that too.
with the knight or with the bishop?
I know what you want after bishop c3 on bishop a6, right?
Okay, I don't know.
Said I don't know, and you're
What
trying
is
to
this,
trick me
Yasser?
here. What's happening? Take.
What are these tricks?
Knight g5. Okay, knight. One of the knights to d6.
One of the knights to d6. Thump, thump.
Knight c8.
Knight c8.
I'm up a piece. Oh, knight. I forgot about knight f3. Never mind. So only looking at my own threats.
Wow. Okay, great stuff going on in the game between Brew and Nico, but tell us about the results thus far in the seniors tournament.
Right, we already have two results. First one was a draw between Joel Benjamin and Larry Christiansen, and in the other game, Alex Shabalov defeated Tim Taylor.
As we see Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Goldin, they're still locked horns in that fight for the first place. Alexander Goldin, we think, is enjoying matters as we have a very special guest in studio.
Right, Alexander Shabalov, welcome to our show and congrats on your win.
Hi, Yasser.
Hi.
Hi, Nazi.
Hi.
What's up? How you doing? What happened?
I'm
Did you checkmate an opponent before? I'm sure you did.
Uh,
It's so rare, though,
It's
right?
been a long time, though. I mean, teams being a good sport.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, he's obviously a dangerous player, which he proved. Despite
Yeah, exactly. Despite
he
the
proved in
outcome.
the previous game, and
Right.
two blacks against Larry and against Greg, obviously.
Yeah.
So I didn't take it lightly.
Yeah.
But I actually spent the whole Sunday.
The whole Sunday.
Yeah, studying chess-based course by, I think it was Felix Blomberger with Knight F3. That's a red heap, and it's like a long course. It took me all day, but I think it's worked out in the end.
Right. You know, it's funny, if you don't mind me saying, you actually, it brings back a lot of memories, cherished memories of my Englishes. And I always liked it very much when my opponent played e4 and not going f4 and knight f5 and trying to checkmate my king. But right after e4, you made a beeline to the c6 square.
Yeah, e4 was a big relief, obviously. Yeah,
Right.
f4 would be much more stubborn.
And now, he's more or less committed to trying to make something happen.
Yeah, rook e1, and I was really surprised. He played knight g4 too fast. I don't know, opposition probably is not too good anyway, but knight g4 is probably losing by force.
Because now...
Knight c6 is coming.
Yikes.
Yeah, I had a feeling that there might something happen, you know.
Yeah, bishop b2, bishop d4.
Yeah. But
No,
I mean, I have too much time.
The queen is the queen. Yeah, and you went on. Actually, it was kind of funny because we hadn't seen it. We had seen this king on h8 the moment we turned the channel, picked up the action. The king was on h5, and you went on to checkmate. How do you like the tournament so far? How does it feel playing with the seniors?
Very interesting. Obviously I'm here by chance. I got a wild card just because I won a world championship. Well, it makes me feel much better.
Right.
No, I think you've heard a lot of complaints. A lot of people complaining they did not convert the winning position here.
I think you have a lot of reasons to be in that line of complainers.
Sure. Yeah, it's, but still 3 rounds to go.
Right.
Everything can happen. Very interesting game right now. Greg against Novikov and
Akopian.
Obviously, yeah. Vladimir versus Alex.
Goldin.
Yeah, that's a lot will be decided in this game.
I know you've already beaten yourself up, but let me help you. I'll give you an assist here. How did you not win against Vladimir Akopian? My God, that position that you had. Every single one of your pieces was better.
No, of course, but do you remember the blunder in the end?
D8 mate, right?
Knight D8 mate.
Yeah, but I made a blunder. I thought that when I played Rook C3, I thought I'll checkmate the guy on G3, and he has to resign.
Right.
Completely escaped me that his bishop, who was just being on G3, went to D6. It's a backward move. And the same thing with Dlugy. When I played King G7, that was the second move in the line. I should have been taken on G2 first. And then play King G2. And I thought, doesn't matter. Okay, the Rook takes A6, Rook takes G2. Again, a backward move. And something, Rook D2. Yeah,
they're the easiest moves to miss, right? The backward moves.
Something I have to work on.
You have a lot of time ahead of you. You work on it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's a lot of... it's my pleasure to be here. I'm enjoying watching you guys. I mean, doing a good job. So.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Enjoy calling your games. Let's jump to the game of Megan for a moment because she is in the first place.
Yeah, she finished already.
It's done.
Yes, Rian claimed 3 more repetition. It was the same color bishop endgame, and
you see
drawn the game.
They need an arbiter to confirm, and it looked like once the rooks were coming off the board, there was no trouble, and indeed that's essentially what happened. You got into a bishop.
Honestly, it's a big escape for Megan.
Truly, that was really quite a bad opening.
Move 15, it was +2, and
+2.
Her position, I couldn't figure out how to finish development.
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Well, that was a big lucky break, and she remains in the first place. Only Zoe can catch her now.
And in fact, when we left, Zoe also was enjoying a +2 advantage, if you will. After F4, she has played knight takes F6. Maybe that was a little bit an easy move, a soft move. Queen C2, ideas of F5, and knight takes F6, and bishop takes F5 looked absolutely disastrous.
She decided to go into the end game up a pawn. It still has a bishop
not bad.
pair. Not bad.
Boy,
yeah.
the more I look at this, this is. I couldn't resist either playing this. I mean, I'm a pawn up and I'm dominating.
Yeah. The only issue is the d4 pawn is somewhat weak, but you always have bishop f2, right?
Right. That's in the pocket. In the meanwhile, the rook on e5, not only can it shift to c5, potentially causing a pass pawn, but I see a second pawn on the horizon.
Yeah,
having said this, though, I think the attack was worth more than winning the extra pawn. Still, Zoe is in the driver's seat in this one. Christian, jump in and tell us where the action.
Just going through the juniors games, and there's a lot of them that right now are starting to get very imbalanced. This one, Brew versus Nico Chasin.
We saw the move knight f5. Yeah, that's a really
knight
good
to f5
move.
has been played. b5, by the way, is a move. Is the second best move in the position.
I was desperate.
Yes, and that's the reason why it actually is a decent move, just because the position is so bad.
Right.
So you're willing to sacrifice something just to get some sort of a modicum of compensation in the position.
Chaos.
Otherwise, you just get squeezed.
Yeah.
Right. The center advances. I still go d5, knight c5. And now I go bishop h3. I throw in this idea.
Oh, that's
knight h6,
nasty.
be careful. Yes, No time for you to start attacking me
King
with knight d3.
h7.
You have to go king d7, and now I will take this.
White's just playing on on the entire board.
Think about
Queen
it
side,
like this,
center,
right?
king side.
On all cylinders.
Boom, boom. Can I take on d3? Yes,
Why
I can.
not?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Queen takes d3 seems to
Look at
be
those
just...
knights.
And if I take on e1, queen e3.
I have a feeling you get mated.
Oh.
Yes, you
It
are.
hurts.
Yes, you are getting mated.
That's...
You have no resources to
No.
defend your king, right?
No.
So it's just busted after this.
Wow.
Knight f5, b5. First of all, b5. It's not such an easy move to make. I understand you feel like you want to get something in the position. Maybe he will play it. But even after b5, d5 is just very bad. If you stay put, maybe rook c to d8.
Okay.
h4 is a move. I guess d5 is the big question, right? What if I just attack you like this? It's still good, knight c5 and e5.
Yeah. It looks disastrous. For
This
Black.
one plays itself. Like you have to go knight to e3, boom.
Oh, nice.
At some point there will be some decisions.
Right.
This is what Nico Chasin should be aware of. Don't give up. Don't assume the position is just absolutely disastrous. It is, but you will have some chances along the way. At some point, despite the fact that objectively is very, very bad, at some point White will have to make some decisions, will need to calculate a little bit, and then perhaps you will get your opportunity when that time comes.
Stay calm because you may get an opportunity. Although, as you say, knight takes g7 looks busted. Think we're going to go on break, Nazi?
It's about that time, and as we go to break, Yasser asked the junior girls, what's so special about this tournament compared to other events? So take a look, and we'll be right back.
What is it about the U.S. Junior Girls Championship that is special, or at least different from other competitions that you used to play in?
For girls juniors, it's more, I guess, nationally recognized as a prestigious tournament.
Right.
And I usually do like more preparation for, especially because it's a closed event, it's an invitational.
It's easier to prepare for, too.
Yeah,
right?
like
Because of
compared
that.
to open tournaments.
Right.
I guess like girls juniors, what's a set field, and like, yeah, you know who you're gonna play. So for me, actually, I focus a lot on openings when I'm preparing for like this kind of tournament versus like open tournaments. I'll just kind of do more like tactics and like overall like, yeah, different aspects of the game.
Well, usually I play in open tournaments, and so like I don't really like think about who I'm gonna play next because, you know, it's always like
An open tournament, you don't know the pairing.
Yeah, exactly. And also for this tournament, it's like even though there's a small amount of players, it's really big and it's really tough, and I get to play people who are like my level or like higher, so it's really good for me.
Right.
Like compared to like, let's say an open tournament, let's say first round, I play someone that's like 400 points lower than me.
Right.
But this round, it's like from the start, you have to like be focused, lock in.
It's a really, really prestigious event, and it's organized really, really well.
Right.
And I really love playing here every year. St. Louis is a great city. Also, it's a time of the year where I can just meet my friends again.
It's like a reunion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
Well, I think the biggest difference is that everyone's so much better than I'm normally used to, especially like when I go to other major competitions like all over the world, like from in my age category, under 12, it's been under 12 for a while. I'm usually one of the, if not the highest rated, I'm usually one of the highest rated players in my tournament, and I've never, I don't think I've been playing OTV for 3 years now. I've never been to a tournament where I've been the lowest seed.
Wow.
So
that's a challenge.
Well, except for my first tournament, I was unrated.
Right.
Yeah. But then I think there's one upside to that, is that there's no pressure on me, so I can just play.
What I really like about the U.S. Junior Girls is obviously that it's an all-girls tournament, so that's very like, since like not a lot of girls can participate, it's like more inclusive, and also I'm playing with more girls closer to my age.
I think there's just like a very like
it's just like all of like America's like top juniors all in the same place for like 2 weeks or so.
Yeah.
And that's just something really special that you don't see like every like. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and each day you're playing a colleague, if you will.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like someone like I can hang out with like after it.
I sometimes like to play in all-girls events because I feel like I get to see all my friends here. Right. We chat at the opening and closing ceremonies. There's like some sisterhood, some rivalry. It's a good mix of both. It's just really nice to see.
It's an invitational tournament, so it's like very carefully selected. There's a lot less people and you know exactly who you're gonna play against, so I think a lot more preparation is involved and it's just a lot more professional than a lot of other tournaments.
I would say that the accommodations are, first of all, very nice, and also I do really like the environment of the tournament itself. It's like less, I would say, distracting in the tournament area compared to other tournaments, so that's what makes it stand out, I guess, from other tournaments that I usually attend. And I think it's really nice to come here each year.
I think the biggest difference is the community. I also think especially between the girls, like it's just so much like more fun and kind of, it's of course a very serious tournament, but there's also places where it's less serious. So I think it hits like a nice balance between the two.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
The St. Louis Chess Club's WGM All-Girls Summer Camp is August 4th through 8th at Live for Life Academy. Taught by women grandmasters Sabina Foiser and Katerina Nemkova, this camp is the perfect opportunity for girls wanting to learn more about strategy, tactics, and in-game techniques to explore the game in a friendly and welcoming environment. To learn more about this fun and educational experience, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army. with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of amazing round 6. Let's check results so far.
Yes, indeed. Let's do it.
We do have a lot of games, a lot of results in the seniors, but in girls, we have one result. Brew Yang drew against Megan Paragua.
That was a big fight for first place, ended in a draw.
In the seniors, 2 results. Joel Benjamin drew Larry Christiansen, and Alex Shabalov had that beautiful checkmate against Tim Taylor.
We don't see the checkmate often, and Alex said it was nice of his opponent to...
There's no results yet in the juniors. All the players are still playing.
I'm looking at the position of Zoe Tang. She is enjoying an extra pawn, the 2 bishops, and it's just looking really, really good. Everything's going in her favor. Notice that even if it was black to move, black couldn't play rook takes d5 because of bishop takes f6.
Well, rook e5. And bishop d8.
Bishop d8, yeah. So I was just thinking that as much as I'd like to play the move a4, I also like the idea of just playing b4 and just saying, okay.
Shutting down that bishop on a6.
Exactly,
completely.
yeah. And I think Zoe is on her way to winning the game. Now, in the junior section, however,
matchup.
Yes, exactly. Mishra versus Andy Woodward. And let me throw it to you, Christian, for a marvelous insight.
Thank you. I like that, Yasser. You should use that more often.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I'll go through all of them.
Right.
At least 3 of them, which are a bit imbalanced right now, and I will leave you the last one, Abhi versus Andy, to go into the analysis. We'll start with this one, Kirk versus Sharvesh. And Kirk was enjoying this position quite a lot. He still is. But again, the question is, how do you break through, right? You have everything. You have pressure down the A file. You're ready whenever to go E5 at the right moment, close things up, or potentially break in the center depending on how black reacts. So you have a lot of options on how to improve the position. But which one are you going to choose?
Right.
And you're running out of time. Knight to B6. This is the shuffling that's been going on for the last few moves. F4, take on F4, and knight to B6. Black is bringing his pieces on the queen side, trying to potentially break with A4 and create something. He's looking for something. At the same time, what white has done, opened up things in the center and on the king side. At the same time, once you play F4, you are weakening the king a little bit, right? So you have to be careful as white that whenever you open the position, you calculate precisely. Objectively, knight to b5 seems to be a very good move. Not an easy one to make, by the way. You're not even looking at this move because bishop takes b5, c takes b5. I go back to a7, rook a7, and bishop to c3.
Right.
Maybe you are looking at it just from the angle that you're really looking to exchange the dark square bishop.
Right.
Once the dark square bishop gets exchanged, then the king becomes extremely weak, right? Then you can start even thinking of ideas of h4, h5, open things up like that. So this seems to be quite good for white. Just sitting around, maybe even e5 is an option. I see queen to c1 flash. That's not a move that I would even consider. I don't understand the move queen to c1, perhaps just trying to bring the queen on the other side of the board. Doesn't make a lot of sense to my eyes. I think e5 and knight to b5. These are the 2 moves that he needs to consider. So still advantage Kirk, but I don't see a direct way to finish Sharvesh off in this one. Next one, Kirk, sorry, not this one. Brewington versus Nico. And in fact, some big decisions have been made. G6.
That's helpful.
By Nico. You can see the bar saying, yes, thank you very much. I will take on H6.
That's a very important.
And I will defend it
Yeah.
with Queen C1. What's the point of this sacrifice? Because you're not getting anything back. Do not touch this. Don't touch the pawn on D4. Queen to G5, Queen to H4. Your king is getting checkmated. I'm trying to push your king on G7, and then this bishop is going to start looking at that king quite profusely. Maybe even knight to D5 ideas, right?
Right.
This one is completely over. So if you don't take on D4, then what do you do? And the answer is bishop to B4. He just played this.
Not exactly the frightening follow-up
Bishop
to the previous.
B4. Like
He wants to go bishop F8, but doesn't have time for it. No, now E6 is hanging. So
and that should be enough, yeah. I mean, you take, and this knight is still trapped, but I just go knight F5.
Amongst
your king
others.
is, I mean, we're still equal pawns.
No.
And your king is completely destroyed. Right?
White has compensation for his extra pawn.
I don't know. I see knight to C5, queen to G5. This one is just looking ugly, right? Knight G8 is the best move. You're busted. You're absolutely busted right now. So this one, Brewington looking amazing.
Right.
Abhimanyu?
Yes, this is the big one.
This is the big one, and this is where we stand right now. Rook to C8, bishop to A5, and we see a repetition first. And finally, Abhimanyu says, you know what? No, we're not repeating. This is move 22. Please keep this in mind, because we still have a lot of moves until the time control. The position is extremely complex. And right now, the clock situation is going to matter a lot. 17 minutes for Abhimanyu, 26 minutes for Andy. This is the situation right now, very tense. Objectively, the engine is saying White is doing very well in this position. Plus 1.5.
Really?
Plus 1.5, in fact.
I thought that Black had the best position he's had.
In a long time.
I mean, he's done everything he wanted, right?
Yes, yes, and that might be the case from a practical perspective. From an objective perspective, White is still doing quite well. Again, anything you do as Black seems to be creating a weakness. So if you try to get this knight to B6 and to C4, which is a very good move, by the way, then the queen does not have this retreat diagonal. So after bishop to B4, you have to go queen to C7, and now I can start looking at exchanging the rooks with rook to H8. So keep an eye on this queen on E1. It looks innocuous. It's not. I might swing it to H1 and rook H8. So knight to B6 is one way. But if you don't play knight B6, if you don't try to shuffle your pieces towards my king, what's your active play in the position? Do you go knight to C4? This is already really bad. Bishop to B4, queen to C7, take, and queen to H1. It does seem like this queen H1 is coming with quite some consequences in the position for the Black king.
Yeah, the only problem is that Mishra has 17 minutes for next 18 moves.
And that's why he repeated once.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, yes. So please keep an eye on that. It's only move 22 again. This is going to play a huge, huge role. At the same time, Andy is not having that many extra minutes. He's on 25 right now, so it's not a huge difference. Andy could be kind of at an impasse, try to find the right move. Where is the next break in the position? And I don't think objectively there is one next break in the position for Black.
And this fight for first place is a very keen one, because Kirk, he's enjoying a very nice position. He might jump to 4.5, and he's just saying, Mishra, don't lose, don't lose. Let me get a chance to fight for first place with you guys as well. And Andy's, it's strange. There's something about the position that I feel like I'm missing it for Black a little bit here. Like, I don't know exactly where the pieces belong. And in particular, this knight on D7, I'm not a fan.
I think Black king should be on A8. Agree?
Yes. It feels a lot more of a target in the center of the board. Imagine I take the bishop.
Stick with the pawn.
Okay, and I reestablish my knight. It's sort of like my knights on E5 and D7 were blocking each other. Now I feel I'm doing. You could play rook C1. That's fair.
I didn't want to lose D3.
Although D3 is an issue.
Let's go queen H1. I like the idea of
H1.
rook H8.
And this is where I was thinking why I did this. is I was trying.
So now rook c1.
Okay, I was trying.
Yeah, I'll take on c8, play knight c6.
Take on c8.
There's also bishop c3, which might actually trap your queen.
Yeah,
the rooks, right?
It was funny because I was
without trading the rooks would be better.
Exactly. I was thinking that I'd be able to play rook takes c3, rook c1. It doesn't matter whether I go back.
We do have a move. Andy played bishop
f6. Okay, I think I can get behind that move. A little bit supportive of that
maybe
move.
bishop b4. d6 pawn is now loose. You have to go to b6 probably.
Yeah. Okay,
Knight
on a good
b3?
day, d5.
Knight
What?
b3.
Knight b3. So, let's see if I think you were getting ready to load up and
I was.
crack me with a tactic.
There's also a 5 square that I can use, but
In fact, you've been using that square pretty...
I meant for the knight, but I don't think it does anything, right?
In this
Bishop a8.
exact moment, no. What am I doing with d5? Essentially, I'm looking at ideas of capturing on e4, maybe with or without capturing on d3 as well. Okay. For
I
me,
feel like I can take on d5 and then even play something like f4 and just open everything up.
okay, but that's going to take some good calculation.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know about you, I don't know about the computer, but for me it feels like a complete 3-result game.
Absolutely.
I mean, genuinely, I wouldn't feel
While objectively white is better, practically anything can happen.
exactly.
Especially with the time situation.
What is the
Down
time
to
situation
16 minutes now for next 18 moves.
for Mishra and for Andy?
23 minutes.
And Andy has actually been the one earlier in the tournament suffering a clock deficit, I would say. He has been the one with 5 minutes on his clock at the end of the
Mishra
game.
also tends to go into time troubles often, both of these players.
Made for one another. And, the current situation with bishop f6, one more time, how did you do what you just did?
I don't think what I did was good. I played bishop b4.
Okay, and then I went queen to b6.
Queen b6, yes.
And then you dropped back.
Yeah, which was not as good as I thought it would be.
It didn't bring great success.
It did not.
No.
Maybe I should just go queen h1. Oh, bishop f6 stops the rook h8 idea, so...
It did. It did.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to let the players, let them make this game even more
Figure it
intense
out, yes.
than it already is. I'm going to go to back to the girls section, junior girls section for a moment.
Let's check how Rose is doing.
Exactly. Let's see some of the other games. Now, Rose Atwell, she started like a firecracker with 2
she was leading the
wins.
event.
And she was leading the event, and then things just went wrong for her. Okay, was this that close Sicilian that has suddenly become
yeah.
crazy?
Remember bishop played bishop c4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at this king.
I don't know how to evaluate this, but black king looks slightly better than white's king.
Oh, yeah, this pawn on g3 might have an issue. Something to say for itself, right?
Right.
She, Jasmine, just captured on f4.
There's also open b file. There's rook b8. I think the g7 bishop is just a monster.
Okay, hold on.
You're taking bishop f4?
Yeah, I totally dislike this pawn on g3.
Queen e7?
Queen e7. And
e4 is hanging also. You want to castle with a check.
with a check. That was the difference, that I could castle with a check. I mean, even so, it's not, I mean...
I'll be fine with king g8 for now.
You have
Mates coming on
ideas. H4. Rook takes h4, right? You have your ideas.
Yeah, I think castle doesn't make white's king any safer.
It didn't,
Yeah.
which was a pity, because at the time I was playing it, it was...
Felt
angels were singing. It was, it was a joyful...
It was short-lived.
the joy stopped. Wow.
No, black is looking very good here.
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. I want to go to the game of Rochelle Wu and Iris Mo for just a moment. Iris has been having a bit of a tumultuous event as well. By the way, remember this part? I think it was the bishop was on d3, and we were looking at d5 and knight c5. So Rochelle prepped the move d5 by tucking away her bishop, taking on g7, and now going queen h6. Well, I mean, she has evil intentions. Knight to g7.
She does, but knight h5 was played.
And Rochelle...
wanting to go knight f6.
She called off the attack. So the idea was that she could have... Okay, but there's no way to continue here? No. It feels like I'm there, right? But I'm not attacking anything, huh? Okay.
Not enough pieces.
She did not do that. Rochelle actually played rook to d1, queen to f6, took with a pawn. Man, that doesn't allow our pieces to gush.
No, black can just play queen g7 now and kick you out.
Yeah,
h6.
Into the center.
I think it's just completely equal now.
Exactly, and this pawn. Had Rochelle played rook takes d, I don't.
Maybe she didn't want to allow bishop c6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was where I was trying to keep.
It's not enough pieces for the
Everything
attack. I'll
open.
take. Well, I can take on f3 maybe. Can I? I can run, right?
Yeah, I was going to take with the pawn, but you
I'm
could
safe
run.
on f8.
Very good. Okay, let's see. What other games in the girls section can we? Rose, we just seen. Zoe, we thought had and Ru Yang already drew. So I'm going to go back to the seniors for just a moment.
Okay.
Check in on the game between Vladimir and Alexander Goldin. Oh, queens came off, and I think queens and rooks came off. I think this is a big relief for...
Actually, Andy and Mishra have repeated twice.
Ooh.
Mishra might take a draw. I think it's because of time short.
Mishra switched the repetition once with that a3, got out of the repetition. Will he do it again, is the question.
Probably not. My guess is he'll keep playing.
He will be doing it with a considerable time deficit. In other words, he's going to gamble. He's going to gamble.
Like, his position is, I wouldn't say risk-free, but...
No.
I still don't consider it as a gamble, though.
Well, because of the clock, I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I'm in Andy's shoes and I'm thinking to myself, okay, a draw is fantastic for me. Let me be clear. But a win is doubly fantastic. And if my opponent is going to...
only 3 rounds to go?
Yeah.
I think he's going to go for it. I think he's going to go for it. I think he knows that he needs to go for it. Again, he came to the studio. He told us, this is the game I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely.
I want to win this one. I know that I need to win this one. It doesn't matter if my opponent is winning every single game. As long as I still play with him, as long as the fate is still in my hands, I have a chance.
That's what he said.
Objectively, this is winning.
Winning?
It's 1.7 advantage.
How?
That's a big advantage.
That's huge.
Right? That's considered to be borderline
Yes,
winning.
top move is knight b3.
Knight b3.
That move I played that I
No
didn't like.
way.
Knight b3, yes.
Why is that so frightening? Why is it so excellent?
It just doesn't seem like you have moves to improve your position.
D5.
Maybe we can see on your board, Yasser?
Okay, so if Mishra wants to win the game, the engine is prescribing the correct path as a retreat. And you want to start with a retreat.
A very important move and a very important idea behind this retreat is that you go knight b3, but now you free up the knight on e2 to come into the attack. Knight g3 now.
The attack.
The attack on the other side. Knight g3, knight h5. This is where I'm going towards.
Knight h5 is not easy to notice.
Wow. I mean...
Maybe even ideas of taking on d5 and then knight f5, depending on what you give me.
Right.
As black. What's the reaction that you're going to give me as black?
Exactly.
Well, wait, do I have a threat? The rook takes f6 followed by
possibly
e takes d5.
Possibly. In open positions, I was told that the bishop shine.
Let's take with
The rook?
the rook.
The rook.
Now I have a clear threat. I
The
take
other
on
knight-
d5.
No. Yeah.
Because of this.
I was gonna play bishop b5, but that blunders after e takes d. Bishop takes, rook takes d5.
And the funny part
Why
is
is
that
that a blunder?
Rook on h6 is participating beautifully.
That is a surprise of a Rossing.
And the funny
There's a
part-
pin along the 6th rank.
the king is completely stuck in the center.
Yeah.
Also, you cannot go king d8 to try to shy away from this because of bishop a5.
Oof.
So that king is staying on the e file. There's nowhere to
Okay.
go.
So let's just get this rook away.
Okay, rook h7.
Rook h7.
Knight
Does it,
h5 is still looking very good.
does it behoove me to?
It takes.
Am
it
I
takes
walking
d.
into tricky traps?
I'll take on d5.
You'll take on d5. Give me the rook.
Well, it's not rook; it's an exchange.
Oh, first of all,
And
are
then-
you right?
Ooh.
Is it an exchange or is it more? Again, these are. I mean, for somebody who's got 12 minutes on their clock, I mean,
Messy
Abhi,
position.
Knight f6, I feel I should take on g7.
Okay.
And if not, then rook h7 does make the more sense. So let's
Maybe-
take on g7. Let's see how that plays
Is
out.
bishop c3 anything? I just want to pin everything on the diagonal.
right away.
Certainly is, yeah.
That feels.
If you take, I'll take with the queen, and you still have same issues.
Feels weird, right?
Take on e5. Oh, the take c2 is annoying.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Just annoying.
I have
Just
to go rook takes d3.
Well, he's down to 8 minutes now and has to make a decision.
Wow. Okay.
The decision has to be to play on. Has to be to play on. You cannot afford making it
And knight b3 is the way to do it. I mean, again.
Easier for us to say.
Well, you know, I like the idea of playing for an advantage, but playing for an advantage usually means, you know, a charge, you know, a sacrifice, moving forward. Playing for an advantage by retreating the knight to b3 isn't, you know,
Not easy.
a natural,
No.
a natural decision. But on the other hand, knight b3, I like the idea of some of these tricks that you've been exposing. The rook on the 6th rank, doing some patrolling, playing for knight
My
to
Yasser, what do you think? The
g3.
longer he thinks, is it
I
more
think he's going to
likely?
take the draw.
Really? But it's just because these young players, they don't take draws.
Even,
Even when they should.
Yeah.
I'm not saying right now he should. He shouldn't. His position
Right.
is, as Christian set up, practically winning.
Right.
But you know, we've seen like just like
Objectively,
Lukash and
practically
Prague
not
and
that
all these
easy.
players.
They
don't take a draw.
They keep playing on 30 seconds on.
Oh
Yes, they
my
did.
goodness. Is that a threefold repetition?
I think it is if he goes queen c5.
I think that Andy can claim with queen c5.
How many times has he done it?
Yes. That is a threefold repetition. So if Andy stops the clock right now, calls the arbiter, calls Chris Bird, says with queen c5.
And
this is a
needless to
draw.
see, Mishra
It is a draw.
looking at his score sheet, and
Yeah, Mishra is shaking head. He's not happy with it, but
And now Andy. Do you play on? Do you try to take advantage of your opponent's clock? You only
no,
have 7
because
minutes.
I think queen c5 is actually rather forced as well. I
well,
mean,
he could play knight d3 first and avoid the perpetual if he wants to, but he's worse.
right.
Yeah. That would be. Yeah.
But Mishra looks distressed, and you can just see that he's
disappointed
frustrated.
because he got a good position out of the opening.
He had a good position when he went for a 3-move repetition.
Yeah, it's just the clock management was not good in this game. And he's looking at Andy, he was like, why aren't you claiming this?
What's wrong with you? Yeah.
Do you not know it's been 3 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks very displeased.
Truly.
Andy looks calm.
Remarkably so,
Yeah.
especially considering that a draw will help him stay in first place. And this was his big challenge. And Andy's now looking at his
Now
score sheet.
He's going to call the arbiter.
Exactly. Now, again, for those of you who are following this, and I've never really understood this, if you make a claim that is wrong, you just it's a wrong claim. You know the punishment? Your opponent gets an extra minute. Big deal. Make the claim, and especially a 50-move claim, because then you will know you're 3 moves or 4 moves or whatever it is away from being able to legitimately claim.
I'm with you, but it just feels bad to get told that your claim is wrong. Continue playing. It just doesn't feel good.
Right. The schoolboy getting lectured on improper etiquette. I get it. No, Andy's. Andy, should I make the? Of course, he's gonna make.
Yeah.
I mean, this is theater.
Honestly, inside he probably feels a huge relief.
Totally.
Yeah, he's about to write down.
He's been on the back foot, and he knows that a draw is a very positive result.
Yeah, there you
for
go.
him.
And Mishra looks a little distressed, but Andy's saying, Mr. Bird,
Queen C5, rebel repetition.
I am doing that, and I see 3 times on my
Yeah,
digital note card.
And Mishra will be especially disappointed when he checks this game with the engine.
Congratulations, by the way, to Andy Woodward. With that draw, he just clears one of his greatest challenges. And because we're in the junior section, let's just check in on the game of Kirk, because when we left it, we thought that Kirk, who is currently enjoying a pretty nice tournament himself, in second
Something
place.
happened in his game. We loved his position earlier. Now the engine slightly favors black.
Whoa. I was about to say, I thought that white was just,
What went
he's
wrong?
finally, I thought white was, hold on. Could we play here, here, here? Maybe he didn't like sacrificing so many pawns to win the exchange. So he played rook b3. And how are we dealing with rook takes a4?
I don't think you're taking.
Because
Yeah.
there's rook takes
Yeah, you have to take with the knight and you'll get pinned, right? Rook
and
A3.
that feels wrong.
So you're not taking, instead just
Keeping.
play rook a6 or a7 from the 8th rank, yes. And how does white improve? Can you still play e5?
I think that's what it all comes down to in the end, right? We have to play
e5. I'll
e5.
just take it, just hanging at the moment.
True.
Huh. Not easy, because you want to move your queen, but then c4 hangs. If you move queen
Yeah,
e2.
I think he's got.
Yes.
He's mistimed something. Has Kirk.
Yeah, a few moves ago, I saw the question mark on one of his moves, and now Sharesh is back in the game.
Maybe queen e2, d5.
You know, this is a risk. Now black is better.
Wow. Wow, black is better.
So I can still take that pawn is still hanging, yeah.
Agreed. Oh boy. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one.
We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we have some special guests for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the prestigious Sinkfield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
The St. Louis Chess Club's WGM All-Girls Summer Camp is August 4th through 8th at Live for Life Academy. Taught by women grandmasters Sabina Foiser and Katerina Nemkova, this camp is the perfect opportunity for girls wanting to learn more about strategy, tactics, and in-game techniques to explore the game in a friendly and welcoming environment. To learn more about this fun and educational experience, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. We have very special guests in our studio, Eddie and Kathy Williams. Welcome to our show.
Hi there. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. And it's about the gala. Tell us.
Yes, you could tell us as much about it, I know, because I've seen you there for several years.
Well, it's all you guys. You guys make it happen.
Yes.
Tell us how you do it.
Well, we are here to talk about the annual Chess Cup Gala called Strategy Across the Board. Right. It's going to be on August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza. Yes. It's going to be a fabulous event. We're really honored to be a part of this organization.
It gets better and better every year.
That's why we keep going. It does. It grows every year, and we have great guests this year that Kathy will talk about in a minute. Yeah, you can see some of the past years here.
This is from last year. I also attended. It was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it is. And this year, in particular, the theme of the gala is called Master of the Arts. And the focus of this gala is to really highlight the cultural impact of the World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries that they have on the St. Louis region and beyond. We have some special guests this year, some very well-known local artists, Charlie Hauska, who currently has an exhibit at the gallery, and Stan Chisholm, Michael Drummond, Yuko Suga will all be at the event, and they'll be sharing their experience with the Chess Club and Hall of Fame. And then Brian Woods and Brian Owens, who are musical directors, will not only be emceeing, which they've done before and they're fabulous, but they will be sharing their music with us, and we're really excited and looking forward to that.
Absolutely. And we have a promo also about the event that you can tell us about here. Whoops, I thought there was going to be a way of...
Being the co-chairs of this event this year, how important is this event to you both?
Well, I have a little story, but when I was young, I moved a lot when I was in elementary school. And one of the schools I wound up spending the most time at actually had a chess class in the 3rd grade.
No way.
And this is in South Texas, where you wouldn't think there would be a hotbed of chess play in elementary school, at least 40-something years ago.
12,
but that just really instilled chess in I think, every piece of my life. I think the way that I thought about chess, I applied towards not only school, but work over the years. And I certainly never thought I'd be sitting at a table with a grandmaster and international masters. So it really does mean something to me, just spreading it.
You peaked at 3rd grade.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was it. But spreading the word on the scholastic programs is huge for the organization.
And just knowing what the chess club does, the impact they've had in the St. Louis region, and the number of students that have been touched by this.
100,000.
100,000.
Yeah, it keeps
That's
growing
big
and growing every year.
I promise the promo now.
Yeah, so
you can
we do
talk
still
about
have tickets available. For individual tickets or
Don't
tables.
miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
And our theme of the show is, what can go wrong?
Absolutely.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
But, and if you do go to the STL Chess Club /SATB.org, you are SATB25. You will be able to purchase tickets, but also there's auction items that will be available even if you aren't able to attend. So we encourage everyone to take a look.
Silent auction.
There will be a live auction, and silent auction will be available online. So even if you can't attend, you can make a gift, you can bid on some fabulous items.
Right. And for our folks watching, they can even sponsor one of the school programs as well.
Absolutely.
There's all kinds of ways to help the gala.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right.
Is there anything else you would like to share about the gala?
Just maybe one more thing on the Master of the Arts theme, and that is really us trying to tie together not just, of course, chess, but also the other art programs, the other culture in St. Louis, and really how wonderful the music events are, certainly all the visual events. And that's why we're incorporating them all into this year's theme, so that people that don't necessarily have the opportunity to go to the Hall of Fame can actually get a taste of it here and maybe get inspired to be involved even more.
Yeah, it really feels like a community integration, especially when I think about the galleries in the Central West End, the art you mentioned, Charlie Huska and his gallery and his artwork. It's marvelous. And thank you both.
Something everyone should see. It's beautiful.
Thank you both for the work you do. Really, really gratefully appreciate it.
We're honored to do it. It's exciting.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side.
We're at the World Chess Hall of Fame in the exhibition Charles Hauska, Master of Play. Charles, or Charlie Hauska, is a local artist who has the Hauska Gallery just a few blocks away in the Central West End on McPherson. We love to celebrate local artists here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we've been so excited to work with Charlie on this exhibition.
I'm so honored and very happy to be showing all my different styles and different works of art at the World Chess Hall of Fame here in Central West End. They definitely are my neighbor, but it is another way of showing people really how great Central West End and St. Louis is, because we can collaborate and we have a lot of exciting things. So my studio is here in Central West End, my art gallery where I represent other artists, and the Chess Hall of Fame shows world-renowned artists, and for them to recognize my art and wanting to show it, it really is a big honor.
Charlie has a huge fan base in St. Louis, and so many people collect his work, and they were so generous to lend some of those to this exhibition. He works in 2D, as you can see in the gallery, and some beautiful sculptures, and he likes to paint on everyday objects. Since the exhibition opened, we have received so much positive feedback. Our gallery opening that night had almost 300 people attend, and the work just makes everybody so happy. It spills out of the gallery, it's in our hallways, it's outside on our patio. We have a beautiful new chessboard designed by Charlie, and it just is making everybody so happy.
Some people will say, oh my God, that's such happy art, and then they'll apologize saying, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call it happy art, but it is happy art. So I've never been bothered by it. There's a lot of dark and depressing art out there already, and so I just always felt like it was okay to make happy pop art.
We hope you're able to come to the World Chess Hall of Fame to see this great exhibition, which closes on April 5th, 2026. For more information, visit our website at www.worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We do have a result in the junior section. Brewington Hardaway won his game. And here is the replay. Is Nico Chasin resigned?
Yes.
And that was an important win for Brewington to bounce back from his last loss.
Absolutely. And we're very lucky to have in studio the players who are playing for first place in the junior championships. Andy, Mishra, welcome to you both. Who's first and what happened?
Yeah, I guess I'll start.
Please.
I mean, this was the first time I've ever actually played Bishop G5. I just decided to prepare this as like a one-game surprise.
Right.
Spent the entire rest day checking this out, and I mean, the opening, I'm not sure about what he did, like all this 95 business. I'm not sure if it's too accurate. The thing was, I felt like I had a nice position somewhere after he played G5, but somehow it was.
Is this still your prep as far, Mishra?
No, I
don't
mean,
want to give too much away.
I mean, I knew some Queen GD stuff. I didn't check this out in detail as such. I mean,
let me just pause you for a second. And for you, Andy, where did your prep stop or start or finish?
Yeah, I guess I mean, I think I might have messed up the line a little bit.
So you didn't expect Bishop G5?
Yeah, I didn't expect Bishop G5.
Okay. So before we go on, after the move Rook G8, your impression of the position, Mishra, you feel you had an edge, you're happy, what's going on?
Yeah, I felt like white should be a bit better. I mean, okay, like I felt like, yeah, like white should be better, but it was kind of difficult to formulate a plan. Like after all these H6, G5 structures, frankly, I don't understand too much yet on how to.
And for you, Andy, at this moment, Rook G8, you're in the opening still, or more or less the opening phase. You feeling like you're doing good? You feeling like you're under pressure? How's it going internally? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I slightly felt under pressure, but for some reason I thought I wasn't doing that bad after Rook G8 and G5, but.
Because here's the question for both of you, and it's a key question, right? You have played G5, he could take your pawn.
Right, Bishop G5.
What would you have done had Mishra captured your pawn? What was your intention?
My intention was to play knight F7.
Knight F6 to D7, and I'm assuming
F4?
You had anticipated he would play F4 in return. Your turn.
Yeah. I mean, during the game I thought I could take on G5.
And the thing that I thought if he captures on G5, you've got something. The move that put me off of the variation was this one, right? Because he's going to play knight F3, maybe Rook H5.
Yeah, there's also Bishop B5 ideas now.
And even Bishop B5 ideas. Starts to feel a little bit unpleasant. Maybe at the board you would have had a change of heart, maybe you would have played bishop b7 and just played a pawn down. But Mishra, the question to you, why didn't you take on g5? What was your main?
I was wondering whether there were some b4 tactics. I mean,
b4. And I'm assuming...
But yeah, I mean, just...
And also,
like
have
yeah.
either of you seen this game between Dominguez and Kasparov? It was a very similar position. Kasparov played rook g8, and Dominguez could have taken on g5, but he just trusted Gary and didn't take. And same thing, he should have taken, no?
Studying the classics, you know, the youngsters of today.
And the same, like, knight of d7, f4. I mean, somehow I felt like if the structure after bishop takes g5, f takes g5, even if black gives up a pawn, you should be doing reasonably fine, but...
Yeah,
apparently.
I thought black was also doing fine here.
Yeah, I think it's the taking on e5 that's the key for white to have an advantage.
And this is very awkward.
See, visually it still looks fine for black.
Visually?
Visually, but
yeah.
advantage is really serious.
If you don't mind, I'm going to jump way ahead to the final position. And Mishra, you first. You didn't want to draw. Obviously, the tournament situation requires that you really go all out. But at this point, you couldn't reconcile that you were stood better, and so you forced to acquiesce to the draw. What was going on in your mind?
The thing was, I was getting low on time as well.
Of course.
And I wasn't really sure about the evaluation of this position. It was, the problem is this bishop on d3. Like, if he ever goes knight takes d3, I feel like I should be doing well, because then at least having a plan to start attacking d6. But generally, like, I considered some moves like knight b3, but I wasn't able to...
Which, by the way, was the computer's main move, and considered your position considerably better, which was a shock for me as well.
What do you expect after knight b3?
I mean, there's a bunch of moves possible here. I mean, I wasn't sure on whether I should go like knight b3 or queen d2, but I felt like overall black should be doing relatively fine, and he has many moves, and I had like 7 minutes. If I make one move wrong, okay, I can just easily lose this. And
I think we were surprised when Cristian showed us this idea for white knight g3 and knight h5 is a very strong plan. Did you notice that, Andy?
Yeah, I saw it at some points. It was just kind of hard for white to get a possibility to play knight g3 with the knight on d4. But I guess that's the only reason why knight b3 is a big...
And I'll jump to you, Andy, too. After knight b3, just your overall feeling. You didn't realize you were worse or anything like that. You had what you think is a decent position. What was your plan? Did you plan to play d6, d5? How would you have played had Mishra played the move knight b3?
Yeah, I definitely would have considered d5. I mean, I was at that moment in time planning on playing a random move like bishop e7 back or something. I didn't really want to make too much of a concession.
Just waiting,
yeah.
And I think we were
still knight g3, I believe.
There was some very funny moment where the rook on h6.
That's if you played d5, right?
Yeah, and if there was like a d5 move.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen. What does this mean for your tournament? Andy, this was a big challenge. You spent the free day preparing for Mishra, the #1 seed in the tournament. You knew you had black, so you came through. How are you feeling now about your tournament? Still 3 games to go.
Yeah, there's still 3 games to go. Yeah. I mean, everybody's playing really well. Right. Like, next I have to play Brewington and Kirk, and they're both winning a lot of games. And Evan, so it's going to be very difficult. Yeah, I really don't feel like a big difference changed in this game. I think it's just regular, another one of the 9 games of the tournament.
Mishra, destiny's not in your hands anymore. It was when you got a chance to play Andy today, but now you'll be relying upon the rivals to slow him down, and you still have to win games. How are you feeling about your tournament of 3 rounds to go?
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 rounds to go. I'll go all out, and we'll see what happens. I mean, this position I underestimated for white. I didn't properly evaluate this, and because of this, I've made a draw. But
yeah, I can feel your frustration as you want to run back to the hotel and try to get the truth of this position. I'm going to let you go. Thank you, gentlemen, and good luck in the next 3 rounds as we take a look at our junior standings because of this very crucial draw Let's have a seat.
Right, so we had 3 results so far. Mishra and Andy drew their game. Ivan Park drew against Justin Wang, and Brewington Hardaway had a nice win against Nico Chasin.
That was a big result because Justin Wang needed to score some points, and for Brewington, this has been almost a perfect round. And for the junior girls?
Let's check in junior girls. So far, only 1 result. They're still all fighting. It was just Ruyang Yang and Megan Paragua who drew their game.
And what is this about the fight for first? Because it's like in the fights for first, Ruyang Yang and Megan also drew as well.
We expect Akopian.
I know. I mean, you know, and the seniors. The symmetry is kind of funny here.
And in the seniors, we also have 3 results, 2 draws. Joel Benjamin drew against Larry Christiansen, Gregory Kaidanov drew against Igor Novikov, and we saw Shabalov checkmate Tim Taylor.
Absolutely. And we are with a special guest, Brewington.
Welcome to the studio, and congrats on your win.
Thank you.
What happened?
So, I mean, I lost the game before the rest day, which was unfortunate, but I mean, I just got outplayed. So this game, since I had 2 days to prepare, I decided not to play my usual 1e4.
Right.
So, I mean, I've played this in like some like casual games like Blitz and like Nationals, like not like FIDE rated games though, like never. So
Nico was surprised.
Yeah, because I played knight f3 g3, but not the e3 move too.
In my day, we did a thing called the hedgehog. And if you look at this exact position, it's almost like, you know, like a picturesque hedgehog, except usually in my hedgehogs, the knight would be on d2 and I'd be black. Here you have a hedgehog, but it's a very comfortable, somehow your pieces have a lot more harmony. And once you got this position, didn't you just feel like it was strategically winning because you had the central pawn duo?
Yeah, I think this c4 was definitely a mistake.
Right.
I mean, even c5, I mean, the whole point of my d3 move was just like, okay, I'm just like gonna wait for him to play c5, and then you go d4.
Right.
You don't wanna go d4 before he goes c5.
Right.
So, I mean, I was trying to get some e4 somewhere. I was just kind of waiting for him to play c5. So when he did this and then took dc4, I was pretty confused. I thought I was just much better.
Exactly. And in fact, you were much better. Things really were going your way. And at a certain moment, we just thought, okay, it's crushing. I think when he played g6, but already at this point, we just thought, oh my gosh, it's really gone wrong.
Yeah, because, I mean, I can't blame him because there's like hardly any moves for black. I couldn't really see what his plan was.
Oh, we had one last cheapo for you, Brew. The cheapo was we wanted to play b5. We thought that this was the last chance for him to do some kicking and to try to confuse you.
I thought I could take and then play d5 and then bishop h3.
So take,
so you saw bishop h3, yes.
d5,
yeah. That was
knight c5, and bishop h3. That, in fact, was the killer move, that you shouldn't go knight takes b5 and step into all of those things.
Yeah.
A win today kind of takes that sting away from the free day. How did you, what did you do on your free day?
Just relax, get my mind off the last game.
Yeah?
Yeah, and just, I mean, mainly that. Just, I mean, it's important to not get too upset when you lose a game, especially because it's not like I was supposed to draw. I mean, I just got outplayed, so.
Right.
Yeah, it's important to just reset mentally after such a loss, so yeah, I think I did that well.
Yeah. Last quick question for you, Brew. The stress of the tournament really takes an emotional turmoil as you kind of like have to decompress and, you know, the ups and downs. How do you deal with the stress?
I'm just trying to enjoy all the games. I mean, I'm just trying to play creative chess, and I think I've done that so far, and I've enjoyed all the games I've played.
Right.
Even not so great ones, so.
Yeah. 3 games left.
The next 2 rounds, you play the leaders. You play Andy and Mishra. What do you think going into this next 2 rounds? They have more to lose at the moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have black versus both, so they're definitely going to both try to press. So, I mean, I'll just try to, you know, take my chances when they come. I'm not going to over push or anything, just because especially Mishra, he definitely should feel the pressure because he's behind Andy now, and they just played. So
he was just here. He was telling us he's going to go all out.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But.
He's got you at the crosshairs. Yeah. Brew, thank you so much for joining us as we're going to go take a look at the game of the seniors. And first place is going on between Vladimir and
it's already finished.
Alexander. And it was a draw.
Drew against Goldin, so yes, the pattern continues.
Right, all the fights between the first place and second place.
Another game finishing. Rose Atwell just finished. Don't know the result. She won.
Rose Atwell.
She was winning at some point. I don't know if she.
No, it ended in a draw. Ended in a draw. I just checked.
Okay.
Yeah, Rose drew her game.
Rose did draw her game. Okay, sorry, that's Iris that I'm seeing. And I'm just going back and forth with the Vladimir. Yeah, it seemed like neither player really got a big advantage in this one, but I actually thought that Goldin came out of the opening with
he had no issues.
Advantage.
He was actually slightly better. But then once the queen and rook got traded, Akopian could.
Yeah. I'm seeing 3 draws in the senior, only 1 victory for Shabalov. 1 game is ongoing. That's the game between Maxim Dlugy and Alexander Fishbein, and that looks like it's 3
Black
versus
is
3.
Slightly better maybe because of the bishops, but should be more or less equal.
Fishbein likes his bishops. He's
so what do we have left? Let's go to Kirk.
Okay.
In the junior section. Oh wow, I think he's winning again.
We've been seeing a lot of back and forth.
His
in this
opponent
one.
just played a terrible move on move 41. You know, sometimes it's move 41, not 40 when you make your biggest blunder.
Okay, so essentially, remember we left it about here? So there was a lot of, we were saying don't capture the pawn, play rook.
So
Queen C9.
Well, the big question is, what was he supposed to do?
Queen A7.
After Queen to C6. So
let's get to the position.
Yes.
Here, Queen A7 has.
This is a big moment right here.
Well, now that you've actually stopped the E5, can we go? Well, wait.
Well, we have to go Queen A7, otherwise we're hanging a piece.
Yeah, but
you can take on D6, but I have Bishop D4 with a very serious counterplay.
Yes, you do, because the queen is about ready to sneak into the first rank, and Queen A1 G1
and
is.
I think I can give up the knight, and I have perpetual. That's what the engine is implying. But this wasn't calculated, so Queen C6 instead.
How much time did he spend on this move? Because he did have 8 minutes at the beginning of it. Queen to C6.
I think he did it immediately.
Or 8 minutes is what he has left right now. Is that?
It's hard to tell you.
Well, C7, if you don't mind, I'm just going to play H4, bishop, H3.
You can also try to start with E5.
And
E5 followed by bishop B7.
Exactly, E5. And I just don't even see what black is doing against either. So, for example, if we just
White's
did it,
just going to be up a piece.
Yeah, if we just did it in this.
King's too far. I guess F5. No, it doesn't work. No.
Because
and I think this is what he underestimated.
F6.
Yeah.
He underestimated H4, bishop H3. It comes fast.
It does. And for Kirk, wow.
He's going to join Andy in the first place.
Hey, how sweet it is.
And I believe they still haven't played each other.
Nope, they haven't.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, they might be playing tomorrow.
Tomorrow it's Brewington, I think, against Andy.
Brewington versus Andy tomorrow.
That was the big graphic we've seen at the beginning of the show. Yes.
In fact, it was your graphic. Look, it's a really good show.
It's a long show, and I don't remember every single detail.
Every detail.
You know, I'm getting old.
What do you have for us?
Let's go back for a second at the junior girls and just see what's happening in this one, just because we've seen the juniors right now. This is the position. Zoe with an extra pawn and just about most likely to be
dominating
two
position.
Extra pawns. It looks pretty dominating. It doesn't seem like you have enough even to attempt some sort of a resistance right now. It's just going to be too easy. Again, this D pawn is so powerful. And not only that, you're losing the pawn on A4 as well. So I just need to take my time, maximize the potential.
That was no, that was your.
She did not take.
Yeah.
You can. I mean, taking is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Right now, the question is rook to A8. You're trying to get the a3 pawn, bishop c6. Let's transition into the rook's endgame. This is obviously just simply lost.
Oops.
There's no way you're stopping that c pawn. And if you keep the bishop on b7 and you take on a3 first,
yes,
then I'll give you a check. I'll throw the king away a little bit, and now I have this idea of rook to b8. That's one. Now, after bishop takes a4, rook a6 is a big question as well.
Rook
and now this is an important one. Bishop to b5, rook takes a3, and rook to c7.
Rook's on the 7th now.
I do believe we have a move. So bishop takes a4 is not going to happen. This is fine as well. I think what she's trying to do is go via the a file to either put more pressure on a4 or go to a7.
But you
15
had me...
seconds for Lori, by the way.
You had me at
This is move 34, actually. That's a very good...
6 moves left.
Very good point. 10 seconds. Let's see what she's going to do. Bishop to c4, f6.
That's weakening the king side even more.
Somewhat of a panic move.
Yeah, that wasn't helpful, but truth be told, the position's bad.
You have a different
oh, yes. Yep, I'm on the wrong... I apologize, everybody. I get mesmerized by the video. And let's see.
Yeah, it's the first one.
Oh. So
and king, rook e2 was played.
Which move number are they? I'm sorry.
35 right now.
Oh, they still got a lot of action.
6 moves for Lori.
By the way, I mean, this king on d4 makes such a pleasing impression.
And that's why you have that extra pawn on d5. It's such an important pawn.
Wow.
Because it shields the king.
Exactly.
Hey, give me an opportunity to go rook c7, king c5. Infiltrate even more.
5, 4, 3. Rook d6 played.
Rook to d6. By the way,
2 seconds.
that took the sting out of rook c7 for just the moment.
I can go maybe rook b2 now.
Yes.
I like what Christian said a moment ago, but your rook b2 makes...
Rook b2, rook b4 looks very compelling.
Yeah. I mean,
in fact, how do you defend that pawn on
no idea. Is it completely... You know, it's funny, you know, we were taught when you have one trump develop, or when your opponent has a weakness, try to create a second weakness.
Yes.
You know, when you have one trump, try to make another trump.
Weaknesses,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. And I would love to play rook e6.
She's played rook b2.
Only problem with rook e6, I'll drop a rook. But if I had a pawn on
f5,
f5, then I could play rook e6.
So g4, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking, could I improve? Zoe's gone for the very, very direct and very strong rook b2 because she is looking at yet another pawn with rook b4, rook takes a4.
10 seconds right now for Lori to make a decision. It's not the clock, it's the position as well.
No,
4,
it's
3, and bishop c6 was played.
Bishop c6.
Rook b6,
rook b6 probably.
I think that just wins on the spot.
Yeah.
There's, I guess, after rook to b6, you're going to put the bishop on e8.
Yeah, but I trade on d6, play rook c8, king comes to c5, and I just promote the d pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even need the a4 pawn.
Yeah, king c5 and d6, and just as you said it, promote.
It's an easy one right now. It's a very technical,
conversion.
Simple.
Just like in the juniors, we'll have second place join in first place.
Right.
Today's game.
If Kirk wins, right? We then don't count.
Right, they're still playing, yes.
Yeah.
So we can pretty much predict what's going to happen in the seniors then.
And for Zoe, oh, by the way, we're down to 8 seconds.
4, 3,
and we do have bishop e8. For those joining us late, Zoe came into this game after the free day of half a point behind Megan. And she played a very, very nice controlled game. She won a pawn early. Maybe she cashed in her chips because she had such a promising attack. But technically speaking, she's been playing very, very well. And with the moves rook c7 or rook c8, by the way, followed by king c5, she will win this game and get a tie for first with Megan. And that will be quite the success because when Rose...
That's 3 games in a row.
Yeah, when Rose sprinted two out of 2, Zoe was trailing, and there you have it, rook c8, and she's making room for king c5. I think, Nasi, you said
Bishop b5 is also a threat right now.
It's a coronation, yeah.
Yeah, she's going to go king e7 most likely, but after king c5, I think.
With the threat.
Rook e8 is a big threat.
Yes, precisely so.
And you don't have rook d7 because I go bishop b5, so that's it.
Yeah.
I was going to play immediately.
I know. But with understanding, you would go into the king and pawn endgame. Yeah. So for Zoe, this has been quite the trifecta of wins.
And actually, after bishop d7.
And she will be playing Megan tomorrow.
Wow. For all the marbles, as
Rook
we say.
c7, and now you're in complete Zuzwan. You have
can only move your pawn.
You have to go f5.
Rook.
It's kind of sad. But
The rook can't move. The bishop can't move.
once
the
you play
king
f5,
can't move.
I go bishop b5. Now you go
you
h5.
You can start h4.
No, you go bishop b5. Bishop b5 first. So that
bishop b5.
you don't have rook f6 anymore.
So
Now
better.
you're hoping that you get rook f6. h3, you take, h5, h4.
Cruel.
Oh.
Cruel. And all the vultures in the tournament hall
And I
come
think Zoe
running.
just made her 40th move, so...
King
and
c5.
that was king c5. That
You move the rook off the 6th rank. I push the pawn d6, followed by d7 if you allow me to.
And
That's it.
do we play bishop e6?
She's made time control with rook b2, but now... Okay, she set up a little trap. You
What's
don't
the
have
trap?
immediate bishop b5. Rook c4 check.
But
Rook
after,
c4.
but after d6?
Then I don't have anything.
Well, rook to
That's
d2.
it. That's a,
Rook to d2 now.
And then
I can go d7.
you can go. Oh,
Why not? Why not? d7.
And another
Rook takes
transit.
e8.
Yes.
You don't even start with bishop b5?
I know.
No,
Isn't
no.
that terrible? We just.
Yeah, and then king d5.
And then we win a
I think
king
this
upon a
endgame
game.
is a simple win.
But d6 definitely.
But they reached time control, so they might play for a bit.
Probably.
Let's
they
go
will.
back to...
Yeah, but for sure, Zoe at this exact moment has a winning position, and although we all have our own techniques, I was going to say d6, rook here. I agree about bishop b5 and all the rest, but this one looks, ultra convincing, because the bishop ending. I get to play king to c7. I'm not even sure you'll get a chance to give up your bishop.
Bishop, right? Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I do think that Zoe will be receiving congratulations very, very shortly after this move d6. I don't think Lori has...
I think she might resign, actually.
Yeah, she might wait for rook d2, bishop e6 before giving it a rest. d7 is a threat, rook d2 stops the threat, but bishop e6 renews the threat, and that's it. That's bad.
So really only big mistake that was made by Lori was that early bishop exchange for the knight.
Right.
And after that, Zoe just didn't give her a chance.
No, bishop takes e3, and strategically speaking, she was on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Zoe's playing like the rating favorite she is.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
She's just saying, you know what, I started off slowly.
She was warming up.
Yeah.
I'm the rating favorite.
Right.
Let me remind you that.
Right.
And that's exactly what she's doing to these girls right now.
Yeah. All right. It's the ball is in your hands. Where would you like to take us?
Let's go back to the juniors.
We've just seen, by the way, the move h4 by Kirk, and that move, that's a winning move, because the whole point is this pawn on c7 wants to queen. We want to protect the queening square, the promotion square. Play bishop h3, followed by c8, win the knight, and that's an easy winning.
If I play bishop f6 right now, will you give me the h4 pawn, or?
Yes.
Really? Because you don't have to rush. You could play king g3 even.
Oh, I wanted.
But yeah, h5 is good.
Yeah,
good.
And then, but you're right. I would play King G3. I wouldn't rush with Bishop H3,
Keep the
even
extra
though,
pawn.
truth be told,
Bishop
that's
H3 wins too, of course.
Pretty easy winning for White as well. So this game, Kirk is definitely winning. He's getting a tie for first, and I'm going to go to the senior section.
Only one game left. It's Fishbein against Dlugy, and this looks like a draw as well. But
well, Alex will certainly be interested in
playing this for a while.
For a long while, right? You know, by the way, the crazy part is if it's two knights, not a knight versus bishop, but if it's two knights, it's completely lost. It's like ridiculously easy, and you wouldn't think it would be so easy for the bishops with just pawns on one side of the board, but it is.
It is, yeah.
It's very oftentimes the knights just get entangled.
But this should be a draw, right?
This one,
Yes.
and I'm just saying...
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but if Max Dlugy's bishop on f3 was a knight,
yes,
it's incredible.
You just tie those knights down.
Exactly,
somehow.
exactly.
You control both diagonals.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
Remember at the dinner we were discussing if the chessboard was 12 by 12, then bishop and knight doesn't actually checkmate.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
I never even give that a second thought.
But two bishops have no problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Miroshchenko was explaining that they're having an exhibit coming up at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Variants.
Different chess variants.
Different chess variants, and one was a 12 by 12 game. And then he realized he couldn't mate with a king and a bishop and a knight against another king on a 12 by 12 board. The W didn't work.
Doesn't work.
The king was running away.
Keeps escaping, yeah.
How slippery.
Yeah, so if you make the board bigger, then bishops become a lot stronger than the knights.
Yeah.
Actually, every knight becomes much weaker.
Yes, yes.
Can't jump as far as the other pieces can.
The two bishops went easily.
For example, rook would be much stronger than knight and the bishop.
Exactly.
Or rook would be much better than two knights.
Yeah.
Like completely winning.
Yeah, knights. Okay, that game looks like it's going to be a technical game lasting quite...
Should we check Rochelle's game as well?
Sure. Where, by the way, I just
saw
Zoe's
in a while.
Laurie and Zoe. I'm expecting the move Bishop E6. The problem with Bishop B5 is there's a skewer which forces you to go, forces you to come back. Exactly. But on the other hand, the move Bishop E6 defends the rook, prepares to advance the pawn, and then after check, we don't have to worry about the skewer anymore because the rook actually is protected. And this is, I'd be cautious if the black king was on D8, but knowing that I'm going to get my king to C7.
Bishop B7, bishop
D7.
C6. No, bishop B7, bishop C6. We want the full queen.
It's too much.
Yes. Exactly. So Zoe, but is there any other?
Let's check Rochelle.
Yes.
She's
Bishop
played
E6.
bishop E6, by the way, and should we stay?
Should we stay with this one? Yeah, perhaps.
With Zoe.
Just
yeah,
because
we
might
think
see a
so.
handshake very soon.
Yeah, handshake will be coming. Bishop E6.
She probably realizes that D7. So
Zoe,
just simply cannot stop it.
Zoe has a very calm, at the board demeanor.
Always, no matter what's happening in her game.
I have seen people on the winning side just being so excited that, like they're just, they can't contain themselves. She looks incredibly chill. I call that the California cool. Nick
Is she from
DeFermian
California?
had that. No, but Nick DeFermian had this laid back California cool attitude. He'd just be like, chill.
Is she not from California?
I don't know where.
Okay, I thought she was.
What is her hometown?
Bishop to E6. D7 is coming. No way to stop it. You can give a check. You can exchange the rooks, but that's the extent of it.
That's all. No stalemate ideas. Nothing. No.
And this is a painful start for Laurie. who
Clearly.
came into this one with a lot of ambitions,
Mhm.
but as one of the lowest rated player in the field. So
Right.
right now she's gaining a lot of experience
Mhm.
in this event.
Building character, right?
Oh yeah. You don't want to build too much character.
Yeah, right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. How does
Have you ever had a tournament where you had 5 zeros in a row or
No,
6? I have.
No, seriously, the worst. I once lost 3 games in a row, and I thought the world had ended. I mean, it was like just the most weird, bizarre experience of my life. I mean, I declined draws. I was a piece up against Spassky. I lost this game. It was just unbelievable. So I thought the rules of life had gone upside down. You lost.
I had
5?
7 in a row losses.
Oh, please.
But then I finished.
And you're still with us.
I finished last 2 games with a draw, and I didn't lose any ratings. So
Oh
it
my
was a very
gosh.
strong event. Yes,
Wow.
it was all over 2,600 GMs.
Okay.
And at the time, I was much lower rated.
Right. But that is a very, very.
But
very,
psychologically,
very-
to survive losing 7 games in a row.
Exactly. I remember I asked Viktor Korchnoi if he had won his match against Karpov in 1974, and if Victor, had played Bobby Fischer to the first to win 10 games. That was Bobby's request. What would happen? And Victor said, well, of course I would lose the match. I'd lose the match 10-5, but I'd also make 32 draws, and we'd both be in the insane asylum. 32 draws. Okay, just step back with the king, either to A6, A7, A5.
I mean, even C7 and go to D8.
Well, I'm
Everything
just
is-
thinking that after,
King A7, Rook D2, right?
yeah, but king,
Oh, D7. Yeah, yeah.
D7, and the bishop, Laurie, that was what we would call a spike check, right?
One last check.
Yeah, and A7 also good. Everything is good. Any king to the A file, and maybe king to C7.
There is
too.
one upside to losing so many games in a row. Only one that I found from my
Okay,
experience. You just lose the fear of losing.
That's true.
And it's
Yeah.
actually very important.
Yeah, like if that's the worst that can happen, and
it
the
has
earth
happened.
doesn't end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The worst is over.
Your parents still love you. All those lessons. And this is what you do.
And there we have it. Zoe Tang wins her 3rd game in a row and joins the leader, Megan Paragua.
Very important win for Zoe. Sorry, Laurie, but yeah, Zoe needed that.
And tomorrow,
yeah.
Zoe will be playing Megan.
Okay. Clash for first place. And did you say there was a Rochelle? Was
Yes,
still
Rochelle
playing?
is close to winning her game.
Yeah, why don't I just drop in on Rochelle and Iris? Was this the Karo Khan, the crazy Karo Khan?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it looks like Rochelle managed to win a pawn and get...
Oh, her position's even better than the extra pawn.
She's
So
got the
how
top
do
of
we
it.
finish this one? Do we go knight f3, knight e5?
Knight
Yes.
f3 looks good.
Yes, absolutely.
Even though you
because
can take an immediate piece, right, with knight h7. So that's point of consideration.
Well, there's Rook h5 at the end.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
show me what you guys are looking at.
Check, King g7. And if we take on e8,
Yes.
Black has Rook h5.
Just
It
hangs
might
in
still
the
be.
game.
Oh, I don't have Queen e7, Queen f4. Yeah. We don't want to allow Queen f4 check.
No, we don't.
Perhaps this is her only hope.
That
Iris's only hope.
Rochelle rushes and allows some trickies. No.
Even this is probably.
I
somewhat completely winning,
suspect, yeah. But I love the suggestion. See, Queen h8 just absolutely ends the game. And if I could shift the knight to the e5 square, blocking h8,
Exactly, ends the game.
that's why I love the move knight f3. Just for argument's sake, if you stay on the diagonal, knight e5, rook takes e5, whoop, and that's
it.
what I want,
Pick
which is queen
everything
h8.
up.
So that's why I love the move knight f3.
Can Black play Rook h5 right away after knight f3?
What?
In between move knight f3 in the
Then
current
I take
position.
on h5.
Queen f4.
g3.
That will do it.
Sometimes,
I don't have a queen d2.
Sometimes
so
Christian just he finds
once in a while.
you know, when the moon is full and it's a harvest moon. Yes, that's very good for
Rochelle.
For Rochelle. So we think that she's winning the game. How about our Rachel Lee?
And let's check the results so far, because we do have, most games are already finished. So let's check the results in the girls section.
Alrighty.
We had draw between Rose Atwell and Jasmine Sue.
Okay.
Another draw between the leaders Yang Yan and Megan Paragua.
Right.
And then a very important win by Zoe Tang against Lori Q, which
Allowed
changes
Zoe,
the standings.
Absolutely, to jump into a share of the lead after the free day. And look at this. Lo and behold, surprise. Welcome, Zoe.
Hello.
Good win today, congrats.
Thank you.
So how do you feel now?
I mean, this game, I feel like I made it a little bit more complicated than it should have been, because out of the opening, I feel like my position was super nice.
Right.
Because it's like this Carlsbad structure where black doesn't have the dark square bishop.
Right.
Which is a problem because all the pawns are on light squares.
Right. And you went for e4
Right.
immediately, and you got this position, and you came up with a really, really great move. But right here, right now, it's not usual to see the move f4, right? When you're attacking, and in a certain way, you would play queen c2 or queen c3 or something. But how did you come up with the move f4? Because that was the good move.
I think I was a little bit annoyed at this position because I missed rook e6 previously. So I was kind of just like, starting anew and then see what I can do with the position. Mm-hmm. And f4 is kind of, because the rook on e6 is kind of stuck because it has to stay on the file.
Right.
And like g5 is the scary move, but it doesn't work very well.
Not when you've played the move f4.
Yeah.
And there's so many funny variations too, where the bishop by accident happens to be perfectly placed on h4. It all went swimmingly well for you. You kind of cashed your chips in a little early. I think we were looking at queen c2, and we just couldn't find a move for black to play here.
You want to play f5 and then take on f6 and.
Oh, that makes sense, because I was only looking at f5 immediately.
Right. We just wait.
You also wanted immediately f5 and queen h6, right?
Exactly. But this was very rather convincing. And
bishop f5.
Yeah.
And now the bishop again guarding the rook.
I know that it's perfect.
Yeah.
You did cash your chips in, and oh yeah, sorry. I think I did want this. I think this was
also
definitely
looks pretty good, right?
On
There is
my
actually 94 maybe at the end, right?
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. I was like, this has to be winning, but I don't see anything here.
Right. That's exactly right. It's better, but it's not.
Not winning.
Not winning. You went into an ending, which, oops, excuse me, that was not what I wanted to do. I apologize. E4, take. It's all good. It's all good. You went into this ending.
Right. An extra pawn.
Extra pawn. You were feeling very confident around these parts, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was okay. Like, I wanted more from the attack, but, up a pawn in a game, I'll take it.
Exactly. Zoe, 3 in a row. How do you feel?
Pretty good. I mean, starting with 3 draws and 3 wins.
Right. And it's been a topsy-turvy affair at the very, very top of this women's championship. Rose storming to a lead, Megan coming from nowhere, Ru Yan.
Yeah.
And now Zoe Tang.
And tomorrow you're playing Megan, and now both of you are sharing first. Have you played her before?
I've played her twice before. First time was last year at the juniors. I won as white, and then we played at Herring a few weeks later, and I think we drew that game.
All right.
The Ruth Herring tournament.
The Ruth Herring Memorial at. Is that at Mechanics?
It was in Virginia last year.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. Good. You're feeling good, obviously. 3 in a row. Yeah. How did you spend your free day, just out of curiosity?
I went to CVS, as promised.
Did your shopping?
Yeah. And I went to the mall. I did some more shopping.
Very, very, very good. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
The fight for first. We'll be watching keenly.
Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. And I wanted to go to the game of Chloe and Rachel Lee, because frankly, we haven't been there in quite some time, if at all. And they're in this Czech Benoni queen.
The structure is still
ending?
the same, right? The pawn structure, it's just queen ending.
Exactly.
And I think a move ago, it was completely equal, and then black gave some chances. I mean,
A move ago.
see, now it's winning for white.
Say what?
Yeah.
Say what?
Look at the eval bar. It's winning.
Oh, down there. I'm not 100% sure about the move b7, b6. I'm looking like it's not clear where the white king is actually going, how the white king can penetrate. And
A4, B5, A6, or C6?
right. Okay, d6 is hanging.
Is the pawn endgame lost for black? That's the question.
So let's try
Queen
it.
F6, yeah.
Right. How
Well,
could I
it can't
lose
be,
this?
right? E4
No.
pawn is weak.
So this move, I would assume, right?
Why not C7?
Okay, same idea, right?
Well, the thing is, if you go A6, you take the B6 pawn.
Okay. So it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality, right? So
Who said that?
I think Michael Tall. In queen endings.
Queen H7. Let's see. You're not.
You're not going for any races.
I'm not giving
based
you that.
on Queen B6.
No.
Queen here. I think it was an absolutely crazy game.
I'm going in. King A4. Let's go.
Between Arena Crush.
Oh, yes.
And
Carissa?
Carissa.
I remember that game.
Where somehow Arena's king on the queen side got into big trouble.
And she was playing for a win, and then her king ended up being in trouble.
Exactly. And probably this isn't anything major, or is it?
I like how white king is hiding behind its own pawns from all the checks.
Are you
I like your king on d4. It's a very strong king.
It's weird though, right? I mean,
I'm getting mated now.
I mean, you gotta be careful.
Rochelle has won her game.
What?
This is the first win for Rochelle. She has defeated Iris.
What happened? How did you?
No, this is not that.
Oh,
We're not watching that game. It's Rochelle.
It's Rochelle. Sorry, this was the Rachel Lee. My bad. And how did you do
she
that?
probably played knight f3 and won.
Yes.
Ooh, she checkmated. It's on the board. The mate.
Whoa. Is it? It's so
Was it
rare
analysis,
to
or?
ever see a checkmate.
Today we got to see two.
And we got to see two back to back. That is remarkable. Nice.
We love seeing
finish.
checkmates.
Yeah.
Have you ever
finishing
allowed your opponent to checkmate you?
Once.
And why did you do it?
I thought he played in particularly a very good game, and he was kind of deserving. The final picture was actually
Very nice of
pretty.
you.
I was not happy. Forget etiquette from now on. Okay.
Yes.
Let's take a look at all the girls' results so far.
Right, we have 4 results. So Zoe Tang defeated Lori Q, Rochelle Wu won against Iris, Rose Atwell drew against Jasmine, and Ruyang drew against Megan.
For the fight for first, which sets up a remarkable battle for tomorrow's game between Megan and Zoe for first. And in the juniors, where do we stand with the results in that national championship?
Let's have a look. I think we only have 1 game left that's still going on. Yes.
1 game in each section.
Right, Abhimanyu drew against Andy, Brewington won against Nico, Evan and Justin drew their game, and so did Sandeep and Grayson. So it's Kirk, and he's winning. Let's go back to his game, see what's happening in that endgame.
When we left it, we saw the move h4, followed by bishop h3, and this is as easy as ABCs. You ready to queen? So it's desperado time. Sharvish, f5, takes, d5. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Takes.
Where's the fun? Who's having it?
I guess it's all in one direction.
The pawn structure is so strange, but...
I mean, you take on g6, I will go c8.
It's an extra
my 2
piece.
pawns are more than enough, yeah.
Yeah.
F4 and h4.
And the problem with these double pawns is they are absolutely blockaded. And that's it.
Yes. One thing I probably don't want to do is exchange the f pawn for the g pawn after you take on g6 later on in the endgame. I don't want to leave myself with the h pawn.
Right.
as white. I would rather exchange the H pawn for the G6 pawn if I really need to do that. I will probably try to get the G6 pawn without trading anything.
Yeah. So what the one worry you have is that you would be left with only this pawn.
Yes.
So like a disastrous decision for white would be to be stuck in this one.
And now if you
Probably
manage,
still winning, right?
probably still winning. Yes.
Hard.
But what Christian is saying is don't trade the pawn, just win it. Bring your king up the board, put your bishop on c2, and then bring your knight to e5.
Yes.
And just play to win the pawn, not to trade the g6 pawn. Kirk looks like
If
he's
by mistake you allow the trade of the bishop for the knight on e1 with the H pawn, then it's a draw on the spot.
Exactly.
So this is something that we really don't want to see.
Exactly. So no, that would be terrible. Okay, so Kirk is winning. We think that Max Dlugy should draw the game, although Alex Fishbein with the extra pawn will certainly play it out. And now we have in studio
We have a guest.
special guest.
Rochelle, welcome to the studio and congrats
Thank
on your win
you.
today.
I appreciate it.
So how does it feel to win?
Feels great. Feels like I
Good,
should have won a few games like by now, but you know, it's okay. It's life.
Yeah, we liked how you played first couple of rounds. You were so close to winning so many games, right?
Yeah.
But these players, they really put up a good fight.
Yeah. Honestly, I wasn't even upset at all after my games because, I mean, I kind of just tell myself that this is part of my character development. I need to lose a few winning games in my life. It's karma.
Yeah.
I remember like one of the US juniors a long time ago, I think like 2019, I was losing quite literally every single game and I somehow had 4.5 out of 5. So this is karma for that.
Yeah. Well, you must have great character.
Because I've been losing so much.
Now, tell us what happened in the game. It was this Bronstein, Karo Khan.
I was very confused by knight takes g7, actually. I thought she was going to play king takes g7.
Yeah.
Because she allowed queen h6, right?
Yeah. And then I was kind of just going to wait until she played that to see what to play here, because I had a few ideas of like queen b2 and rook d1. d4 and h4 both falling, and I wasn't like, I kind of liked my position here,
Right.
but like it didn't feel like I had a decisive advantage or anything,
Right.
but
Yeah.
I thought this was how she was gonna play.
And then when she allowed you to play queen h6, contrarily, when she allowed you to play queen h6, you're sitting there going, okay, knight g5, queen h7, you've got ideas.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me when you felt things were really good.
I honestly really liked my position here. Like the d pawn is pretty difficult for her to deal with.
It's a passer.
Like, what if I just keep pushing it? You know, like what's she gonna do about that one?
Exactly. And then
h4 is also hanging, and like if I take on h4 with the rook, I'm also threatening rook takes h5, so I can take it with the tempo and like go back. That was the plan.
Right.
But like now, like f4 I think might have been one of the only ways to defend h4, but like now she can't really move her knight on h5 either without hanging that pawn, so I feel like a lot of her pieces are kind of just stuck.
she's losing options with each turn. And you eventually got a pretty clear extra pawn.
Yeah.
Still worked though.
I mean, here I honestly just thought I was completely winning because she can't move her knight on f6 and her queen's kind of stuck on g7.
Right.
What if I just go like rook e7 and like take all the rest of her pawns? Because she can't really move her rook from the back rank either.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought she was out of options.
So you thought it was completely winning. As it
Yeah.
turned out, you actually sealed the game pretty nicely with this knight f3. We liked it because there was one trick that maybe you would have been
Yeah, I looked at that rook h5 at the end.
Yes, exactly. And suddenly it's not that clear.
Yeah.
Like unfortunately.
I didn't really want to play a really long game again.
Okay. Well, congratulations,
Thank
Rochelle.
you.
Very, very nice.
And good luck in the next rounds. You're my pick to win this event.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got 3 games with 3 rounds
I'll just
remaining.
lock in for the rest of my games.
Finish strong.
Yeah.
Finish strong.
Good luck in the next
Thank
round.
you.
Thank you, Rochelle. As Kirk is very close to winning his game, and with that victory, Kirk will get a share of first place in the juniors, and what an important victory that would be.
He will be sharing first with Indy.
Yeah.
After he wins this, and yeah, as we were talking about it, he just needs to try to not trade even a pair of pawns.
Exactly.
It seems to be quite easy. You just put a bishop on e4.
Yep.
Then you march the king to g4.
Yep.
There's
And
just
then
nothing.
you will have to try to stop me with a bishop on f6 or something
Yep.
along those lines. Control g5.
Yeah.
Then I will just bring the knight. The thing is, the bishop on e4 is controlling those pawns on the queen side, the c
Bishop
pawn.
on c2 will.
Yeah, monster.
Effortlessly.
Yeah.
Yes. It's just too easy.
That's one of the massive property differences between the knights and the bishop. Bishops can handle a pass pawn, blockade a pass pawn, while simultaneously attacking on the other side of the board. A knight, on the other hand, blockades, but then doesn't lend a hand to attack
I think
on the
if
other
black
side.
had white square bishop, would be harder for white to win. But with this, it's so easy to blockade the c pawns.
Exactly. And this
Yeah.
black king, there's no way the black king is going to overcome the blockade on c2.
It's just a technical conversion here. And what's the clock? Oh, he has 32 minutes. Kirk.
Lots of time.
Lots of time.
Yeah.
It's been very impressive in this event. Kirk.
I want to say a little bit wobbly, indecisive this game. A deserved win, don't get me wrong, but at a certain moment it felt like he didn't give he gave his opponent a chance to get back in the game, and he had to win it twice, if you will.
Sometimes it feels like better to win that way because you won it twice.
You're very, very deserving.
Yeah, exactly. You worked extra hard for it.
I understand. I would play knight c2, and I wouldn't be hesitating at all about that decision.
It's very likely that he was even better Shervesh at one point in time in this game. Even better, yes.
Which means that Kirk really did spoil
He did.
it.
But look, he pulled it off when it mattered.
Yeah.
In national championships, really all that matters is the result at the end of the day.
Expect topsy-turvy games in national championships. You do not go linear from A to B to C to E. No, sometimes you go A, B, C, back to B, back to A, back to B, C. You know, you're going to have ups and downs, and it's about keeping calm.
Let's get the bishop
during
on
those
E4 right
moments.
now.
Yep, that's
I like
it.
this idea.
Bishop E4.
King G4 first.
Okay. There is White has ideas, but
So let's say black king stays on F6.
You just put the bishop on E4,
exactly.
and then you attack the pawn on C4 with a knight, knight A3.
So I will push the 3 sooner
and
or
then
later.
knight C4, knight E5.
Perfect. Very simple.
That's the ideal.
And you can't stop any of that.
There's nothing to do.
Nothing.
There's nothing to do.
In time, the bishop becomes a spectator, doesn't it? It just has no role.
None whatsoever.
Like right now, you're dreaming about knight and bishop versus king. you're hoping that he will have to prove that he knows how to checkmate with a bishop and a knight, but you're not even getting that.
No.
Is his bishop on A6?
Yeah, by the way, I thought that was pretty funny that
provoking.
he really, really wanted to provoke the move C3 because I suppose in some ways it does take away
Cuts
the
the bishop
possibility.
out,
The bishop is actually trapped.
Yeah, exactly.
It's some sort of a
It was kind
cage.
of yeah. It was kind of funny that he wanted that. But okay, bishop A6. I see this one as completely winning. I'm gonna. Well, she's just played bishop to D.
You're playing fast. In the other games,
Rachel?
still not much
Let's
has
stay with
changed.
this one.
Yeah?
Let's stay with this
I'm
one.
keeping my
just
eye
to see
on
the
it,
finishing
yeah.
touches.
It is crucial, of course, to the junior standings. Kirk if he could win this game, and we think he will be sharing first with Andy Woodward.
Has Mishra already played Kirk? I think they have.
I don't. Oh yes, they did.
Yeah, they did.
They did. They made a quick draw.
You were fast with the no.
Just likes to disagree with.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a contrarian.
The contrarian.
Yes. And that was a decision also by both players, because Kirk, with the white pieces, did not try at all. He just wanted to make that draw against Mishra.
Right.
He just picks his spots.
Hey.
When do I want to try for more?
Right.
Against Mishra? Probably not.
There's the old expression, pick the battles you can win. Right.
Against low-rated opponents with the white pieces, that's when you
Not
push.
bad.
However, you can plan like that, and then
Yeah, then comes the actual reality.
Yeah.
As Mike Tyson would say, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Exactly. Yeah, I've had tournaments where I would beat the top seeds and lose to all the lowest seeds.
That happened to me in an interzonal. It was terrible. It was the absolutely terrible. So there was 4 Soviets, and was it 2 or 3 Hungarians? Portish, Adorjan, really strong. The Hungarian Olympic team, the Soviet Olympic team, and I went like +2 against my nearest rivals, and didn't qualify. It was
that's chess.
It was brutal. It was painfully harsh.
There also a lot of times there are players who do much better against stronger opponents than weaker opponents.
Exactly.
I had that problem for years.
Me too. I really I would overlook, let's say, my colleagues at my level, and I would be eyeballing the best. So knight e1 to f3 to e5. Bring that knight, as Christian has pointed out.
He's going for it.
You target the g6 pawn, and in the meantime, this bishop really just keeps an eye over c2. Whenever you play c4, I'm not interested.
It's a great setup.
I'm
not taking the pawn. Just putting the bishop on c2.
Right.
The double pawns in this case is pretty much same as one pawn.
Yeah,
Makes no difference.
Sharvish understands he has nothing in the position. He's out of tricks, essentially.
Let's see if he goes c2 right now.
Just to have bishop b2?
Just to have bishop b2, escape with the bishop somehow.
I think he has to. Because right now he's playing also down a piece, down 2 pieces.
Yes.
Right. It feels like he's playing down 2 pieces. So the idea behind c2 is since we're recognizing that this knight is coming to e5, we're thinking, okay, we could play for a really, really gross trick.
What's the trick?
Actually, I think you
but
might even be
But the king is not going to make it there.
Yeah. King doesn't make it to h8.
I guess bishop g6 would be a mistake.
There you go. Thank you. Falling for my trick.
Huge
Boy, it took you like 3 double question mark moves in a row. What is your trick? There we go. So he's just played knight e1, maybe with a threat, by the way, of bishop c2 followed by knight f3. I mean, lots of roads lead to Rome here. This is,
and I do think that.
I think all the roads.
Kirk has analyzed this, has already envisioned this trade with knight e5, allowing bishop takes e5, and the king coming to g5, shouldering the other king from going to the corner. Yeah. That's going to be it. That's going to be the end of this story for Sharvash.
I think it was Mark Dvoretsky who coined the term shouldering. Before we would say, I'm keeping you out, I'm blocking you, but shouldering
is a
makes
great word.
A more visual impact. Shouldering, I agree.
Yeah, 91, and both players know this is over.
Yeah, I was thinking about annotating a game with the emojis, and it's the smile with the hugs. So after a draw, you get like 12 hugs as the 2 players embrace. Mutual hug.
So if you're playing a game, and for example, what emoji would you give to that Christiansen Novikov endgame?
What, the one where both guys are crying? Yeah, exactly. Something like that.
Yeah, that game just reminded us how cruel chess can be.
Truly.
And what just Rochelle just said, you know, you can be winning so many games and it just takes one move.
She said 4.5. She had a 4.5 out of 5
When she
score,
was losing all the games.
and each game she was had a losing position.
Sometimes it just happens like that.
It is the craziest thing. And I remember one tournament. It was a Lugano Open. It really easily one of the worst traveling experiences. Just multiply everything twice. Flights being canceled, you know, missing this, departure halls, everything. And I had arrived, you know, literally 24 hours late, you know, 48 hours of travel, and I was jet lagged so badly. I hardly remember the tournament, and only felt like I woke up and I was in first place.
That's a great way to wake up.
Like, what did I do to deserve this? And I was looking across the board, and my opponent was Victor Korchnoi. We were playing for first place in Lugano, and I'm thinking to myself, how did I get here? I'm so undeserving. Really remarkable. I think Kirk is waiting for a resignation. I'm just going to check in on the ladies. Let me turn it over to...
Yeah, it's Chloe against Rachel.
Chloe.
She's really trying. Chloe's trying to squeeze something in this endgame. Not going to be easy.
I think she's about to win a pawn.
Whoa.
You will win some pawns, yes.
Okay.
The question is the race. Who's going to win the race?
Somewhere here, she didn't go king. Okay. I'm going to catch up with the player shortly.
Queen. So now do you play a5?
Well, wait a minute.
B5.
What's queen g2?
Queen g2 right now. Queen h8 check maybe.
King
or
g3?
Sorry. No, you know what? I'll play queen d8 check, and I'll take on b6, and that defends b2 as well.
Fair. So you'll go. I'll go here. Give me the pawn. You'll go here, hitting 2 of the peshkis.
Exactly.
I will move my king.
Queen takes b6.
I will take a pawn.
And I'll take on a6.
Very good. And so it's one of those quantity...
But it's honestly scary, because you can play queen c2 check and e4, right? With
Perfect.
tempo.
Thank you. That's what I mean. But this is not...
Quantity over quality.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the opposite.
And you're, I think you're going to be making a perpetual check here as white.
You know, the engine says white's winning this, but I...
No. Seriously? Why
how.
is white winning this? How? What? Crazy.
How? Why? So after e4,
yes.
engine says we just take on d6.
And we push a pawn.
e3, queen e6.
We support pawns.
And guess what? I also have a pawn, d6.
Oh, that came out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
Sorry, my bad.
No,
I was completely blind.
I completely believed you.
I believed myself. Yes, you have a pass pawn. Sorry. Okay. My goodness. What were you saying? Squeezing.
Games are very, very tricky.
Blood from a stone.
She's trying. She's certainly trying.
Okay, new idea. Ready? Queen g5.
Queen g5. What?
Take on
okay,
a6.
I'll take that.
Queen c1.
B3.
Give me the pawn.
b3.
You're doing the same business. You're taking this one, you're taking this one, and then you're going,
right.
Okay, that answered that. Well, I'm running out of ideas here, folks. Queen a7, queen d8 check, b5, no. You
okay,
know
let's do queen g6 in the current position.
Okay.
Do you take?
I think
give me
we
a check,
did this
right?
one before.
Right. King g4.
Yeah.
Queen b6.
Correct. Queen e4.
Queen e4, and after queen a6, maybe we don't push right away, but instead just.
You know what? I mean, I don't
queen
need
a6, not b3.
No, yeah, I know, but.
Oh, you don't want to take?
Well, I'm wondering, isn't it just about this guy?
Queen g6. I'm not going to give you that pawn.
You're not giving me. That's
that
why
was my
you went
idea.
queen.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Now I understand.
So we take queen a6 and
So we should defend d6. Same idea, right?
Queen g6, yes.
Do we go
But now we can always go b4, I guess, and create a new passer.
All right.
Let's check something. So in the junior section.
Yep. Kirk.
Kirk was just pacing in front of his opponent, waiting for resignation. And he's just left. He's like, well, if you're not resigning.
Right.
Well, the thing is, what is Shervesh thinking about?
I know. What is there in the position?
There's simply nothing.
I'm all
thinking
for
about life.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just zone out.
Right.
He's had a rough go. He's been losing some games in recent times. Only 1 out of 5 in this one. It's a tough competition.
It is.
But there's not much you can do right now. I mean,
Right.
it's too late to think. 2 minutes 57 seconds. Still trying to find a way. Maybe one last trick. There just isn't.
Well, he has vague ideas of how things could go wrong for White. But the problem is, White doesn't have to allow any of these even vague notions of wrong bishop. Yeah?
No, White really can't mess this up.
Exactly.
Impossible.
Sometimes you just kind of feel like the loneliest person on stage, right?
Yeah, he's playing bishop a3.
Bishop a3, okay.
Guess we expect knight f3, and he's going to push c4.
Right, and then he's going to try to cover. So knight
So
f3.
let's show that once again.
c4.
Bishop c2. I'm not touching that
Dream.
Bishop d6.
And bishop to d6.
And knight e5.
And this is where we're going to play knight e5. Knight takes g6. So
Let's look at it. So take, king g5, king d4. He's just going to take bishop g6, aren't you? Kirk is back.
Okay, you're back. Okay, you finally moved. Just because.
How did you get that far?
Well, it wasn't that
So maybe
unexpected.
maybe it's not
from the starting position, I went knight e5. You can't complain about that.
Yeah, if we can show
That you
Yasser's
can
analysis
complain.
board, because
That you can complain about. I forgot that the bishop. No, I was trying to stop. I had to play king g5.
we need to pull up your analysis board to
Okay,
see.
apologies.
This is what Shervesh was calculating.
Okay, he hopes to trick Kirk. And he hopes to trick Kirk right
95.
here by getting him to play the move knight e5. Takes. Now, if you take this pawn on g6, then he runs with his king back to h8. And as we know, that is a draw. So we play king g5, shouldering the king.
King d4.
And then I took a pawn.
Maybe take with the bishop to not waste the tempo on coming back.
Thank
or
you.
moving the bishop. That's an important
because this is how I got the mess.
Because we know c pawn, if it makes to c2, it's a draw.
Right. But you correctly identified
G6,
bishop
yeah.
takes g6. And now if you go king e3, now you don't win a tempo when you play king d2. There's no bishop
Exactly.
sitting on c2. I can happily play h6, and your pawn is not making it to the c2 square.
I mean, actually, it's just one tempo, right?
It's crazy.
So
I mean, we thought that Kirk was winning, so
if king was already on d2, it'd be a draw.
right.
But that's because we're being compliant.
I suspect as much as well. Yeah.
We're being very compliant. We don't
Are
have to
we?
go knight e5.
We don't have to play
But
knight e5. We could play knight g5.
Absolutely
Of
no
course.
reason
Yeah.
to do that.
It's knight g5, probably.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Shervesh still thinking about his next move. c4
I
is
think he only has 2 minutes on the clock.
c4 is absolutely forced.
Exactly.
Like there's nothing else. You need to get d6. You need to stop knight e5.
And by the way, in the girls section,
Mm-hmm.
Chloe made a mistake. She took the wrong pawn, and now it looks like a draw.
What?
She didn't take the b6 pawn.
Whoa. Again, I'm staying with the Kirk position just because I think he's just a few moves away from winning, whereas that queen and pawn endgame, I suspect we're going to see a lot more
Yes.
drama going on there.
And just to update everyone in the game, Dlugy and Fishbein, nothing has changed. Big update.
Wow.
They have
breaking news. Just a second. The world stops. Will there be a sunset tonight?
They've made like 20 moves, but nothing has changed. is
Nothing
what I
has
meant.
changed.
Yeah.
Right.
The evaluation is still the same.
Wow. It was the 1972 World Championship match. There was Shelby Lyman, and they're talking about Bobby Fischer, Boris Spassky, and the Telex machine would suddenly spring to life. And it was breaking news. They rip off. And yes, Bobby has played the move, and it was sort of like breaking news. Sorry to interrupt you, but we have a new move coming in over the teleprompter. And we are expecting knight f3. No.
Kirk has moved bishop e4.
And he did that with Elan, you know, like, yes, this is correct. This is the correct decision.
So I guess he doesn't plan on knight f3, knight e5 right away.
I guess not.
What else could he be planning?
I mean, if he's a pawn grubber like me,
He's going to pick up c4?
Yeah. You know, in that position where your king ran to c2 a moment ago,
Yeah.
if I take away the pawn.
There you go. There's no more running. And then you go knight e5?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that.
King
What?
e6.
That's bishop takes g6.
I'll take that pawn. Yes.
Immediately.
Give me the pawn.
With both hands.
I will take it.
Did he forget about it, or?
With both hands. Bishop takes
doesn't
g6.
matter.
It just
Muchas gracias.
Yeah, because the king d5 is not going anywhere after knight c2.
Indeed.
Or knight f3.
Knight f3.
Right.
And he's gone for it, though.
There's a lot of ways.
Okay, I think I know what he wants. After
What
knight
does he
c2,
Yes.
he wants to magically stop both pawns with his bishop.
How do you
is he
do
going
that?
to do that?
I asked first. I guess he's going to...
I deliberately used the word magically.
Magically. The magic is... knight to c2, bishop to f. So magically stopping both pawns with the bishop. I think it's one of the most temporary...
I really don't like getting the knight to c2, to be honest. Why not knight f3?
It's
just to have more space with that bishop to go back and then push the king forward.
I think that...
You're right. It's better to have bishop on c2, yeah.
There are so many ways of winning this one, and I think it's just a matter of choice.
Do not allow the king on d4. That is the only thing that you should worry
Why?
about. And even if you get the king to d4, I still give you a check on
h5?
d4.
H5?
Yeah, he's just gone h5. He's allowing
king to d4, knight c2 check.
He played h5, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have king d4 right now.
Go back.
You're going to see bishop f8, I'm
Okay,
guessing.
give me 3 more moves. King d4, bishop d6, king e3. Come on. Just don't do anything in the meantime.
Right?
Am I still not winning that?
I think you're
probably
still
still
winning
completely
that.
winning.
I think so too. Bishop f8, king g5, bishop e7 check, king f5.
There truly is no way to mess this one up.
Right. I agree. I completely agree. h5. But then again, I've messed up some positions which, I mean, required some formidable
You know, it can happen if
effort.
you're in time trouble.
That's when it happens.
Right, when you have 30 minutes on the clock in a completely winning position
Yeah.
in 100 different ways,
Right.
then you don't mess it up.
Yeah. Knight c2, that stops. King d4, a move that Christian highlighted.
Guess we'll see bishop g7.
Bishop f7 check. I
King
think
king c5. I guess I'll be stuck Well,
and then I get to go
yeah.
king to g5 and with
Simple.
your king stuck.
Very simple.
Mm-hmm. Again, for those of you joining us late, Kirk has an opportunity with a win, which we expect he will get, to get a share of first in this U.S. Junior Championships. It's not just the prestige of being the junior champion, but also getting a ticket to the U.S. Championship, and he will play, I believe, Justin Wang tomorrow.
And then he still has to play Andy.
Ooh.
I think it's either last round or
Yeah.
8th round.
See, that was all I wanted when I was playing tournaments, was to have the opportunity to play for first place. That was just like, yeah. Bent Larson said to me, Yasser, I was struggling to become a grandmaster. He said, stop it. I go, what? Stop thinking about becoming a grandmaster. You're already strong enough becoming a grandmaster. At your age, you should be thinking about winning tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Good
And it was
advice.
really a good advice. It was like, get your mind set to win tournaments, because that's what it's all about. King E5. Kirk
So-
is sitting there going, I've got 2 pass pawns. Let
Very
me
nice
push them.
setup with the bishop on f7, not connected to the knight, but if you do try to approach the knight with king a4, I just pick up the pawn on c4 and that stops you. in
King
your
a4,
tracks.
bishop takes c4, and that's a beautiful kind of a shield, yeah?
Cocoon, yes.
Black's king is not going anywhere up the board.
f5 followed by f6.
Check. Spy check.
Yes.
Well, he wants white to go king e6. He hopes
can go
that
king
white
e4.
will go king e6, which, again, doesn't change much.
No.
He's going to take on c4 with the king and still be cutting off Black's king.
By the way, that's not a bad idea at all either, right? Bishop check and king takes c4 does the same job at keeping Black's king at bay.
And I see Kirk already starting to speed through his moves as well. He doesn't
Right.
want to spend any more additional time on this game. He knows exactly what he needs to do.
I think he's already thinking about tomorrow's game.
Yes. Tomorrow is a big one. We're entering the final stretch of the event, the last 3 after this one. This is when nerves play a huge, huge role into the final result.
And also, playing every day accumulates, and players do get
Yes.
tired.
Yes.
And it then shows in time trouble, usually, in the final rounds.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
With the king now safely away, it's time to play king e6, f6, and put the bishop back on g6. Again, everything is going beautifully for Kirk.
I think Sharvesh has 15 seconds, but not much to think about.
No. The position is gone.
5, 4, 3. He made a move.
With how many seconds left?
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Yep, now king e6 and
Yeah.
f6 is coming. Yeah, like Christian said earlier, his dream is bishop and knight versus king.
Yeah, you're not even going to get that. No. No, not even close.
Yeah, white's going to promote one of the pawns. Do you push or play bishop g6?
f6.
Mm-hmm.
f6, followed by bishop g6. Bishop g6.
He wants king f7 and yeah, just not let black king anywhere near our pawns on the king side.
No.
How many moves have they made? What move are they on? 69, okay.
Not the
Have
century.
we had a game that reached 100
I
yet?
thought it was 98.
98, yeah.
We were
It's
about.
actually surprising. Out of 3 championships, we haven't had a game.
You would expect
Yeah.
at least 1 century, or if not 2, or But yeah, you're going to go f7. You're going to move the bishop, and you're going to go king f6 to g6. That will be certainly one way,
And
but
Bob's
there are
your
many.
uncle.
Yeah, and Bob's your uncle.
It's a silly
It's not. It's
Hey.
actually awesome. Well, Yasser taught me that. I love that one.
Exactly. Hey, my mom, the British, the Brits.
So what's the backstory to that one?
Just a British expression. That
It means you're done.
Yeah. And
why Bob?
voila. It's the
Who's
French
Bob? We don't
voila.
know.
Why Bob?
Bob's your uncle.
Why not Mike?
Look, I don't have a backstory. Bishop e4.
Now King's
And again,
gonna reshuffle to g6.
that's very nice. By the way, now that the bishop is so, then the knight on c2 is finished. You can move the knight away, put the bishop on c2, and just bring the knight to the king side. Knight to f5, knight to e8, anywhere there, and that will be it.
Yeah, everything wins. Yeah.
Knight e3. Knight e3.
Knight f5. The fastest way to finish it.
g4, h4.
He's touching the. I think he's going to take the c4 pawn.
Wow. Very, very methodical play by Kirk here.
Yeah, what's the rush? He's enjoying this winning position for the last 20 moves or so.
Yeah.
Bishop c4.
There's a movie about Kurt Warner, the famous quarterback here of the St. Louis football team.
I'm so sorry, Yasser,
Yes.
but in the other game, Rachel now is winning. With the black pieces, she's better in the queen endgame.
Wow. That is
he
quite
overpushed so much that now black is playing for a win.
Wow. We have been expecting for quite some time that Kirk was going to receive a handshake. We've been surprised that Shervish has been playing so long, but I'm going to switch over to the ladies' game because we were thinking around these parts that white was winning, but
she took the wrong pawn. She took
took
a6
the
instead
wrong
of b6.
pawn.
And now black king is taking e4, is going to park on d4 and start pushing e pawn.
that is the absolute dream. So shall we have a look-see? King here, king here.
Maybe king d3 even.
Maybe king to d3.
She played b4, by the way. Which
Okay. Didn't
not
change
help
the,
her case
the
at all.
assessment.
King d4.
Okay.
And we're just pushing.
And now it's about e4.
That's it. You have to get your queen back somehow. Queen b7 only move.
Right? There is a check
Maybe
at
I play
least.
queen f6 or g5. Not sure which one's best, but
Just to
just to
escort.
And then pawn goes.
That
Wow.
king is just
Didn't expect
beautiful.
this turnaround at all. And Chloe's down to her last 3 minutes. This is what we said in the time trouble.
Queen
mistakes.
endings have their own rules. If you think you understand queen endings, we need a long conversation.
It's incredible that black is winning right now.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just what a turnaround.
And she has played king to d3, and I think that was also
This
completely
looks good as well.
legit move as well.
Yeah. In
I
fact,
mean,
it feels much better than king d4.
It's probably faster, yeah. Avoids more checks.
But this is such an easy rule to follow,
What's the
just
rule?
look at the rank. Don't try to, take more pawns than your opponent because it just simply doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Look at the rank of the pawns.
And how far the
You can have
advanced.
3 of them connected, but your opponent is a couple of moves ahead of you.
With one pawn.
That's it, with one
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah. Wow. What a turnaround.
And this is a big win for Rachel because she will have 4 out of 6. Not bad.
Hey,
She
that
will
puts her in contention.
absolutely. King b5 played.
Okay, we're about.
e4. And we do have a
And
handshake.
finally, the
Kirk,
moment we turn away, the commentator's curse, please.
Kirk has defeated Shervish and is joining Indy in leading the event.
Congratulations, Kirk. That was a very important
And
win
guess
indeed.
who he's facing tomorrow? Is he facing Andy?
Justin.
Justin tomorrow. Okay. So
Yeah.
who is Andy facing tomorrow?
Brewington.
I feel I've seen this at the beginning of the show once again.
Well, no, we
That's
interviewed
Brew, yes.
Brewington, and he reminded us that
He's like, I'm playing, I have 2 blacks in a row against Andy and Mishra.
And Mishra. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what do you do when your opponent is not resigning? Have a look.
Come on, Shervesh, resign.
The
It's your
soundtrack
move,
is-
Shervesh.
You get up. You walk around. You look at the other. You leave the
Pace.
playing hall.
You pace back and forth.
You talk to the
Even
arbiter.
Chris Bird is pacing.
You return. You wait some more.
Pace some more,
You
right in
pace.
front of your opponent.
By the way, yeah, Shervesh just
Shervesh
hasn't moved.
is
I mean, he's like
not
frozen
phased at all.
Now he finally goes,
Yeah.
And that's when Shervesh moves.
When you go to the bathroom and you leave the playing hall completely.
Right, only 2 games left now.
E4. Take me through the winning procedure. I'm going to take a pawn. Yay. When have you heard that? When have you ever heard me say, I'm going to take a pawn?
I'll just take your queen and
Okay, I'll take your queen.
I'll take on b4 first.
Okay, I pause.
And then I...
Oh, you're going to take on c4. Oh, that's crafty.
So don't take it, play c5, right? That's your
Right,
best chance.
but
I
then you play b3.
Promote on the check.
Oh, that's nasty. Yes.
And we will see
and
this
that's
now.
how you get here.
And
So we're-
Rachel does have time to calculate. She has 15 minutes on her clock.
And she should just simply capture.
Capture on b4.
And the trick is that you're desirous of playing the move e3, but takes push, and if you go e2, it's a little bit weird, right? There's a kind of a strange
Too many pawns.
cluster of
It's
pawns.
d pawns, so that should be lost. But then you have maybe
You have a
too
lot
many.
of them, right? So it introduces, random factors that you don't want to allow. So the winning procedure is much more simple. Queen takes b8,
Get rid
queen
of the
takes
pawns.
b6, and take. And then take this one. And now, at long last,
You're promoted.
you're ready to promote.
But yes, Rachel is deep in her variation, calculating this because she knows this is the end. By
Yeah,
the way, she
critical
does have to be precise. Once you take the queen,
Yeah,
you have to be precise.
indeed.
And if she doesn't, it's not gonna. Maybe queen e8 is still winning.
But is
But you
that
don't-
so clear
yeah, you don't want
after
to-
queen c6? I mean,
Yeah, you don't
queen
want to
e8
deal with that because it's
No.
not that clear.
No.
Well, queen b6, if you calculate all the way to the end, you know you're winning.
Exactly.
So how do you do it? Queen b6, queen takes b6.
C takes b4,
And that's the key move.
C takes b4,
And
A
if you-
takes b4,
king c4.
King c4.
king c4, king c6. And now
E3.
e3, b5,
Yeah.
e2, b6, and you're just simply too fast.
Yeah.
You get queen e8 check as well.
Exactly.
And at the end of the story.
B7.
It's not the only move, but queen
But
e8 just
while they're still playing and calculating, we do have a guest in the studio, Kirk Ghazarian, who has just won his game. Welcome back.
Congratulations.
How was your game today? How do you feel after your win?
I mean, I was surprised the game lasted as long as it did. It was a much longer game than I anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
For us as well. Sorry. You had an advantage.
Yeah.
But at a certain moment, you kind of let it slip, it felt like.
Yeah,
how about for you? What was going... tell me when you thought you had a really clean edge.
So here I obviously had a very good position. I considered e5. Also, I can make slow moves. I couldn't decide what I should play in this position. I just played some move to get my rook out of the pin to stop a4 ideas by him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so...
But by the way, I actually underestimated this sacrifice of his. This was a good sacrifice,
A4?
a4, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple, like right now, a4 was a good move, yes.
Yes.
And now black is not worse anymore.
I really didn't think, I really underestimated black's compensation. I mean, it's fantastic compensation.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you know at some point that black was even better?
Here?
I think it was starting from here, right? Instead of rook a4, we're looking at rook a6 or rook a7.
I didn't know black was better during the game, but it doesn't surprise me because, you know, white's just overextended in this position.
It kind of feels strange because you've been preparing e5 basically, you know, for the longest time, but you never really have a chance to play it.
Yeah.
We'll get to, we think this was like the last critical moment somewhere here.
Yeah, queen c6 is a losing move.
Queen a7.
Yeah, I saw that during the game, and I told him that after the game. This was just one last cheap trap to play queen c6 and make, because he missed that, to make him think he's lost when he's not. He has completely fine position.
Exactly.
As usual, this light scored bishop and king are very bad in this position.
So at this point, you knew it wasn't winning at this point.
It wasn't
You were
winning
just
at
playing
all.
for the cheapo, which occurred in the game.
Because he thought that since he'd missed queen c6, it was over, which was not at all the case.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then you went on to finally claim the game. He played on quite a while. There's been some really dramatic changes in the leadership at the top, but guess what? You find yourself in a share of first. Congratulations, Kirk.
Thank you.
How's it? How did that happen?
I'm just trying to play good chess. I'm not really thinking about the results.
I understand, but still, it feels nice to be tied for first.
Yes.
And big games coming up.
Of course, yeah.
What do you do on your rest day?
I mostly just relaxed and prepared. I took a lot of walks as well.
Right.
Nice. Wow. And you're playing Indy in the last round.
Yeah.
That could be the game that decides the first place, but you said you're not thinking about that yet.
I mean, I'm thinking about it a little bit, but I have to see what other people's results are and my own results in the next two games to see what the tournament dynamic is for the last round.
Exactly.
It's a great approach.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you
you for coming on.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We're going to go back to the junior girls for just a moment and see what is going. Oh, that's not the junior girls. And we do have the b4. Rachel captured the queen, proper move. Captured on b4, proper move. And now she needs to play the move king takes c4, and that will secure her the victory in the game. As you say, you want to play these, especially king and pawn games, you want to play them as accurately as possible. Get in the habit of excellence.
Yeah, and she's very close to winning. I was going to give you an update in the senior section. Still nothing.
Has anything changed in the senior section?
They're playing, but it's the same position for the last 30 moves. It's incredible.
This is the tournament hall, and we're seeing some lonely players.
2 boards
in the tournament hall. Well, I mean, Grandmaster Adrian Michael Chasin said, when you have a winning endgame, be patient, don't rush. I think Alex Fishbein has taken this to a completely new, exalted
Maximum
level.
levels, yes.
Yeah, right.
b6, e1 queen. And
e1 queen.
even if it was a c-pawn, because there are other pawns on the board, it would still be lost now.
Exactly. b7 queen, I like this as the...
Or queen e8, simply. And
it wasn't...
You don't want to give up a pawn, I get it.
Well, not just that. I mean, white will play on
For
after
10
queen
more
and
moves,
king.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, you set up queen takes b7 and
Chloe
king takes...
took on d6, didn't push b7.
Clever. Avoiding the easiest, but still...
Queen e4, queen a5, everything is winning.
Yeah,
yes.
because if you go king to c6 or king to c7, then I'll play queen c5 check. And I think I pick up the pawns in the nicest way, you know?
Yeah, there are so many ways to win this one.
Right. But again, I tried as best I could to be as accurate as I could be in these moments that you're wrapping up the game, because you just want to build a mindset that I'm going to be playing the best moves. I don't know about you. I'm playing the best moves. You know, That was my mindset.
Absolutely.
Queen b4. And again, want to take this pawn, I want to take this pawn, obviously. King c6 or king c7, and I am going to play queen c5 check to pick up the pawns easily. For Rachel Lee, did you say she
4 out of 6?
This is a huge gift for her because her position was not supposed to be winning.
Not
she
at
was
all.
struggling
Best case
to stay
scenario.
in the game.
Yeah.
And got an incredible gift from her opponent.
But wasn't Rachel also having just a completely winning position against Megan?
She did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In the
first round.
First round,
yes.
yes.
Megan's in first place, or at least tied for first, pardon me. And,
Yeah, I mean, it always happens in every category, in every tournament, that there's some points left on the board.
King A8. Let's go.
Let's go.
The last great act of defiance.
King A8.
The last attempt.
King C6.
Well,
we understand.
No,
but,
I'm still trying to.
Oh, she's going for it.
But have you ever allowed a stalemate that was really just a shock for you? Like, no? I mean, there was one.
I mean, in Bullet, sure, online.
Yeah. It was in the candidates. I was playing in the candidates, and Zoltan Ribley was completely winning against Boris Spassky in a queen ending.
And that's going to be mate in 3.
Spassky set up the worst stalemate cheapo you've ever saw, and Ribley fell right into it.
Wow.
And it was just
And
painful.
there we have it. Rachel defeats Chloe.
Congratulations, Rachel. And talk about fighting back. She was lost at one moment in this.
A lot of
queen
times
ending.
today, yes. Complete turnaround.
Wow.
And we only have one game left.
And then there will be one.
You'll see the position and tell me if it doesn't look exactly the same as it was 30 moves ago.
I'm going to be for. What is the black king doing on B2?
That king
That's
has been moving
hilarious.
back and forth for the last 30 moves. That's the only thing that has changed.
That's hilarious. Normally you would think the end game started with a king on G7.
Yes.
And the king has wandered
It went
to
back
B2.
and forth many times. 5
Okay.
minutes for Maxim and 13 minutes for Alex.
So here's the point.
Shake up in the standings. We'll start with the junior girls.
Okay.
Wow, look at that. We have now 2 players tied for first, Zoe Tang and Megan Paragua. But half point behind them are 2 players, Ru Yang Yan and Rachel Lee, with that win. Wow.
Absolutely.
In the juniors, we also have a 2-way tie for first, for the first time in this event.
The shake up at the top, right?
Andy Woodward and Kirk Ghazarian, exactly same as in junior girls.
Right.
And then 2 players with 4 points, Mishra and Brewington.
And we've been talking about the upcoming battle in the next round on 7 between Andy and Brew. That will be very exciting to watch. And then finally in the seniors.
In the seniors, well,
I think we've got
results so far.
Yeah, we've got 1 game in play still.
It was quite a peaceful day in the senior section. Only 1 win. Alex Shabalov checkmated Tim Taylor.
Vladimir Akopian played one of his nearest rivals, Alexander Goldin. Akopian leads the tournament by half a point because of the draw. Larry Christiansen also didn't make any headway against Akopian. So we have a clear leader in the seniors and a tie for first in the girls and the juniors. So that brings us up to
game left.
1 game remaining. I think we're going to be here a while.
Well,
we certainly will be on this one for quite a while. But,
right?
But it's a draw, right? There's no breakthroughs, nothing.
But it's a draw.
Like, what's the plan if I just stay King G2, King G3, just
I think
move
that's
the king back and forth?
Very
Again,
legit.
that's been the exact same position for the last 25 moves.
So how exactly
Black
do you
has
make
made
any
0
progress?
Okay, at a certain moment.
Like, what's the dream in this position? I
Yeah.
guess you
Winning
go
the
H5,
pawns.
yeah, at some point.
Yeah.
I think before they reach move 50, Fishbein has to move a pawn.
And he may do that either by playing G5 or F5. I mean, as soon as he comes very, very close to move 50, he's going to do that. But we're going to interrupt ourselves because did we just see G5? What?
Wow, G5 is on the board, but we'll come back to it.
I would never. What? What?
That is
That is
a big
remarkable decision.
big move.
It's still a draw. It's still a draw.
Must be still.
Really?
Yeah, but we have a guest.
But we have a guest.
Rachel Lee, congratulations on your big win today against Chloe.
Thanks.
What are your thoughts? Did you expect to win this?
Definitely not. This was like a really, really bad game in my opinion. I think I just got crushed out of the opening, so she probably definitely deserved that win. But unfortunately something happened, and I don't even know. I don't even know where the win was, so yeah.
It's in the very end, right? In the Queen End game.
Yeah.
So first of all, your decision to play a King's Indian defense is kind of like, okay, I'm ready to risk.
Yeah.
What's going on here at this moment?
I didn't really calculate like super deep here, but I thought it looked interesting, and so that was the reason for playing knight d3.
Right.
But I think white can just defend really easily. I was looking at some line over here with king d1.
Which is what she actually played in the game,
Yes,
right?
because we can't really take on d3, knight g2, bad stuff happening on the king's side. Someone's probably gonna like,
yeah.
And you've got ideas of f4 and all kinds of goodness.
So that was interesting, but obviously king d1 and then queen b3 over here. Here I was thinking white might have like tried playing a3. That was the main line I calculated.
Okay.
No idea if it's good or not, but after a3 we go f4 to get the bishop because it's trapped, and then white will probably take our knight on a b4.
All right.
And then we'll take that bishop. She'll take the knight.
Okay.
So many knights just got
Right,
taken.
yeah. And then, and then pawn's on d2, and I don't really know how to judge this position, but I thought it was interesting, so I'll just go for it. Queen's coming to g5 and h4, and it's probably something's going to happen.
You know, you can imagine some random spectator walking around looking at the position, looking and like, is that a pawn on d2?
How did it, from f7, right?
Wow, so that was crazy, but that did not happen because she played f3. And tell me when, are you happy at this point?
No, f3 was actually quite a good move. I only looked at it briefly, which is probably the big problem over here. But f3 like basically shut down everything on the king's side, and I didn't really want to take on e4 because white has too many options to recapture. I don't like that.
Yep.
So yeah, it was just like the attack kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
It just, maybe it wasn't there in the first place.
But at this point, okay, you're facing g3, but you've won the two bishops, but maybe white's nice and safe.
Right, and like the bishops aren't really doing anything here because the position is super closed, and bishops aren't exactly the best for doing that, like performing in such positions.
King b1.
Okay,
then after the king side opened up, it looked like
these were pretty bad moves, I think. I made some pretty bad moves over here.
But you secured your knight, yay.
Right, but like g5 became weak, so
maybe
that was
it
not
wasn't great. g3.
Yeah, here white, Engine was saying white's completely
Yes,
winning.
white is completely winning over here.
Okay, so we'll skip through the bad news, and we come to this crazy, Rachel, we come to this crazy queen ending where, I mean, you're on the back foot, that's pretty clear, but you're doing everything you can to save the position, and then something very strange happens. Suddenly your king on g6 gets to d3. That was pretty remarkable.
Magic. I mean, she went for the a pawn, and then the queen became out of play, so maybe that was not the best pawn to grab. I was very worried that she was going to grab d6 pawn somehow.
Exactly.
Because her pawn on d5 is higher than mine on e5, so if we do reach, like, somehow I'll take the pawn on e4, this is going to happen.
Right.
I don't really know what the continuation after that is, but I think it's still going to be a really big fight.
Yeah, we didn't like her decision to take on a6.
Yeah.
I think our primary concern was queen
d8 and then picking up b6, yeah.
But suddenly, and it happened really just like that, it's now turned.
Right.
With the move queen. And did you have
Honestly,
that feeling, that awareness, like, holy smokes, I could be winning?
I mean, the moment she went for, I guess she went for my a pawn, I kind of already had the feeling that something was probably gonna happen because it's just too suspicious in here. Like, like how can you be going over there when my king is already super high? I don't know. It's just like, but I think it was still holdable. I feel like.
We weren't sure. I mean, at this moment, it's winning. I mean, you went on to win, but where did you think was her last chance?
I think King A4 was the last big mistake for White.
Was it?
Yeah, instead Queen B7.
Oh, Queen B7 over
and
here,
quickly
correct,
bringing the queen back.
It's like
was the
perpetual
way to
check, I
play.
think.
Yeah, Queen G7 and then, or Queen H7, sorry.
Queen H7?
Yeah.
But at this point, White needs to like...
How are you making a perpetual check?
I mean, Queen C2?
Queen C2. I guess that's a good idea.
Or Queen H6 or Queen H5, pretty much any move.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay, so it was King A4 was the culprit, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Oops, sorry.
King A4 followed with B4 also, and then he was absolutely over.
And now you won.
Mm-hmm.
Despite your best efforts, you're actually in contention.
Despite my best efforts not to.
To be. How are you feeling, Rachel? Woo, what a game, what an escape.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't really know what to think of it all, but I think there's going to be really more interesting games that's going to come, so we'll see what happens.
Right, three rounds remaining.
Yeah.
Sprint to the finish. Thank you for joining us, Rachel.
Thank you.
All
Good
right,
luck in the
we'll
next
see you.
round. Thank you.
And we have one game remaining in the U.S. Seniors Championship, and we've just seen a remarkable move by Max Dlugy. He's had enough. He's trying to force the draw.
Mm-hmm.
But was that a really, I mean, that's a remarkable decision for me. You think it's still a draw?
Well, it's not me, it's the engine that confirms.
It's the engine.
Yes.
So, for example, after Fishbein plays a move like F5, presumably...
You can play knight H4 and just sack one of the pieces. Of course, knight. Keep the bishop. So 2 bishops versus
Yeah, that's
one
an
bishop.
easy draw.
That's it.
Yeah, but this is going to go for a while.
Is it? I think it's going to be over in 3 moves.
You think so?
Yeah, it's going to get traded.
Okay,
You have to force the trade, no?
What if I go like this?
95, and I'm taking G6.
Bishop F4.
95, Bishop
King.
F4, King G4.
Bishop B5, King G5, that's it, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
This is it.
Yes. Nasi's right. Yeah, whether you play F5, pardon me, whether you play F6 takes G5 or F5, knight H4, and...
Or 95, yeah. Oh, sorry, knight H4, yeah.
Max is going to sacrifice his knight and make an easy draw.
Do you think they're going to play 2 bishops versus 1?
They
for 50
No.
moves?
No.
Because if they start doing that, then we can take a break.
Although I remember Peter Leko defending, he had a king and a bishop against 2 bishops. And he voluntarily, his king went from the center right to the correct corner, like voluntarily got driven back to...
Did he lose?
No, easy draw.
Still, yeah, okay.
Easy
You have
draw.
to really try to lose that.
That, I mean, to show his understanding
I
to
see,
his
exactly.
opponent, look, even if you could drive me to the corner, which you can't, it's still a draw. Clock time's not a factor, right?
5 minutes for both of them.
Okay. So
When
we're going
Max
to give
pushed
him...
G5, he calculated all this, that he's forcing the sacrifice and trades.
He must have.
And
Yeah.
all my criticisms...
Otherwise, you don't make this type of
It's a remarkable decision. And sometimes when you make this decision in the 5th hour of play, right, that...
Could be wrong.
Yes.
Question, knight versus 2 bishops, also a draw, right? But is it
No.
It's not a draw?
One of the craziest things is the knight versus...
It takes a while. I think it takes more than 50 moves.
The knight versus the 2 bishops, there were studies that were made in the 18th, 19th century that said draw. And then along came the table bases that said you can win it
In 70 moves or something?
Yeah, exactly. That there was this fortress the position. They thought a white king on F3, a white king on a knight on G2 was a fortress. But I think it was Jan Timman versus Jonathan Spielman, Specimen, from a Linares game, where Jan Timman won with the 2 bishops against the knight. So yes, you're not sacrificing your bishop on F5, you're sacrificing your
But if I
knight.
go king D2 here, how do we sacrifice the knight?
Bishop B1.
I guess we...
You just run from the king.
He has played knight h4, by the way. And
yeah, I think that's
again,
that's better than defending knight versus the bishop.
for sure.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes,
yes. Oh, yes.
You're probably going to lose that because
Yeah.
the engine can hold it for a long time,
50
but
moves, yeah.
Yeah.
the humans usually lose the knight very quickly.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see king d2, bishop e1, most likely.
It is the last attempt. Yes,
Yeah.
you have to go for it. And maybe you can try to combine the f pawn after king d2. Let's say king d2, bishop to b1.
f4.
Now let's go for f4.
King
Last
to d2,
attempt.
bishop to b1, f4,
King f3.
king f3. So
Check
we're
me,
ready.
but I'll
Your
cover.
check.
I'll cover.
Okay,
And
let's go for that.
be careful, black might lose.
No,
I mean,
no, no,
losing is a... I mean, you're
No,
losing
I
g6.
can never lose. Well,
You're not.
bishop
King
e-
e2, right?
Yes, I want to go king e2. And
You want to do what?
Bishop
so
e4.
bishop e4 I take.
And then he wants to go king e2.
With good purpose. He wants to
couldn't-
play f3.
Yeah. Is this still... Knight f3, obviously, after king e2.
Yes.
King f2.
And are you going to Zeus
Are we
on
going to
me?
lose g5? King g3?
Maybe I'll kind of...
No, but now you can take. You can take on g6.
Oh, sorry. I can take on g6 because you can't
Yeah.
play f3 in this case.
Can I?
Why not?
Because
Maybe
king
you
d2,
can.
king g2.
Gotcha.
And check. f4.
And
Then
From
we make a
f4.
draw.
Oh, who's trying to...
Well, king
Yeah.
g4, but
Yeah.
yes.
Trying to make a draw.
They've done this. Bishop's on b1. We expect f4. That's his only try.
I think it's the last attempt. Yes. Just to keep the game going.
Because if you
And by
take
the
on...
way,
Yeah.
why am I playing... After f4 check, I understand that you're keeping the game alive. But why am I playing bishop e4? I
to make
keep...
it harder for ourselves.
Exactly.
King g4 is much simpler,
Right?
So much simpler.
So much simpler. I mean, genius. Truly. Yeah, this is
We like
now.
challenges. We like to challenge ourselves.
Exactly. As commentators, I remember this from a Bent Larson book. It was like the most boring draw in the world from the Baguio City World Championship match. Every World Championship match has to have an incredibly boring draw. Then nothing happens. Everything gets just traded, but it's 50 moves of nothingness. And Bent Larson wrote, like as a commentator, he had to make an oasis from a desert. And that's what we try to do as commentators.
We try.
We make it as difficult for ourselves as we possibly
okay, he's
can.
taking on g5, so now we're going to see. Wait,
Knight
isn't there
take.
knight f3 also? Wasn't knight
Playing
f3?
for a win. Knight
Not for a
f3,
win, but
playing
still
for
a-
a win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I agree with you. I would play for a win.
Okay, I think they're going to play 50 moves. I
No
think they're
way.
going for it.
No, because
No way.
all the drawing procedure is very simple. You put the bishop on the long diagonal, and you stick your king in either corner, either light square corner, and then you can't get pushed out of the corner because you have your bishop patrolling the
Okay,
long
but you go
diagonal.
bishop c8, I go bishop c6. I'm not letting you get to the corner.
I don't
that
think you can
fast.
stop me.
Okay.
I'm going to go like, I don't know, somehow
Oh, yeah,
I'll get my
bishop
bishop.
h3.
I'll get my bishop to the long diagonal. I'll just challenge it. But I do agree. I think it is time for a break because I do not think that the players are going to be making a draw in the next 2 minutes. We'll never get
let's
up.
see next 3 moves.
Three.
Next 3. If Dlugy knows to set up king and bishop like that,
Right.
then it will be a very quick draw.
Okay.
If he starts wandering with the king in the center, then they will play 50 moves.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Because imagine you play bishop c6, right? And just, oops, excuse me, I'm
It's
going to
white
go
to play.
here.
Right.
Imagine you play bishop c6, and I'm going to go here. As if I don't know
Yeah, where to go.
my king should be.
So if you go to the wrong corner, h8, you can lose?
Absolutely. Then I can get checkmated.
Well, he's playing bishop c8.
Indeed.
Bishop c6, probably.
And again, with a threat to draw the game by bishop b7, king g2.
Oh, he played bishop h5, so now bishop b7 should be a quick, very quick draw.
Exactly.
There we go. No.
It's okay.
Okay,
because
bishop goes to f3. Does it?
Ooh.
It doesn't. Bishop b7 was faster, for sure, and he could put the king on g2.
Of course, of course. Now after king h3 or king h4, I'm guessing the bishop is going to go back.
Well, look, if we don't see the trade on g4, I think we're
won't.
safe to take a break. If we do see bishop takes g4.
No, he's not taking on g4.
There's no way I would take on g4. I mean, I'd
You
play
wouldn't.
to the final drop.
Of course.
Wow.
Of course.
Bishop f7. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, what next? Alex, what next?
King f3.
Bishop d5. Put the.
Sorry, let me refresh. Bishop d5.
Bishop
king
d5, but what's the
g4.
mechanism of kicking me out? It's fine. You give me a check on g2, I go to g4.
Mechanism is that hope that white king goes to h8 corner.
There is
That's
no hope.
That's the only hope.
There is no hope.
There's no hope. So, I think we're shuffling.
All right, let's take a break then, because they will count to 50 moves.
Absolutely.
So we'll take a short break, and we'll be back quickly.
Today we meet the first ever woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster, Nona Kaprindashvili. She was born in the spring of 1941 in a small town named Zugdidi in Georgia. Chess was an extremely popular game among all Georgians, but unlike many other countries at the time, it was an especially common hobby for women. So it's no surprise that little Nona would be exposed to the game early on. Her father taught her the rules when she was 5 years old, and she'd spend her early years getting regularly defeated by her brothers. Some believe this fierce personal competition with her siblings would lay the groundwork for the signature boldness she'd show in her games later on. After 7 years of playing, fate would see Nona cross paths with Vakhtang Karsaladze, a well-known chess trainer who immediately saw her potential and convinced her family to let her move to the Georgian capital of Tbilisi to train with grandmasters. Her sharp and aggressive approach to the game would often rattle her opponents and gave her a well-deserved reputation as a fierce competitor. In 1961, she won the Women's Candidates Tournament, which gave her the opportunity to challenge for the Women's World Championship, then held by Russian Elizaveta Bykova the next year. Their 1962 showdown in Moscow lasted 11 games throughout September and October. Despite her best attempts, Bykova was unable to overcome Nona's aggressive play. With a final score of 7 victories, 4 draws, and no losses, Nona Kaprindashvili became the 5th person to ever hold the title of Women's World Champion. This victory cemented her as a symbol of Georgian pride at the young age of 21. She'd go on to win the Women's World Championship 4 more times. 3 of these matches were against Alla Kushnir, while the last was against Nana Alexandria, a fellow Georgian, whose formal training was also kick-started by Vakhtang Karsaladze. In 1978, Nona would face yet another Georgian player, Maya Chibernidze, who would finally dethrone her. But her reign as Women's World Champion is still one of the most impressive runs in the history of the game, and the second longest reign after only Vera Menchik. And while losing the title of champion in 1978 would have to sting, that same year she'd make history for a different title earned, the first woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster by FIDE. She was granted this distinction for her impressive performance in the 1977 Lone Pine International Tournament, where she had the highest performance rating in a field of 48 players and defeated 4 grandmasters. But most importantly, she shared first place in a 4-way tie with Yuri Balashov, Oscar Pano, and Dragutin Sahovic. Never before had a woman won a men's tournament. Throughout her career, she'd also won the Women's Soviet Chess Championship 5 times, and she had a near-perfect record in Olympiads with 10 team gold medals in 11 competitions while representing the USSR and Georgia. Even in her golden years, she never slowed down. In 2009, she placed first in the World Senior Women's Chess Championship. Her consistent dominance against both male and female players for over half a century made her a household name for chess fans worldwide. Which is why it's so heartbreaking when the popular Netflix series Queen's Gambit, a show about a fictional female chess player, falsely claimed Nona had never played against men. Nona sued the streaming giant for defamation and settled the matter in 2022. But the thought that so many people without chess backgrounds could have seen this show and been misinformed about her true impact on the game is still unfortunate. Nona Gaprindashvili's legacy is that of a trailblazer, a champion, and a true grandmaster of the game.
Well, welcome back, everyone. You probably saw it. The game ended in a draw.
Just like that. The commentator's curse. The moment we took a break, we finally saw a handshake, and we have results.
And probably standings as
Yes.
well. Let's take a look. We'll start with the junior girls.
Let's do it.
Right, we have two players sharing first, Zoe Tang and Megan Paragua, and they'll be facing each other tomorrow. There's also a tie for third place, Ru Yang and Rachel Lee.
And in the juniors?
Same thing,
Same
just
story.
different players. Andy Woodward and Kirk Ghazarian sharing first, Abhi and Brewington sharing third.
Right.
It's among these four players.
And Andy is going to be playing Brewington, so that will be a huge game.
And Kirk plays Andy in the last round.
And that also promises to be something special as well. And then finally,
And the junior seniors.
Not yet.
Not,
Unfortunately,
sorry.
we don't have the seniors right
Not
now.
yet.
But it does seem like there are three very compact fields. Nobody's running away with it, which is
No.
the cool thing about the national championships right now. We've seen in previous years sometimes somebody running away with it.
Mishra, somebody
Unbeatable,
getting- right.
But
Yeah.
we don't see that right now. We
Right.
could expect tomorrow. I mean, Kirk is right there, you know,
Right.
Andy is right there.
Next.
Abhi as well, very close by in
Right.
the girls section. It's pretty much the same thing.
It's
It's a
a-
Girls
battle, and it's
section.
going to be a battle until the last
It's been
round.
changing every day,
Right.
the leaders,
Yes.
Yeah.
every day.
All the way until the last round. I'm sure this one, I think we will be seeing some tie breaks.
Yeah, playoffs.
I think we will be seeing some
We might be
playoffs,
seeing them in
yes.
every category, in all three
And
of them.
That's my prediction right now with 3 rounds to go.
And reminding everybody that the champion of the girls' championship gets a ticket to the women's championship, and the championship of the boys gets
Ticket to the
a
US
ticket to the
championship.
Open Championship, where you get to play.
So tie breaks
people
will be
like
very important. It's not
Abhi
just
and-
for the prize money.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's for the qualifying spot in the national championship.
See the national championships. Those tournaments have very good prizes too,
Yes,
by the
they
way.
do. Yeah. And here we have it, standings for the seniors. We do have a sole leader in this category, Vladimir Akopian with 4 points. And there's a big tie for second. 3 players, Larry Christiansen, Alexander Goldin, and Alex Shabalov.
Vladimir has played Goldin today. He played Shabalov earlier in the tournament. Still has to play Larry Christiansen, I believe. And Christian, last words, or is it a time to say goodbye?
I think it's just time to say goodbye. I've said my last words just a couple of minutes ago, Yasser.
Perfect.
It was a fun round, and again, we only have 3 rounds to go, so don't go anywhere because it's going to go by fast, and there's going to be a lot of excitement and a lot of nerves in those last 3
Absolutely.
rounds.
Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow for round 7.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.